Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. We are here with event number 3, and that means it is regular season week number 1. The points do matter, and there is everything to play for. My name is Ninehole Grains, humbled and excited to be back on the mic to bring you the action today, and joining me here in the booth, a couple of real stars of the show, a couple that I've commentated with before, so this will be a good one. I'm of course talking about Falco and Nox, and Falco, you were on the show last week, so I'm actually going to skip you for the time being. Nox, we are in a new season, we are in a new patch. What are you most excited for as the teams get set?
Yeah, I'm always really excited to hopefully start seeing some more E-Leader gameplay, some more Tri-Stringer gameplay throughout this season. Definitely weapons we've been seeing more of, and I'm very intrigued to see less Snipe Rider 5H.
Well, we'll see if that comes to fruition. If I were a betting man, I would say maybe not. But yeah, Falco, I'll toss the same question to you. You've already gotten to look at some of the preseason action, so I'm sure you're full of thoughts as to what the teams have shown us already.
Yeah, of course, we talked about with the game updates with the floor aura and the health bar. Always fun to see that in the game, and a lot of the new weapons that are coming out. And of course, here today, 8 brand new teams to showcase. It's going to be a lot of fun, Nine.
It will indeed. And let's go ahead and get some of the bookkeeping out of the way, because there is a lot of content that'll be coming your way. And let's start by taking a look at the schedule over the course of the entire league. We, of course, have the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 show Fridays at 10 a.m. Pacific. There's fun and games, and a lot of Falco I've been noticing as well in that one, but there is still plenty more there. And, of course, you are watching the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026, the latter portion starting at 12 p.m. Pacific time every Saturday, with the live stream that you are watching right now starting at 4 p.m. Pacific. And of course, we have some Salmon Run events as well, Sundays, 12 p.m. Pacific time. If you want to hop in either by yourself or as a team of 4 or anything in between, the Salmon are ready to receive your fighting prowess. And then it all leads up to the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs, 620 and 621 live streams on both days. And of course, that is what the teams are qualifying for. And of course, they have to get points to get there. So let's talk about the scoring format, because that is something that has not changed, with one big exception. Of course, I won't name out every single number that you see on your screen, but please do note you will receive points for both your ladder round participation as well as the top 8. Teams will be awarded points toward their event score, and unlike last season, it is your top 4 event scores that will contribute to potentially punching your ticket into the playoffs rather than 5. So make it in top 8, get yourself some points, set yourself up well for the future. And now let's zoom in a little bit and look at our top 8 format, because of course you've got to do well in the top 8 to get those points. They will all be best of 5s. The higher seed will choose the mode and the lower seed will choose the stage. But after that first game, the winning team chooses the mode and the losing team will choose that all-important stage. And regarding the modes, all 5 of them are back, baby. Turf War, Clambit, Splat Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker. And just like last season, each mode can only be played once during the match, and that sets us up for the stage list. Each of these can only be played once during the match, and there are a few new arrivals here. Of course, Manta Maria, Robo Ramen, and Ship-Shape Cargo Co., as well as Scorch Gorge. So plenty more to discuss there. But we're going to move on to our bracket now, because y'all aren't here to listen to me talk. You're here to watch these teams play, and you can take a look here. Milky Way, our top seed, surprise, surprise, will be playing against LFN, Usagi Fan Club versus NME, SZA versus Hypernova, and the match that we will be spectating, Content Cat versus last season's second place finisher, Moonlight. And Nox, I'm going to take a breather here and pass it to you, because there's plenty to say about both of these squads.
There are. Content Cat has a couple really well-known players on it, like Pika and Hypnos, and Moonlight, always the fan favorite, has some really exciting stuff, and a team that we maybe should be expecting to see an E-Leader come out of with Basil.
I know you're very excited for that. And Falco, I'm tossing this kind of softball to you on the top end of the bracket here. Milky Way versus LFM. I only say this because everyone likes to talk about the champions from the previous season, but you also got to watch a bracket in last week's preseason action where Ziphius did not lose a single game. I don't believe that Milky Way has lost a game today. I think it's safe to say that they are ready to defend their title.
Yeah, it's just like last week with Milky Way and Ziphius, but Milky Way, we mentioned winning the league last year, sitting at 10-0 in their sets, 20-0 games played, and they've even gotten some wins against some of these teams here today. Of course, they have their first match against LFM. That is going to be one we want to watch the score for.
Taking a look here as we start to go in, of course, the teams are starting to get ready as well. So let's just kind of talk about our excitement for what this season will bring. We weren't entirely sure who was going to show up for this week in particular. We knew that changing it to 4 instead of 5 event scores might mean that some of these teams jump in. But we now know Tower Control Mako Mart is where they will be starting. So we don't have to guess anymore or talk about it. Nox, I will pass this over to you to talk about the Tower Control rules in particular.
Yeah, tower control is always a very exciting one. You want to make sure that you're on that tower to keep it moving, and if no opponents are on the tower, it will begin moving towards the goal. Always very exciting, and you want to ride the tower through checkpoints on the way to the goal in the opponent's territory, defending it along the way, and if neither team reaches the goal, whoever is closest to 0 wins the game.
And Falco, I'm going to pass this immediately over to you because I know you are someone who loves compiling data and statistics. This was the most popular stage to play Tower Control on in last season, combining the regular season and the playoff results here. So there's no surprise to see them going back here, but why do teams love it so much? I'm curious as to your take.
Yeah, I think it allows them, it's one of those stages where it allows them to control the pace a little bit too. And of course, starting on a mode like Tower Control, remember, this was Content Cat's pick. It wasn't Moonlight's pick. So Content Cat is the team that chose this mode. And I think they really just want to be careful with how they approach Moonlight. This might be their best opportunity to take all of that data in for game 1 just so they can see what's ahead of them.
Well, the interesting thing to note as well is that this Content Cat team is sort of a ragtag group of 3,000 XP players. I know it's weird to say ragtag when these are all such individually skilled players, as you pointed out, Nox, but I do think that Tower Control is a mode where if you aren't entirely sure what your coordination can look like, let's just go and fight. And of course, everyone likes fighting on Mako Mart.
Yeah, there's a lot of great areas and ledges to play around, so we can expect to see a lot of weapons that focus more on area of effect, like blasters or sloshers, and I'm really interested in seeing what of those kinds of things come out on this stage.
Well, I think Blaster's probably a gimme, and actually, you know, that's kind of another jumping off point as we discuss Moonlight, because Moonlight last season, I would argue, their big change came when Nolan started switching over to the S-Blast 91. And if you watched any of that playoff tape, you will see Nolan, it took a little while to switch over to that weapon, but was very, very strong and a real catalyst for them pushing to get that second place that we discussed and give Milky Way everything that they could handle. So we'll be interested to see again. It hasn't been the smoothest of runs today for Moonlight. They've dropped, I think, a couple of matches to teams that you might expect them to beat, but alas, they have plenty of time to get it figured out. And speaking of time, it is time for the game. We'll go ahead and throw a little love to our gullible world champion Power here, but taking a look, Nox, I have to pass it to you here. There's a Tri-Stringer out already. Did you manifest this?
There is. I must have. Tri-Stringer is one of my favorite weapons in the game right now. I love this particular kit with the Toxic Mist and Killer Whale, and that along with the Dynamo will give them a lot of space control, and the chip damage will go really well with that S-Blast 91.
Oh, it's going to have them so weak and difficult to move through. It's chaos in the center as it tends to be. Now we also have some Dapple Dualies Nouveau that are moving forward here. Everyone's gone down here. I think it's just Pika down, and I can't even say that because now Pika's gone down here as well. So no surprise, it's Basil who's left up here. Has to move away so that the Dynamo of Kronos does not close it out, but it's more moving around here. Falco, it's Pandemonium, and that tower is awfully difficult to get on, it appears.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nobody near that tower just for how quick those first 30 seconds went in. Nox is right. Basil is going to be using the E-leader, so that's going to help Moonlight with a little bit of their backline. Booyah Bomb going to be coming out from Content Cat. Nolan's going to have to be using this Ink Vac before anybody takes the tower. That's something that's kind of surprises me. Typically, players like to wait until they approach one of the checkpoints, but both of these teams, again, know exactly what is in front of them, so they have to make sure that they have the leverage. It looks like Moonlight will be the first one to strike.
Well, that's going to be a delayed 4 down. You would think that this would be the time somebody, anybody get on the tower. Thank you, Shadow, for the reprieve. Omega here on the Splat Roller, sharking just beneath that drop down that Nox called out earlier. You, of course, have Basil over on this right side overlooking. It's a nice spot, but maybe not quite enough protection for Omega over on that side, and this push is going to fizzle out. Nox, I think maybe they couldn't quite figure out where they wanted their defense to come from.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a significant part of it, and I think having so much area control between the Dynamo, the Tri-Stringer, and the S-Blast really made it so that Omega couldn't set up where they wanted with that Splat Roller. And now we're seeing the S-Blast finding a couple good picks, but we're still just in such a neutral situation. To be 2 minutes in with no checkpoints cleared is absolutely wild.
Well, once again, I will say with 3 down, surely now is the time to move forward. They have a nice special here in this Inkvac as well. They once again have moved Omega over, so you can see what the recipe is. The last time, I think the attack just didn't quite match up, but now they've got the tower rudder that they want. That first one will fall, and here's where things can really start to get out of hand, Falco, if Content Cat isn't with it.
Yeah, this is where Moonlight has thrived now within the last minute. They made sure that they had Content Cat always at a one-player advantage. Anytime somebody got wiped out on Content Cat, another player went down on their team. And that's really allowed Moonlight to push forward. It wasn't one big magical push that's gotten them this far. They've even had a few players go down themselves too, but pushing all the way to 30 with almost 3 minutes into the game, you can't complain.
No, not at all, especially when, again, that's 3 more that will go down, and now Pika's kind of stuck in an awkward position. Yes, it is the S-Blast near the tower, which you like, and Pika making the best of it, but surely everybody knows that it's just Pika over here at this point and not able to get up into the Booyah Bomb. Maybe a little better that they'll be able to save that for the defensive side, but it is tough sledding thus far from Content Cat. The tap shots from Basil will close out another and making life difficult for the Tri-Stringer as well. We'll take a look as Shadow pushes over here on the right side, re-racks and jumps out, and knocks 1:45 left on the clock. It doesn't feel like Content Cat has gotten anywhere near the center of the stage for a minute now.
No, it feels like they're really stuck trying to break out into mid and just not quite finding what they need. Shadow doing an excellent job controlling this alleyway here, able to continuously use those fizzy bombs and the mobility of that Tri-Slosher to really keep applying pressure. And now we have Omega fully moving forward into Content Cat's base.
Yep, Shadow also watching onto the backside. Everybody moving in on the left. Gonna have to dive at this tower. Nice movement from Nolan to not immediately go down. Instead, pushing and punishing and make sure that nobody can get to this tower for free. Omega is able to safely avoid here. Almost gets a nice alley-oop as well. Will instead jump all the way back out. But Falco will keep going through it again. Like, normally it isn't 100-0 in the sense that one team hasn't scored. I'm amazed at how Moonlight has continued this pressure without really having to sacrifice a lot. I've never seen them go more than a couple down.
Right. They're waiting for Content Cat to drop down, and I think what's helped Moonlight is they have both sides of this stage painted pretty well, and that's allowed players like Shadow to just push forward in front of the towers, see who could potentially be flanking, getting some picks, and I mean, Moonlight, they don't need to keep pushing this tower. They already have a solid lead, but it's working for them. They might as well make this as difficult for Content Cat as they possibly can, especially with Nolan here using the vac. Shadow on the tower as well. 2 are going to go down, but that is going to be game. Moonlight squeaking it out here in game 1.
A nice showing from them, and again, I'll reiterate this, 100-0, it's what it's going to show on the knockout, but that truly was 100 points to 0 points. I don't know that Content Cat got on the tower at any point, outside of maybe just a moment there when they forced a couple people out and then quickly got taken out. That was as dominant of a game, I would argue, Nox, as you could see played on Mako Mart tower control. That isn't just an immediate knockout from the start. That was controlled really once they had the first big push.
Yeah, completely. And I think a lot of that comes down to Moonlight playing the game really slowly and methodically, or as slowly as you can play Splatoon. Just really going through, checking all their boxes, making sure that they've inked the turf in front of them, had their specials ready at the opportune moments, and doing a great job of calling out where they see the members of Content Cat.
Well, that's a great point, too, because if you talk about sight lines, of course, Basil on that E leader. If we're talking about playing slow, not getting taken out, Basil, of course, the embodiment. If you watched any of our content around the playoffs last season, you'll note that it kept coming up. Hey, Basil doesn't go down. Basil, the hardest player to splat in the entirety of the league. And that's a substantiated fact, okay? We've got stats to back it up here. But when you can put Basil over on the right side of a Mako Mart, you immediately know where everybody is attacking from. Basil might actually take them out single-handedly at that point, but a great showing again. And Falco, I'll pass this to you. We weren't entirely sure what type of Moonlight we were going to get today, as we've been informed it's Clamblitz we'll be playing on, but after watching that game, I now have no concerns. Everything's been alleviated.
Yeah, slow and steady at the beginning, but too, we talked about how Basil was really set up for success during that game. Again, we mentioned all of the paint, all of the turf that was in front of Moonlight at that time. I don't think Basil was really contested a single time in the last 2 minutes when the tower was being pushed. Content Cat had to throw all of their bodies onto the tower to try and get it stopped. And of course here, Moonlight now with the win, choosing Clamblitz. I think Moonlight Moonlight might be one of my favorite teams to watch play Claim Blitz too, just at how fast of a pace they can play, especially with players like Nolan who just can really push up to the basket. So I'm going to be curious to see what stage Contact Cat chooses to counter this with.
Well, you said Nolan there, and when I heard Clan Blitz, my first thought was, all right, what's Nolan going to play? Because, of course, all of the members, I would argue, of Moonlight, very versatile with a nice deep stable of weapons that they can play, but it's really been Nolan who is kind of, I would say, made the changes last year. We talked about the S-Blast, but this is a blast from the past as well. Again, I'll keep talking about the playoffs. If you like really long Clan Blitz games, boy, do you in for a treat, because it's Urchin, Underpass, and Falco. You love Moonlight, you love clams. Tell the people the basic rules of Clan Blitz.
Yeah, Clam Blitz, you're going to be trying to pick up these clams that are scattered all around the stage. If you can collect 8 of them, you are going to form a power clam, and you want to use that power clam to try and break open your opponent's basket. Once that basket is open, you need to get down to 0 points, starting from 100 to get that win. One clam is going to worth 3 points, and a power clam is worth a whopping 20 points. If neither team scores at 20 points, the team with the fewest points remaining wins. And of course, you got to keep in mind all those penalty points that you can gather up once the basket closes. Another thing to consider, it's going to be a lot of fun.
It will be a lot of fun, and I'll go ahead and talk a little bit again about that game in the playoffs. The last time that we saw this, and certainly the biggest stage, we also learned the additional overtime rules, because that game went almost the entire distance. Neither team, Moonlight or Fo, another team that we'll probably talk about a different permutation of later in today's broadcast, but they went not only the 5 minutes, but about another 2 minutes in overtime as well before Moonlight finally scored and got the win. Very, very difficult knocks on this stage to get anything going. So part of me almost wonders why they're going here, given that, again, it was such tough sledding last time.
Yeah, it feels like a really interesting choice. It could be to try and get Basil off of that E-liter. Definitely a stage that's not as known for long-range weapons thriving on it. Tri-Stringer's a bit more adaptable and a bit more flexible. Dynamo fits very nicely here on Urchin Underpass, can protect a lot of areas really well. So maybe they're just really wanting to lean into those strengths and try and not have to worry about the E-liter quite so much.
Yeah, that's a fair choice. Urchin Underpass is where you go if you're worried that your opponent has the charger in the room. You want to get them off that, get them to something they're a little less comfortable with, really make them prove that the stable of weapons is as deep as it is advertised. But I'll pass it back to you, because I now have another question too, as you lord over the Tri-Stringer knowledge here. Which variant of the Tri-Stringer would you play here? Because I think this is a stage where a couple of the variants are quite powerful.
Yeah, Incline Tri-Stringer is one of my personal favorite kits. I think the Super Chumps here could be used as a really great displacement special. But Toxic Mist is an incredible sub-weapon, especially when you're trying to keep people from entering a space, like going through Great Sun Urchin Underpass. So it would not shock me to see them stick with that base kit.
Well, there's only so many ways to score here, which is another important part, and folks, we'll see. I would wager there will have to be more scoring than last time, but I suppose you should not count your chickens before they hatch. Let's take a look right here, and okay, we already have a big winner from the most recent 11.0 patch, the Heavy Splatling. Boy, this thing can put out turf like you would not believe. Of course, Pika has switched over to another recent winner in that Luna Blaster Neo, but Falco, some of the numbers that you can see on the Heavy Splatling, just ridiculous once it gets going.
Yeah, it's been crazy and fun to see a lot of our high-level players play this weapon and see what they can do. Speaking of seeing what they can do, let's take a look at Moonlight here as Omega is going for a very early flank to try and give their team a little bit of leverage, coming out with the Ultra Stamp as well. They're going to be scoring and have some more claims to follow up. Look, you want to take care of who's going to be scoring claims in the basket, but you also have to be careful with what Omega is going to be doing near your base.
Pay no attention to the Ultra Stamp standing very close to you and making things difficult. Already a nice bevy of scoring on this side. I mean, the threat's technically not gone. Yeah, they're still going down as Gimme works away, and I don't even know what took him down. I guess Nolan got something done at that point, but a nice opening push here on this stage, so difficult to do. And Nox, I'm really loving, again, the versatility of Moonlight. We'll keep harping on it. This is such an 11.0 composition that they have brought to the table here, and I love it in week 1 of the regular season.
Yeah, they're so flexible. I'll point out both of these teams very willing to experiment and change compositions to fit the stage, which is amazing to see. And yeah, this is a pinnacle of an 11.0 composition. The Heavy Splatling, the Vanilla 96 Gal, just so mobile and so ink efficient.
Speaking of mobile, behind you, turns out Omega actually didn't leave that entire time. We thought maybe they did, snaking around behind, Basil jumping, or maybe it was a mix of the two. But all in all, at the end of the wash, it's going to come out with Moonlight getting a score, and maybe a little bit overzealous there by Nolan. But hey, why not when you're up by this amount? And, you know, Falco, this is one of the things that I've always found interesting about Urchin Underpass as a stage, regardless of the mode. Because it's such a big stage, you can go for that one last jump in, and it takes your opponent so long to get back into a position to attack you. It almost feels like it's not something you can punish well.
Yeah, it really isn't. You can kind of do a layup and get away with it. There's just so much space on the stage that you need to try and regroup. And I was even looking at all of the paint that was on the stage that was in Contact Cat's favor too, because Moonlight didn't have a ton to work with them, but they were able to make that score work. Contact Cat, so close to try and figure out what they wanted to do. They're opting to jump back to their base here. That's going to allow Moonlight to be able to push up a little bit further, but Moonlight not holding any power claims now, sitting back into neutral here. Contact Cat's going to have to try and think of how they want to break back in.
Well, that's 3 members. all together. Great work there by Gimme. Omega was about ready to run for it and get the other one as well. Should be able to take out Nolan here. Nice movement, and even gets the Samuraido moving forward there, the Reef Slider, and now jumps on top of Shadow. Just these 1 or 2 more fights if you go their way, Nox. You can see the individual skill that the members of Content Cat have, but Moonlight just not giving them too big of a gap to attack from.
Yeah, it feels like Cat can't find the space they need, the ink they need to lay down, or the specials to really get control. And at the pace Moonlight's moving, especially with Omega on that Splatana Wiper, there's just never a chance for them to really dig into the stage and make their own space.
And every time they do get a little bit of turf, of course, it just gets eaten up by Basil on that vanilla heavy Splatling as well. And of course, Nolan with the Crossfire. There's just so many options they have to keep the stage their color as we get into the last 90 seconds of the game. Omega still putting pressure. Gimme is waiting there, but everybody knew where Gimme was. There are enough resources on the stage right now. Falco Moonlight could end this now if they play their cards right.
Yeah, they certainly can. They have 2 power claims at the ready. They are going to score one. They score the other one as well. It is just going to be Nolan who has some clams. No more clams now to be found, but Shadow is still the only player who is left on the stage. They are going to go down. That is going to be a very good score for Moonlight. And now the tricky position for Content Cat is if they score, they have to score big. You can't just get 1 or 2 power claims in. You have to make sure your score matters. So you're going to have to spend these 45, 40 seconds figuring out how you want to approach Moonlight and how you want to break through the basket.
And it's also not easy on this stage. We've talked about how big it is, but that means it's also difficult to find enough just wayward clams in the pods around the stage too. Sometimes it can spawn right underneath the basket on some stages. This is not one of those stages. Content Cat very diligently working their way forward here. Kronos would love to escape. Actually does get away. That's 2 power clams now that have scored. This jump surely is going to get punished and does, but this is a much bigger push than I thought they had given where they were at the time. Now, suddenly they have 1 more power claim. This basket is going to close, so they're going to need to get all the way back over here with a lot more resources. And Nox, I don't think Moonlight's going to make it easy.
Moonlight will not make it easy, but there is an Ultra Stamp coming out from Pika, looking to find Omega. Not quite able to. That's down to 2 players for Content Cat, and it's just not a situation they can really break in with.
No,
the Ultra Stamp was their chance.
Yep, Ultra Stamp was their chance, and credit Moonlight for rotating over here. Nice job. Nolan going to pump out another ink vac here just to fill up the statistics, because why not? Moonlight again gets a victory, and for a moment there, it looked like Content Cat was going to have a 0 on the score sheet for a second game, but you saw the resilience, a great job pushing forward, getting the scores that they did, and you know, Falco, that's why it's so important when you have the opportunity as a team like Moonlight to score even just a few more points, you take it, because you never know exactly how many of them you're going to need and what kind of push your opponent's going to have at the last minute.
Right, even if you have a lead, a good one, you still want to make sure you're making it so much more difficult for a team like Content Cat. Remember, if you score, that's just some time that Content Cat can't score as well. And what was really tricky for Content Cat, even though they did score, they knew they had to play offense again. They had to shift from offense to defense in a matter of seconds as soon as they had some players go down. And that is really hard to rebound from when you are trying to score and get a few power claims in. 1 power claim wasn't even going to be enough for them to break through their penalty points, so they had more that they would have had to follow up on, but Moonlight once again showed us what they're capable of.
And Nox called it out great there. They had to use that Ultra Stamp to try to push in. I believe it was Pika who fired it up and just tried to move forward like a lawnmower. But the unfortunate part, or maybe fortunate if you're Moonlight in that situation, is that's a pretty loud way to try to push through, all right? You're not going to tend to sneak up on anybody, especially when there's only a couple of avenues to fight through. So, again, a good showing there from Content Cat. And now they've got to start thinking, digging deep. It's going to take a reverse sweep. Of course, the counter picks very much in favor of Moonlight at this point. That's what happens when you go up 2-0. But certainly the individual skill is certainly there. You know, we talked a little bit in the pregame, Nox. This is a team built up of players who have reached 3,000 XP in solo queue, which for those of you who have played enough Splatoon 3, you know that's very difficult to do. We were lamenting our low scores, but certainly the individual skill still here, Nox, to make this happen.
Yeah, there's so much individual skill on the side of Content Cat. They're a team that I'm really excited to see how they evolve throughout the season, in all honesty. They have not had a lot of chances to play together from what we know. And so there's a lot of potential for growth because these are, once again, really strong individual players. And once they find that synergy, there's a chance that they do put up more of a challenge for teams like Moonlight in the future.
Well, that's such a great point, too, because this is really the battle of the two opposite extremes. You have perhaps the most static team in top-level Splatoon up against a team that just came together here for a new edition of the Splatoon 3 North American League. So you talk about just these gaps that are so difficult and the windows that close so quickly, especially with a team like Moonlight when they're so methodical, can play slow, can play fast. That's the stuff that gets honed as you get used to playing with these new teammates. And it's also pretty unconventional. I can't remember the last time I saw both a tri-stringer as well as a dynamo roller, but I guess, Falco, I've just heard where we're headed next, or at least what mode we're headed to next here. And this is the, for Moonlight, they're a team that loves Turf War, and they have the choice. Surprise, surprise, we're going to Turf War. Tell the people.
Yeah, we are playing a Turf War. If you have ever played Splatoon 3, I can guarantee you have played Turf War. So let's run down the rules real quick here. You're going to have 3 minutes to try and paint as much of the stage as you possibly can. You want to cover more turf than your opponent to win. And it's as simple as that. No.
Yeah, it really is. Well,
as simple as that.
It's one of those simple but also incredibly complicated things because we've gone back and forth about like, okay, where do you want to be with 1 minute left? Where do you want to be with 30 seconds left? Where do you want to be with 10 seconds left? And I also would argue that the stage so crucial in Turf War because there are stages here, and we actually just saw one of them. Urchin Underpass was one of the most popular Turf War stages in last season, where you can maybe play a little riskier because there's only so much ground that people can make up quickly enough. So this was a mode that I know Moonlight very much enjoys. Shadowwind, one of their players, has said Turf War, second favorite mode in the game, which is quite high praise, especially for it, but they went to it often, and it's always nice to have it early on when you feel like you are the better Turf War team. You know, the opponent can't pull anything over. But I am curious here, Nox, I'll put it to you again as the tri-stringer aficionado here. Do you go Reflux 450 here? Or do you trust that somebody else on your team can play that? Or do you just not worry about that at all? Because many people think it might be the best Turf War weapon.
I think if you have Pika on your team, you might feel comfortable letting Pika play the Reflux 450. Pika has played every weapon class under the sun at this point, quite frankly. Very adaptable, very flexible. And I think Incline Tri-Stringer does quite well in Turf War if they choose to go down that path. But it would not shock me to see their Tri-Stringer switch to Reflux by any means.
Well, it's one of those, like, the explosive turfing capabilities are so important in Turf War because you have to be able to very quickly take it up, and we are going to Scorch Gorge, so one of the bigger stages in terms of raw turfable area, but the center of the stage being so big, Falco, means that, hey, that last 10 seconds, you can actually totally steal a win if you take the opponents down just because of how much of it is localized in that central spot.
Yeah, and I think that's why we want to be so careful about our positioning, where we are in the last 30 seconds, where we are in the last 10 seconds. In Turf War 2, I'm expecting a lot of players to just change up their weapons too. You know, for the traditional four modes that we see, there sometimes isn't a lot of flexibility between players. They're very comfortable with their weapons, but Turf War is a whole other animal on how they want to approach this. You might see a player who typically plays a weapon that doesn't paint as well, but they could be switching to a weapon like a Splattershot Junior or a Splooshomatic, and it can completely change things up. And 9, I see that Tri-Stringer that came out on the side of Content Cat here. So is that Pika who's going to be running with it? It is.
Nox has the crystal ball today, folks. And I mean, this just has to be an unbelievable match for you, Nox. Here, you got to see basically everything that you asked for at the start. And I'm starting to think you may have had some insider information. Maybe not. I don't know. Alas, they're going to get into it now. 15 seconds in, you can already see just how big the center of this stage is, how much turf you can take very quickly at that point. Do want to call out that Omega, a player who we've sort of talked about in a fun tense given the dives of all the different weapons, has switched over to the Mint Decapitator. That was another weapon that just barely squeaked into the top 10 of most popular weapons. Falco, haven't seen it a ton over the course of the, I guess, the preseason at this point, but make no mistake, this is still a weapon that's so strong once it gets into an opponent's base.
Yeah, I really like seeing it come out just because we don't see it very often too. It's a lot of fun to speculate to see how well they're going to play with it. The Content Cat now, actually though, 9, looking pretty good here with the solid control of mid. We're going to see the Tacticooler come out as well to help support them. Omega is going to be jumping back, allowing Content Cat to maybe push up a little bit, but I think with Moonlight being cooler now, they're not going to be afraid to get a little gutsy here, but I don't know if I'd want to strike against Hawaiian with how well that they can strike forward.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm all for guts here, but Hawaiian saw that coming the whole way, right? Like, there were no secrets there. That was on a grading as well. So, hey, sometimes you got to try to force the issue. I get it. Now, Shadow getting in as well. A great shot with the reflux, and Shadow has switched between all kinds of weapons over the course of this as well. Omega just barely missing the jump. We'll go up and try again. But this is where it's going to be difficult for Content Cat. They need to get rid of Basil and have already done so, but I think that what's been really difficult over the course of this match is that they just really haven't been able to move Basil into positions where those weapons aren't as effective. Now, partly because of the mode and partly because of the stage, they have a much better chance of doing that. The question now, Nox, can they survive for long enough as we enter the final minute of this game?
Yeah, Content Cat definitely needs to make sure that their players are staying up here, that they're finding the space they need. Their Dapple player going down there is a little rough, but their Tri-Stringer is able to stay so safe throughout all of this. I don't think we've seen them go down once, quite frankly. And Kronos doing an excellent job here of setting up in top mid and helping get those damage numbers up for their other teammates, as Content Cat is definitely putting up a good fight, and I love to see a Tri-Stringer here on Scorch Gorge.
When you saw a highlight shot there, the Parabola, and that was starting to get away from them too. They desperately needed to take out those players of Moonlight to allow everybody else to sneak back in. Now Hawaiian identifies where Nolan is. Nolan narrowly escapes after getting a player, and now Kronos has to be careful. This is a nice dive, but if you go too far, you will get jumped upon. You see the Ink Vac coming out there from Nolan as well. There's a Booyah Bomb, needs to not get taken up by the Ink Vac and doesn't. 10 seconds left. Here we go. Booyah Bomb's flying as well. Omega now moving in, takes out Pika. That's a lot of turf that's gone here. Now Shadow moves forward. Kronos is up. The Reef Slider will land, and I don't know, Falco, this one's going to come down to Judge. What a scrap at the end.
I know. I think, if I had to guess, I'm going to say Content Cat is going to be getting it, squeaking it away. Yes, they do. Winning on Moonlight's mode counter pick there. A fantastic call to go with Scorch Gorge. You know, the last minute of that game, I was watching some of the players from Content Cat and seeing where they were positioning themselves too. I was a little worried for Omega in certain positions because it seems like he put himself in a 3 versus 1 and was going to get splatted. And when you get splatted in 30 seconds, you're going to have to try and find a way to get back in, and you're going to leave your team down a little bit. So that was a huge comeback win for Content Cat. I know Moonlight had the upper edge there in the first half, but Content Cat, a great ending.
Yeah, much needed. And again, you saw, and I'm glad you pointed it out here, the brilliance of the Scorch Gorge counter pick, because, I mean, we got to see the highlight shots there, the parabola shots from the Tri-Stringer, but also the Dynamo, being able to dive off of top mid like a big Swanton bomb and just hit people no matter how far back they are. That's putting pressure on your opponent no matter where they are on the stage. And I know in Turf War, it may seem like, oh, are you really putting practical pressure on your opponent? But you are. If you know that that Dynamo can dive off at any point and take you out, it does change where you attack from. It changes where Basil has to position, and just a great way to take the counter pick back into your favor. But now we are headed to Splat Zone, so we knew we were going to see it at one point, but Nox, a little momentum here for Content Cat as we go into the game's most popular mode.
Yeah, rare to see splat zones not come out until the fourth game of a set, but very exciting nonetheless. It's a pretty standard mode. You want to make sure that you're controlling the zone by covering the area with your team's ink. Want to make sure that you have control of the area in front of it also. And you want to make sure that that you're counting down the clock, because when you have it painted, it continuously ticks down. And if neither a team achieves a knockout, whichever team has the fewest points left counts at the end of the match for the win.
And again, so beloved and so popular, but now we get to talk about the thing that I wanted to talk about earlier, which is the two most popular Splat Zone stages are no longer in this rotation. So teams will have to find new places to go and new things to fall back on. And hey, get your swim gear on. We're going to Mahi Mahi Resort. And Falco, I think of Mahi Mahi Resort, I think of Dynamo Rollers, and I get a little scared because you want to talk about a stage where you can really punish people in relevant parts of it. This is exactly where Dynamos go to play.
Yeah, there are a lot of ledges, a lot of ways that you can guard under the ledges too. And one of the only stages in the game where the layout of the stage will change when one of the points gets below a certain point. So there's a lot more retail space, real estate that you can use once one of the teams does get below that threshold too. So it really opens up the stage to allow players to push forward even more.
And I love your use of real estate there, because there are spots where you can absolutely set up and you can charge people a lot of rent. And typically that rent comes in the form of a special to take back that zone, because it is not easy to break back in unless you stack it up. Take a look here. No real changes here for Content Cat. On the other side, it's the E-Leader coming back out, and Nolan sticking with that ink vac all the way through. Very interesting here. Nox, I'm curious. I know that the ink vac is very, very powerful, of course, and Nolan with the 96 gallon hand is always something that you like to see, but there's a long stable of weapons here, and this just must be what they like at this point.
Yeah, I think it's been working really well for them. They're very comfortable with it. It allows them to really focus on pushing Content Cat back without needing to take a ton of risks in the process, which is always great, especially when you're playing like against something like a Dapple Dooley Nouveau that is so willing to just run in there and make some aggressive plays.
Well, and I mean, they've also got a great special on that Dapple Dooley Nouveau to take it here. So maybe seeing that, you think that you need an ink vac in order to counter what your opponent's doing. Again, you have to be able to put some sort of pressure on them and force your opponent to think about where an attack's coming from. I believe that was a nice shot from Basil to take out Pika there. So this will be a great scoring opportunity for Moonlight. Again, they're diving, but oh, that's the trick everyone falls for with Moonlight. Basil is never unprotected. I promise you, someone is always watching the 6 there, making sure that Basil does not get taken down. Still some more points to be had. Falco and Moonlight in a great position. They got to be careful, though. This is dangerously close to flipping, and it will go the way of Content Cat.
Yeah, Content Cat had a few players that were able to sneak into zone. Looking at Kronos and Pika in particular, they were the ones who were able to counter it, allowing Moonlight a lot of penalty points. And Moonlight still picking up the zone, but having 3 of their members going down. Basil's going to have to force retreat. Gimme is really eager to try and take out Basil. You can tell as a Dapple Dooley player really wanting to try and get up on one of those ledges to strike against them too. They have the Reef Slider at the ready as well, just allowing Moonlight to push in. The question is this going to be enough for Content Cat to be able to hold the zone? It's looking a little risky right now, pushing forward, and it's going to be countered just in time with Moonlight able to take back the zone.
Oh, and you see right there, just a little hesitation. They're not entirely sure of how far they should dive, how quickly they should dive. I always say the one thing you can't be in this game is indecisive. If you're going to push forward into the opponent's base, make the call and go for it. You saw there, waited maybe a little too long. A couple of their players went down, and then they decided to dive Basil, who at that point was certainly aware of where the threat was coming from and more than happy to collect another one. Now, Omega over on this side, making it so difficult for anybody to approach here. Basil watching over on this side. This is starting to look like the Mako Mart game, Nox, where Moonlight sees where all the threats are coming from, and it's just a matter of hitting the shots.
Yeah, and Moonlight is very consistent at hitting the shots, especially between Omega and Basil on those strong one-hit weapons. They do manage to find the pick there, but the ink vac comes out from Nolan. That's going to keep Pika from being able to get in, and that's the set going to Moonlight.
A great showing there from Moonlight. Once they've really had their first true knockout situation and not a scramble, or I guess their first wipeout situation, I should say, you got the sense they were never really going to let that go. And we said earlier, hey, this is a stage where once you get set up in the right position, you can make life so difficult for your opponent. If they don't have a special that can challenge the zone from range, they aren't going to be able to keep the game going, and it's just going to start to cycle. So a great showing there from Moonlight, a great showing from Content Cat as well. After that first game, we were all a little worried, wondering, okay, is Content Cat going to be able to rebound? They certainly did in the games to follow. So a great showing from them, and I believe a few of our other matches have already ended as well. So we'll take a look at the bracket just as soon as we have those. But in the meantime, Falco, I'm curious as to your thoughts. Again, not the best showing from Moonlight in ladder to their standards, I will say. Again, this was the team that got second place last year and gave Milky Way, the eventual champion, all they could handle. But we often say when Moonlight gets some momentum and gets things going for them, they're as tough as anyone.
Yeah, they really are. And you mentioned, we were wondering where they were going to be positioned here as we moved on to the bracket, but they were the 6th seed. Remember, Content Cat was the higher seed going into this. But Nine, walk us through the bracket. What are showing so far?
Well, once again, we got to watch the only match that wasn't a 3-0 sweep. So thank you there, and thank you to Content Cat for giving us a little treat. Milky Way, our 1 seed, taking care of business over LFN. NME, again, this is a team that's made up primarily of Fofofo from last year, gets the 3-0 victory over Usagi Fan Club, and Hypernova, the reformed Hypernova that came together partway through last season, gets a 3-0 victory over SZA. So some of the lower seeds, at least based on ladder, getting wins here. Moonlight follows that trend as well. So it will be Milky Way versus NME in winners semis, Hypernova versus Moonlight on the bottom side of that, Usagi Fan Club and LFM in losers top 8 alongside Content Cat, who will be taking on SZA. So not necessarily a lot of surprises, I would say, in these wins, but I do know that Milky Way, we weren't certain if they were going to come back to try and defend this title. Then they decide that they're coming back. Then they haven't dropped a game, and Nox, they still haven't dropped a game here in our top 8, so they're looking in fine form.
Yeah, I mean, they're incredible. They're incredible players. They're players that have been around the block more than once. Not a surprise to see them not dropping games. I hope somebody manages to take a game off of them by the end of the night for the excitement of it, but it wouldn't shock me if it doesn't happen.
Well, one of the teams that has the best chance, I would argue, is this NME squad, because again, this is primarily a Fofofo group, because they had, I would say, the best chance that I've seen anybody put up against Milky Way in their fight that they had last year with that iconic Clan Blitz games on Museum d'Alfonsino, where Jared and Milky Way stole that one at the very end of it. What an incredible comeback here. But this NME squad is Dat Menace, it is Dark, it is 3Z, and then they have Zero instead of Harshy. So their backliner, not there anymore. Maybe one of them has switched, but Harshy was the stabilizing force, and we've been informed it will be Splat Zones, Falco, that these two teams are going to start it off on, and that's going to be the big question here. We know what Fofofo was at their peak. Will this NME squad, with these changes, be able to reach the same heights?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. And I know Zero, you mentioned one of the newer players on this team that was Fofofo. He's friends with a lot of the players on Milky Way too. So all of these players do know each other anyways too. And remember, Fofofo from last year, they did get game wins off of Milky Way. So they wouldn't be doing the impossible. They know it is possible. It's just a matter of getting the set wins off of this very strong team. And I can't think of no better mode to start with if you're Milky Way than Splat Zones.
Yeah, every mode, right, to be clear, was Milky Way's mode last time, but Splat Zones in particular truly played to their strengths. We really dug into the numbers leading up to the playoffs last time, so this is a team where there wasn't a single player who was dominating in any real stat. All of them were putting out plenty of turf, all of them were taking fights where they needed to, and Nox, what made it so unique was that they didn't have one player whose job was simply to go in and dive after the opponent, or they didn't have an immediate follow-up that they needed. Every player was able to adapt to what was needed, and as we get set for Undertow Spillway Splat Zones, I would expect to see much the same here.
Yeah, they're definitely players that are really good at synergizing with each other. They've played together on and off for might be pushing a decade now, in full honesty. And Undertow Spillway should be an interesting stage to see them do that on. It's one of the few dual zone stages we see regularly, and it's always exciting to see how teams choose to go about that and how they choose to balance which zones they need to focus on when.
Well, also how they attack the opposing glasses, we'll call it here. It's that uninkable area that overlooks everything. Of course, you would love for your backline player to be able to sit up there unimpeded, but the opponent, of course, isn't going to let that happen. But this is a stage where things can get a little weird. You have plenty of avenues to attack it, but also when you drop down into a relevant part of the stage, there's not an easy way to back up. So you're sort of committing the moment that you come out of spawn, and it can lead to some specials being very, very powerful here, maybe in some other stages where they can't. So it's an interesting choice for sure. Nox brought up, of course, it is a dual zone. It doesn't take a lot to take one of these two zones. So you can take it very quickly. You can also neutralize it very quickly. Really, you just can't let the game start to get away from you. Because Falco, if you take your opponent's glass, that could be it. You better hope that they have a crab tank to push their way back in or something of that ilk, because it is not easy.
Yeah, there's only one way to get back to that glass, and that is going head on right and directly into that player. So you want to make sure that you catch them off guard, if you can even catch them off guard. But too, another thing about this stage, there are a lot of uninkable spots here, especially with a lot of the elevation changes. The elevation changes aren't very drastic, but there are a few of them, and if you're not careful, you might need to jump out or else you're going to get splatted.
Well, here we go. Defending champion Milky Way already with some interesting changes that I want to go ahead and call out, and take a look at this on the other side. A lot to break up here, but this is a double backline composition coming out here from Milky Way. Ice, who played the family of Splattershot Pro the entirety of last season, has switched over to that powerful turfing capability of the heavy Splatling. It's going to be a heavy Splatling as well coming out from NME, and they're going to get their Tacticooler by way of an NZAP 85, so a weapon that has always sort of been on the tail end of this meta. Maybe not the strongest, but now coming out, breaking it out as well. Jared going to pick right up where he left off at the end of the playoffs there, as the first score will go the way of NME, but Nox, it's still kind of a scramble at the start, and you get the sense Milky Way is finding their footing.
Yeah, Milky Way taking their time, not rushing in. But if you look at how they've accomplished it, the stage is inked so much in their color. Jared able to get in such a strong position with this crab tank, and they are finding pick after pick because Bran just gets to run around, quite frankly, with the amount of turf that Milky Way is outputting.
Yeah, it is not a coincidence that you saw 3 X's right next to each other there. I mean, that's the trouble of playing against a double backline composition. Of course, we all know if you outrange the opponent and they run at you, you are going to take them out. The question is always, can the stage be your ally? Can your specials be your ally? Not a lot of ranged specials, Falco, coming out here from NME. They're going to rely on these players to find awkward angles and win some of these fights, but it's going to be a lot to ask for that over the course of the full game. And speaking of full game, this one might be ending very quickly.
Yeah, it really might, because Milky Way, as soon as they have one player go down, they are very quick to get back in the swing of things. Ice was able to, they were unfortunately down from one of the players from NME who was able to strike up, but I love what Milky Way does is they establish where they want to be, and then they take control of the zone. They realize we need to get a lot of this paint in front of the zone, and then we can cap it. It's not going to be too hard, but NME making it a little bit tricky here, getting some players, getting 2 players down, 3 off of Milky Way. This would be the perfect time to cap the zone, getting a lofty 74 penalty points to Milky Way 9.
And just a wonderful sequence there by Dark, who never moved too far forward, knew that there might be one more threat, picked out the player who was flanking behind them, and just kept that zone neutralized. Now has gone down, but the job's certainly done to keep the game alive. And now this is where double backline can be a little interesting. Now, how do you break in when your opponent is waiting? Well, I said earlier, you hope you have a crab tank. Jared, who seemingly spawns with crab tank, is going to get 2.5 and force the third to jump out. So there's certainly footing to be had at this point. Just a little more to potentially take the zone. That kid, though, was sharking around here. Now it's Ice who's going to close it out, and it's a battle of the heavy Splatlings. Both sides, of course, going to hold on to their own zone. And Nox, this is more of what I expect when I see Undertow Spillway zones.
Yeah, it can be a little messy. It definitely is a lot of back and forth usually, and we're seeing NME doing a good job of actually taking away points and maybe actually having a shot at lead here if they keep their players so far forward at angles where Q can't really reach them and where Ice doesn't have good angles either, allowing that kid to find people on the drop. We finally see Jared break in, but they don't need to hold the zone for much longer.
No, they don't. Now Jared going to try to move to the other side. It's just Ice here. Of course, that's going to be 1, but keep an eye on the top. Just a few ticks away. 6. Can they find 4 more to take the lead back here? It's going to be Ice activating the flow or a state, and that will apply a hefty penalty, one of the biggest that you can apply. 71, and oh, that's got to be such a kick in the shins if you are NME, Falco.
Yeah, it really is. You know, I wasn't going to believe it that Milky Way. It's okay, Jared casually getting that triple. Getting the quad! Jared completes the circuit, getting all 4. Anyways, back to what we were talking about. I was waiting for Milky Way to cap the zone because I was thinking I won't believe it until I see it, because NME, they always find a way that they can counter it and get one of the players here. Zero, one of those players in particular, able to climb up onto the glass, drop down, and take control of the zone. This is just a battle back and forth. I don't even know if we're going to break 50 penalty points for either team here, 9, at the end of regulation with the end of 5 minutes.
No, that's a very fair point. It's not easy to get in, and that kid can't escape at any point as well. If it's not Q, it is Ice. Somebody always firing at this side. Enemy doesn't seem to mind simply going in and fighting at this point, reasoning that if they don't get a full knockout or wipeout of the opposing team, they're not going to be able to hold against all of this turfing capability. Brand gonna get away and get one. Okay, sure, buddy. That's exactly what he has want to do over the many years he has been doing this. 30 seconds left here. Now Brand's getting hot. This is starting to look like Milky Way's game, Nox.
Yeah, Milky Way in a very good position here, especially because with dual zones, you just need to hold one of the zones, and you can really prevent a lot of damage from happening. And they keep finding these consistent, incredible picks, and now Ice is in such a strong position. And admittedly, Ultra Stamp, not something heavy Splatlings fear.
I'll call that a huge win for Ice. Unbelievable movement there to stay up. We will go into overtime, but Ice's heroics absolutely iced that game, for lack of a better way to put it there. Took out the one player, a bomb sitting right behind them, then moved to the other side and trade with a Splatana Wiper up in your face. A great showing there. Of course, the bulk of the damage was done earlier on in that game by Milky Way, but you talk about different philosophies towards the game. You saw it right there. A team that is all attack, all gas, all the time against double backline Undertow Spillway. Falco, that's a match that shows why we love Splatoon.
Yeah, exactly. We just saw a grand finals caliber match here in our winners semifinals. And I mean, if you're NME 2, you had 3 more seconds you had to hold on, and you would have had the lead. Instead, you got so many penalty points, and it's going to be that much harder for you to try and get back in. And we mentioned how many penalty points they had at the end of that game. I think it was Milky Way that had about 45 or 40 remaining. I don't recall the last time I saw penalty points stacked that high at the end of 5 minutes, 9.
No, it's totally a fair point. It's, hey, that's Undertow Spillway, and that's also the way it works when you're playing that sort of composition. We made the point earlier about, hey, 3 members of NME going down right next to each other. They're going to continue to fight. It's because they have to, right? That's what that composition is made to do. You have to take out 3, ideally 4 members of the opposing team, because if it's just trading turf, you are never going to take that zone back. You can make it tricky for them, as you pointed out, Falco. Not a lot of penalty points flying off the board there, but just not enough in the cards. Now, though, we are headed to where I thought we might head here for the counter pick, and that is tower control, Nox, because for as strong as Milky Way was on Splat Zones last year, they were even better at tower control.
Yeah, and tower control is another one of those bread and butter modes. If you ask a lot of competitive players what their favorite modes are, it's Splat Zones or tower control. About 90% of the time, I'd say. It's very nice. It's nice how consistent the paces are for these 2 modes. I compare them to each other a lot for that reason. Clamblitz and Rainmaker are very free flow, very at the team's pace, and Milky Way really thrives on these set pace modes.
It's such a good point. And also, I mean, we joked about Jared spawning in with Crab Tank, almost getting a quad with Crab Tank, which is just another level here. That's probably going to make the highlight reel. Yeah. But whenever you have your frontline player who can also then jump back and be the tower rider with that Crab Tank, and then another member can rotate up, that's what makes this such a dominant machine when the product is working the way that it's supposed to, because every player can play every role in a sort of sense. And the stage will be a huge piece here. And of course, that is what NME is going to get to control. It is Robo Ramen that they will be heading to, and this is a little interesting because you talk about open air stages, Falco, and I would think the team who feels better in their backline players should like this a little more, but there's also lots of angles where that kid can move in and get stuff done. What's your thought?
Yeah, certainly, and a lot of height adjustment too with this tower path on Robo Ramen. So I'm going to be really interested to see how they carry out and how they want to approach these checkpoints. And to what you mentioned too about, you know, Jared using the Crab Tank. A lot of these Milky Way players, they are so good at cycling through their specials, knowing exactly where they want to position a player, whether it's on the tower or on an attacking perch, and knowing just keeping that continuous flow of specials going, especially at these tower checkpoints. And and I don't foresee that being a challenge for Milky Way on this stage. But of course, the stage counter pick here came out from the other team, so they must have something up their sleeve.
Well, the other interesting thing is that this stage sort of gives you a little protection on your tower path once you get past that second checkpoint. It is very difficult to challenge that tower once it reaches that lower gulch area and starts to move over to, if you're spawning your left side, the opposing right side. So maybe that's part of the rationale from NME. They think they can break that checkpoint and get all of those somewhat free points if they get to that point, but certainly a lot they'll have to get done before they reach that point. It is going to be the Forge Pro coming out here from Ice, so back to that, and now we've got, tell us, Nox, tell us why you said because I'm saying the same thing.
Yeah, Torrent's Hydra Splatling is not something we see every day. Any form of Hydra Splatling is not something we see every day. It's such a heavyweight weapon that it's very easily punished. And it's not something you would typically want to play into something like a Snipe Rider because it's really hard to position in safe ways. But it would not shock me to see Dark make it work with how well they did on that heavy Splatling.
Well, and you see, okay, never mind. I'm totally questioning that thought because that's a wipeout. That is a first checkpoint gone. And everything that I said about getting past this second checkpoint, I don't usually see it unchallenged this early on. Ice and Brand moving around here. Q in a great position as well. Can they hold on? That's a checkpoint gone. Falco, that's a safe jump out as well. They've still got control of the center of the stage. What explosive opening for Milky Way.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how important the timing of the wipeouts are. Not necessarily, how much time is left, but where the objective is, and getting that wipeout directly before that first checkpoint allowed Milky Way to get past it with breeze.
Such a great point because, again, now the entire dynamic of this stage has changed. You don't have to be maybe a little more overzealous with your defense. That's the last thing you want to do is that Zipcaster gets swallowed up. You never want to feel like you're forced to defend. When you're forced to do anything in Splatoon, that makes it so much more difficult to keep pace, but they go ahead and do just that, and Nox, it's another wipeout. That's two this quick. It's been 90 seconds.
Yeah, Milky Way has found their footing. Like you said, one of their best modes is tower control, and they're really showing it off here. Jared's Crab Tanks putting in so much work, and we're seeing Brand moving up with them excellently, ducking and dodging on the grates, doing an incredible job of just taking over their spawn, and they're so staggered that I don't think they've had more than 2 members up in the last 30 seconds.
No one's looking at the tower either, so this is gone from bad to worse here. That's a Booyah Bomb, that's a triple Ink Strike. Enemy actually did a pretty good job of surviving that long, but their reward is a Crab Tank now looking straight at them in the face. They will take the tower as Zero does get a couple members down. Brand will jump back over to Q, so the threat not yet gone, but Falco a push all the way to 4. It's been all Milky Way, and it's starting to become difficult to find bright lights here for NME.
It really has. Anytime we switch to a new player, you would hear the audio signal of the ore flow activate, so you just knew they were getting pick after pick, splat after splat, and Milky Way is not showing any signs of letting up. Sure, they're not on the tower right now, but they are still keeping up so much of this pressure against NME. They haven't found a way to break through the grates. They're have to relying on pushing on their own left side, which sometimes is proving to be successful, a little bit more successful now, as a few of their players able to push into mid here, and look how far up 3Z and Dat Kid were pushed, really forcing members of Milky Way back to their spawn, but finally, that's allowed MME to regroup, get control of mid. 3 minutes in, they finally have a point on the board.
They have a point on the board, but Jared was sharking the entire time and even gets a little bit of a smoke screen from that triple Ink Strike as well, so everything working in the way of Milky Way. All it took was one person flanking Nox, and now that person has Crab Tank as well, and all the momentum that NME had built goes away so quickly. Such great survivability from these Milky Way players, and NME is going to have to head back to the drawing board once again.
Yeah, NME just cannot seem to find their footing right now on this stage. And they, once again, just are having a hard time keeping players up. They had that big flank with Zero and Dat Kid earlier, but it wasn't quite enough. And it's really hard to push in against Q on that Snipe Rider 5H. One of the best charger players we have in the scene, and just really showing it off this game with the amount of pressure that's been exerted this entire time.
Oh, that Booyah Bomb can't find anybody, no, and Jared jumped in here. I don't think they know. Yeah, Jared landed in the middle of that scuffle, and again, it's just the one player here, but that one player is Jared. That's a bomb that gets another. Could we see 3? No, Zero shuts the door on that for the time being, but all the while, Falco, I mean, this is still only 4 points on the board. Even when things are going NME's way, they still have very little room for error, and Ice once again comes around on the flank. That's 2 down. The third being fought at here is Dark. These jumps are going to get camped as well, and I mean, you can call this one a wash too.
Yeah, it just takes one player from Milky Way to serve as a distraction, making enemy counter back. And whenever one of the players from Milky Way does get away with that flank, they're able to get 1 or 2 picks along the way too. And again, anytime they can tick off of the clock here, whether it be 10, 20 seconds, is huge for Milky Way. Enemy hasn't even gotten to this first checkpoint, and right now there's no sign that they're going to be able to get back to the tower even.
No, not at all. I mean, this, under most circumstances, could be a push for Milky Way. The only reason they aren't doing that is because their objective is just winning the game at this point. Q, again, great positioning, takes one out. As Falco noted, the float aura once again proccing. Now, finally, Zero is going to take a member, knows that Jared is back there, but just has to move forward. There's not even a choice to be had. Triple Ink strikes on the tower, and Milky Way is going to finish what they almost finished a minute into that game. Again, a dominant showing, and Nox, the tower control games today, they've been slobber knockers, but only one team is doing the punching.
Yeah, Milky Way doing an excellent job. They're almost looking to take a card out of enemy's playbook, doing an excellent job of really controlling the stage and getting a lot of flanks off, not something we typically associate with them.
Well, that's such a great point, because when Robo Ramen came up, we thought, okay, is the idea here to go for flanks? And is that why enemy is gone here? And to your point, taking a page out of the book, flanks work for both teams. And something that's also the hallmark of the Milky Way composition is that all of their weapons are so strong individually by themselves too. They have such great sustain, and they don't necessarily need a lot of setup. I mean, they've all got some form of very, very strong bomb, be it a suction bomb or a splat bomb. They all have specials that can clear an objective, and they're all just strong main weapons on top of that. But now we see our 5th and final mode, and Falco, I'm going to toss it to you. Rainmaker is on the board for Game 3, and of course a Fofofo variant would eventually end up here. I know it wasn't their choice, but you know they're happy to see this mode.
Oh, certainly. And they have to get the win, too, if they want to move on. But yeah, we're going to be moving on to Rainmaker. So you want to take control and pop the Rainmaker shield. It is going to be a weapon that is in the middle of the stage. You're going to want to carry that weapon to a checkpoint. There could be 1 of 2 checkpoints on the stage. You get past that checkpoint, you break the checkpoint. Your next opportunity is to go towards the opponent's goal. And if neither team reaches a goal, the team who comes closest to that goal wins. So, Nine, it's always a matter of who is going to be picking up the Rainmaker. Sometimes it's the player who is the closest to the Rainmaker because you need to grab it, or it's a player who you just know that is their comfort, maybe not their comfort weapon, but it's their best opportunity to have their team push forward and get to the checkpoint.
Well, last week, I believe it was, we saw the Rainmaker actually activate Flow Aura State, so clearly there are some people who can make a lot work, but Nox, we are going to Mahi Mahi Resort Rainmaker. Now, I'll be honest, I've spent a lot of time studying this game. This one, we just don't see. I think this is going to be new to a lot of the viewers, and us included.
Yeah, it's definitely not a stage mode combination that I'd say anyone's used to. Feels like enemy tossing something out there, hoping that, quite frankly, Milky Way hasn't prepared for it. Looking to take advantage of the interesting routing and probably go for some really aggressive plays. If I had to guess, it would not shock me to see them try and pull out a Reef Slider or Ultra Stamp here.
Oh, Ultra Stamp, I totally agree with. When I think of this stage, when it comes to Rainmaker, I think of that last stretch being so open, and it's the spot where everyone is diving down to try to do something, and that Rainmaker shield, the strongest weapon in the game by my account, can absolutely just wipe an opposing team who has no idea, or maybe they've taken just a little too much damage. This is one of those stages where you can get it to 40, get the pop, then get it to 30, then just keep on putting on the pressure. I think that's one of the reasons maybe why NME has chosen it here, or maybe it truly is just them trying to throw a curveball. But Falco, if we know one thing about NME, if they can go somewhere where they can just fight and ask questions later, that's where they're going to take it.
Yeah, they're going to want to try and do as much as they possibly can. I'm thinking how you described it, very similar to maybe Scorched Gorge at the end too. You're going to just pick it up, take it 5 more units to the score and trying to get the win. But NME, again, choosing this stage, I think I want to go with Nox's narrative of, hey, this is not a conventional stage mode combination. Let's see if we can do anything we possibly can to catch Milky Way off guard, if that's possible, and we'll see if it can happen in this game.
Well, one of the things we love about the league is we see a lot of things we aren't used to as these teams figure out what works best for them and what their opponents like the least. So taking a look here, okay, well, we knew we'd see an ink vac of some sort, but we have a paintbrush as well. Taking a look at the other side, it's the custom blaster this time coming out from Brand. Another huge winner as of late. It's going to be an early pop for Milky Way as the team starts to jockey for position. All marked over here on the side. And, you know, Nox, that's an important part to note as well, is these marks and health bars have totally changed everything as Milky Way continues their push, break through the checkpoint, and, you know, maybe health bars don't matter that much if you're just pushing this hard.
No, health bars don't matter quite as much here, but especially if you're playing something like a blaster or something with a fizzy bomb or a burst bomb, it's really helpful to know those number differences. And now we have 3 down for Milky Way and a chance for NME, because this is a very small stage to navigate.
Very small and already all the way up to it. That's a great way to put it, because now suddenly it's 2 members down here from Milky Way. Brand is fighting it out, but very, very weak. That's going to be the lead. Now the Inkback comes the other way. Hold on. Are we going to see this knockout? Somebody turn up for 0. Get up, and it's a knockout. Oh, my goodness. Well, all right. Everything that we said came to fruition. Unconventional. NME wants to fight. That is... Listen, okay, I don't know if we're going to see it, but it would not surprise me if this becomes the Rainmaker stage that people start to go to in this edition of the Splatoon 3 North American League, because what was that? I mean, Nox, that was, it almost felt like something like a Mako Mart if it was that much closer. It's all the way down to checkpoint, then further, then one wipeout, and suddenly they're knocking at the door?
It vaguely reminds me of what Manta Maria Rainmaker was like back in Splatoon 2. It's just, oh, you got 1-3 down? Okay, we go forward. That's the game. Because you just need that one good opportunity. On a lot of Rainmaker stages, this one's just a little more extreme.
Well, there you go. If you feel like you can wipe out the opponent one time, I know a Rainmaker stage for you. And that will put a cap on the undefeated streak for Milky Way. So what we said earlier, if any team was going to take some games on them, it might be NME. What a great showing. Just fun. What a fun stage to play Rainmaker on. And we will now be going to Turf War to play it on here. So that means if we do get to a final Game 5, it will go to Clam Blitz. But Turf War here, this was sort of a strategy that emerged last season, Falco, is teams were putting Turf War as their Game 4 when they were up 2-0, because it meant that they wouldn't get counterpicked to a stage they weren't as comfortable with in Game 5. I'm curious if you think maybe that's part of the rationale of Turf War's Game 4.
I think so. And Milky Way, they're one of those non-nonsense teams. They said, okay, we lost at 1. We want a mode that Splatoon 3 is known for. We're gonna go to Turf War here. We're gonna just outclass you for the next 3 minutes. And I think too, there's really not much to take away other than, oh wow, the timing of wipeouts is very important in Splatoon, especially on Rainmaker. And it really, for NME, that was the best case scenario. It's just unfortunate that it took a little bit of time for Zero to get to the pedestal without the paint. So it was fun to watch too. And I was like, oh, are they going to close it out? Are they going to get the dunk? And they did. But to your point too, with going on to Turf War for Game 4, you're making sure it's not chosen for Game 5 where you are still in control of the stage. And I think, you know, with a team like Milky Way where they've played all these modes, they're going to be fine in Clam Blitz if it comes up, but they just want to be in control of that stage. So you are correct on that.
Well, speaking of stage, we've been told Crab Lake Capital. In the back of my head, my thought and wonder was, are they going to take, because now Milky Way is in control of this counterpick that they had lost, are they going to go somewhere where they could potentially bring out that double backline composition again? I know that that's partly just because they feel it's really strong on Undertow Spillway, but this is huge. This is open air. We've seen already how strong it can look for Milky Way when they open up and when they can really look at where the opponent is coming from, but we've seen a little bit of a shift from them over the course of this set already, so still plenty for them to figure out. On the other hand, Nox, I just have no idea what NME is going to bring to this point. How many different weapons have we seen from Dark? I think it's 3 different weapons, and it's only been 3 games.
And it hopefully, I shouldn't say hopefully, it likely won't be the Torrent Hydra Splatling again. It's an interesting choice to make. I don't think it's going to work particularly well into Snipe Rider 5H, which it's nearly a guarantee Q will be on. I do think that we'll probably see a Reflux 450 come out from one of these 2 teams, and I'm very intrigued to see if one or both do it.
Well, that's the other interesting note, because in last season, that typically was Dark's role to switch over to the turfing weapon if it wasn't a time where the Dapple Doolies came out. The Dapple Doolies, quietly a hugely popular weapon in last season's edition of the Splatoon 3 North American League. Part of that is also the stage that people are playing on. Of course, you want something that can bring out your Tacticooler, but it appears for the time being that will be 0 sticking on the end zap. But we'll see. We're guessing just like everybody else. It is Ice, and Jared's bringing out the custom dually squelchers, interestingly enough. And on the other side, it's 0 actually who will be going over. And Falco, I can't believe I'm saying this already. We have 2 Snipe Rider 5Hs out on the field right now, and that feels like a wild thing. We just haven't seen it.
Yeah, I know Nox said they wanted to see a little bit less of it throughout this day, but unfortunately for them, it's here right now with both teams coming out with it once again. Special is already flying. We're going to see a lot of that in Turf War as a lot of these players just trying to get as much paint as they possibly can. Q is going to be the one able to take control of mid-greats here, identifying that kid, able to take them out as well. One more 3Z that they are trying to spot here as Bran is trying to shark and see who they can spot here too, but Milky Way, so no surprise, taking a very quick control of mid.
Yeah, to Nox's earlier point, playing a Torrents into Q on the Snipe Rider 5H, not great, but also playing Snipe Rider 5H into Q, Snipe Rider 5H historically has not worked out very well for opponents either, so it's just tough. Dark moving up here. Enemy's actually done a pretty good job of fighting back up into a respectable position, and Dark really just, I was gonna say, like, there's plenty of people here to fire at, but no, wanted to go after Q and will pay the price for it. So a minute in, it's, well, for the time being, Milky Way certainly in a good position. Some nice missiles here are going to muck things up a little bit for the members of Enemy back in their spawn, but Nox still plenty to play for. It's another stage where dropping down can be a big commitment, and you can see these teams are trying to wait.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to risk overextending, especially into a team like Milky Way, where they will fully capitalize on it and take every inch of space you give them. And now we're seeing a lot of pressure being put onto .Q, a player that you really do want to take out, the backbone of Milky Way. I think it could be argued just really enables them to play the way they want.
Well, it's interesting also because Enemy seems to attack first and then worry about turfing behind later. And I know that feels like a, well, of course that's Enemy, but if there's one mode where that's not typically seen as much, it would be Turf War, where you see teams kind of procedurally move up, take turf as they go. It does not appear that Enemy is particularly concerned with that. They want to get the knockout, then do all their turfing, and great shot there on Ice as we enter the last minute here. That's a lot of turf they won't have. Almost got a couple shots on a Q as well, and Falco, I think NME right now in the better position.
Right, they are in the last minute. We even see the danger sign flicking over there on the side of Milky Way. That is a very good indicator of how well Enemy is doing right now. But of course, all can change in a matter of seconds if a few players get wiped out. And what you mentioned too about splat now, paint later, that's what you have to do if you want to approach a team like Milky Way. If you see them, you have to take them out. And that's what exactly how Enemy's been trying to play this. Now, Milky Way's out of danger, they've been able to push up a little closer. We'll see if 3Z can get both away. They can while avoiding some of those Tenta missiles coming out, but they will be taken out by Q. It is just going to be Ice and Q trying to control mid here for the next 10 seconds.
This is huge. Dark in a great position there. They're going to try to challenge here and push. They're diving in. Lots of players could win the game for their team right now. It's going to be Q who takes out, but now they're trading. Everybody going down in the center, but it is a wipeout. All of NME goes down. The ink overflow plus those players might have been enough. There's a lot of blue. What is it, Judd? It is Milky Way winning that last scrum so dominantly. Again, that could have gone either way. I called it out. 10 seconds left. So many players in position to absolutely take that game for themselves. And it, as it so often is, the Milky Way players are able to do it. But what a fun Turf War game. A great showing there from NME. Again, after that tower control game, we were a little worried, but they fought back in Rainmaker, and they made it a very respectable 3-1 set, rather. It is Milky Way who will be moving on, so a great showing to them. And that was just fun, Nox. I'm just going to keep saying it over and over. Sometimes we get a good match, sometimes we get a competitive match, and sometimes we get some of that and also a lot of fun. And I really feel it was that third category.
Yeah, Enemy keeps the pace up so high that there's never a dull moment, which is always one of my favorite things about Splatoon, how fast it is.
Yes.
You never get bored. And I really enjoyed seeing all of the different weapons both teams pulled out, trying to find what works best for them. And I liked seeing Milky Way, especially Ice, be so adaptable.
Uh, that's how you have to. That's what you have to do to stay on top after all of these years. And we'll take a quick look at the bracket here just to see what we may have missed, if anything. So it is Milky Way who gets the 3-1 victory, as we've noted. On the other side of the winners semifinals, Hypernova and Moonlight, a very close match here, tied 1-1. What a show that would be from Hypernova. Again, we haven't talked about them a whole lot. This was a team that looked great in the opening of the Splatoon 3 North American League's inaugural season. Had to reform themselves partway through, didn't have enough matches or points to make it into the playoffs here, but we certainly knew the roster was capable of plenty. And then down at the bottom is Soggy Fan Club, a quick 3-0 over LFN, and Content Cat currently up 2-0 over SZA. So gonna be waiting here just a moment for the rest of it. Milky Way took care of business a little bit too quick, but I just, while we're waiting here, want to talk a little bit about something you brought up there, Nox, because one of the things that I've noticed, and I've said as much about 11.0, is these teams are still figuring things out. And I'm not saying that to aggrandize or make it here. Listen, you all saw it right there. I mean, in all of these games, over the course of these matches, teams have been bringing radically different ideas of Splatoon to the table. We've seen the Tri-Slosher Nouveau is the way that teams are getting to their their Tacticooler. Then we saw the NZAP 85. Of course, we knew the Sniper Rider 5H, the most popular weapon from last season, would be back, but clearly teams have a different way that they want to approach Splatoon, and it's so exciting to see. And I'm curious now, Falco, as we kind of wait, are there any of the teams that we haven't seen that you're most eager to see?
Yeah, it's hard to say. We already saw all 5 game modes. I'm surprised we would see it so quickly, but hey, that's what happens when we have 2 sets that go to a game 4. But of the weapons in particular, you mentioned the tactical weapons. We haven't seen just a lot of the traditional shooter weapons, if you will. I'll say the splatter shots, the splash-o-matics that we sometimes see, especially that were more popular in the early days of Splatoon 3. So maybe we'll see those as we move along later in the bracket.
We may see it, but we're actually going to take a little break here. We're going to have a little content for you all, because we have a fun quiz show. If you watch the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 show, you'll have seen a piece of a quiz show featuring Nintendo music. Of course, recently added were tracks from the Expansion Pass Side Order DLC, as well as Grand Fest, so I know people are jamming onto it as well. Falco, I believe you were a participant in, so let's not wait any longer. Let's see how it went as we take a break.
What's going on, everybody? EE here, and I am joined by some of my homies, and we're going to be playing a game today with Nintendo Music. Nintendo game music at your fingertips. With Nintendo Music, you can listen to a variety of Nintendo tunes anywhere on your smart device, including from series like Super Mario, The Legend of Zelda, and more. Discover individual tracks, listen to full game soundtracks, or build your own playlist of selected music to enjoy on the go. So first of all, we have a couple of tracks for you guys to pick from, okay? But how's it going to work? I'm going to test your confidence, okay? Because you're going to have to tell me how many seconds of the song you need to hear to identify it, okay? Now, if you're able to do that, if you're able to at least get the track correctly, that will allow you to guess the artist. But if you can't even get to the track, you're done. We're shutting you down, okay? And somebody else is going to get another opportunity. Now, keep in mind, whoever has the lower time for the guess, let's say, Falco, you pick 3 seconds, you will be going first, and so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah. All I'm hearing is I can pick 1 second every time.
Okay, I like your confidence, but I don't know if that's the strategy here. We shall see. We'll get the game started right now. I'll start with you, Cater. How many seconds do you think it's going to take you to guess this track?
It's our first one. I think I'm going to give myself 4 seconds.
Okay, respectable 4 seconds. I like that. Lily, how about you?
I mean, I said 1 second. I have to go 1 second, right?
You don't have to. We're
going to go 1 second.
Okay. All right. And Falco?
Well, not that I want to go half a second, because I don't think I can. I'll give myself that second position and say 3 seconds.
Okay. So we're going 1 second, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. All right. I like it. Maybe not so much for you, Lily, but you are first up. So let's hear that song.
No. Was it clickbait?
Clickbait. A good guess and not bad with only a second to work with, but that's a nada. I'm so sorry. So that means we'll move on to Falco.
So that is Now or Never.
Correct.
Okay. I know there's a few versions, but I'm going to say Deep Cut.
Deep Cut. Okay. Is that your final answer?
I guess so.
cuts me deeply to say that's incorrect. I'm so sorry, Falco. All right, well, congrats to Falco. You got 1 point. The song was Now or Never by Seaside. Now, we do have a bunch more songs for you, so don't even worry about it, okay? So we'll go ahead and move on to song number 2, okay? So, for this time, Falco, I'll let you pick first.
I'm going to go 3 seconds this time.
Okay, Falco's going 3 seconds. We're marking that down. Cater,
I'll take a risk. 2 seconds.
2 seconds. I like that risk taker. Lily.
I mean, it already went poorly for me round 1, so I'm actually gonna wait and give it 5 seconds.
Ooh, okay, I like that. Okay, you're opposite end of the spectrum with that. That sounds good to me. So, Cater, you're up first with 2 seconds. Listen up.
Oh, it's distorted. I am going to take a shot in the dark and say that is the Table Turf Battle main theme.
Okay, well, anybody in the dark, you are safe. No
Okay,
worries.
well, I apologize.
No worries on that. So that means we'll go over to Falco.
I feel like that's the intro to one of the Salmon Run songs. I'm going to say Bait and Click.
Okay, I am not baiting you when I tell you you're correct. Okay, so we've taken the step in the right direction.
That's where the distortion is from.
But can we get the artist as well? Falco?
The artist is Omega 3.
That's a W for you. You got it. Look at that. Okay, so far you guys have done a good job impressing me. I'm liking what I'm seeing. The confidence I can see starting to build, so we're going to go to the next side of things. Okay, so first pick goes to Falco. How many seconds?
3 seconds worked for me before. I'm going to stick with that and add some pressure if they want to try and beat it.
Okay, 3 seconds. Lily?
I mean, now I have to go 2 seconds. There's a challenge here.
All right, there's the challenge. And Cater, talk to me.
I'm torn between wanting security and wanting the bit. And
Bit.
yeah, you know what? We'll go with the bait theme. I will bite and I will say 1 second.
Ooh, I am loving that. Okay, confidence is what this is all about. Okay, well, we're gonna start with you, Cater. Okay, are you ready? Listen, you have 1 second. Here we go.
Oh no.
That's pretty good for 1 second.
It is. I recognize the lead and I'm trying to remember the name.
Right.
I'm gonna go with Paint Scraper.
You scraped off the wrong answer. I'm so sorry.
Unfortunate.
It does pain me to say that. I just want you to know. I just want you to know. Well, Lily, that's great news for you. You get an opportunity to listen in. Now listen first, and then you'll get an opportunity. Let's go with it. Oh, Cater, I don't like that look. Oh no.
You have got to be kidding me.
Oh no.
Well, what are you thinking, Lily?
Is it Till Depth Do Us Part?
I am afraid that is incorrect, which means Falco, you get your allotted time to listen in, and let's see if you can secure it and give yourself a pretty sizable lead. Listen up.
Okay, so Lily had a good guess. That was actually going to be what I was going to guess. So thank you, Lily.
Oh,
The other one because that's from Splatfest. I'm going to go Fins in the Air.
okay. I'm putting my hands in the air because you're correct.
Yes.
Once again, knocking the track down.
The second second is what nailed it in for me.
Cater,
I
I'm so
nailed the
sorry.
Splatfest, couldn't get the name right.
Okay.
It's got those Splatfest vibes. I feel like all of the
It
Splatfest
does.
songs from Decaf are very distinct.
They are.
100%. Oh. Cater.
Hey, EE, I think I know the artist now.
Please
If you want
tell
to ask me that.
Please tell us, Falco. I'm dying to know.
That is Deep Cut.
Oh, I forgot you. I forgot you got the chance.
To be fair, Cater, I knew that. I knew it was.
I was gonna
Deep
say
Cut.
I would be very surprised if you didn't already know it.
So far, Falco has been dominating the competition, but Cater and Lily, I still believe in you, and my belief goes a long way, so don't let me down. However, with that said, Falco, you get to select your time cap first. How many seconds?
All right. I don't want to overextend, but I'm going to put a bit more pressure on myself. I'm going to go 2 seconds this time.
Ooh, okay. 2 seconds right there. All right, got it. How about you, Cater?
I'll go for 3.
Okay, 3. Like that. Good sweet spot. And Lily?
Man, I don't want to go last again. Then I won't even get a chance to guess. So, 1 second, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
They didn't bite.
So strong.
Hey, look, I fell for the bait one time. I'm not a second time.
I like that. I really hope it gets to you, Cater. I will just say that. No bias here, but here we go. Okay, Lily, are you ready to listen up?
As ready as I'll ever be.
All right, play that thing.
I know this one. Shoot, this is Bear With Me.
Oh my God, bear with me. My heart is pumping right now. You're correct, okay? But can you give me the artist?
Yeah, easy. It's Grisco.
Amazing! Get those points like you know how to. Come on now. I like
Easy.
that. Okay, Lily, with that successful victory, I will allow you to select your time total first. How many seconds for the 5th song?
I feel like the sweet spot to put pressure on everybody is to say 2 seconds.
Okay, I like that pressure. Cater, I need a good response here.
I'm second again. I'll hit that 3 seconds again.
Okay, 3 seconds. Nothing wrong with it. Falco, where are we going?
Well, we have 2 seconds, 3 seconds. If I go a full minute, does that? No. Okay. I'll go 5 seconds.
Okay, I don't know if we have that much track, but hey, you never know. Okay. All right, fair enough. Okay, then Lily, the floor is yours, my friend. Listen up. Well, I didn't hear anything.
Is it a slow fade-in song?
Oh.
Oh, it's
no.
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, that's the point
Oh
of this.
no.
Ooh.
It's a very slow fade-in, so it has... I'm hoping it's one of the slower songs then. So I'm just gonna take a chance and say Wave Goodbye.
I'm waving with a miracle in my heart. I don't know how you got that.
Really?
I don't know how you got that.
Oh my
knew it.
gosh.
This is why I wanted the full minute.
This is another
And
one.
you guys were like, oh, no,
This
it
is
wouldn't
another
work.
one where going for the 1 second would have netted it for me.
Oh, Cater, you're like right there. It's just the time selections aren't matching up for what you need.
I swear, if I had gone for 1 second for either of the past 2, I would have gotten them. But it's maybe I got to
boy.
step up the confidence again. But
You're not out of the woods yet because we still have Lily still has to identify the artist as well.
Yeah,
so
that's
wave
true.
goodbye, but who's doing the singing?
I mean, I'm gonna take a bet that they didn't go with a fun name for this, and it's just the Squid Sisters.
I'll tell you what, those are some divas, and you got it right.
yes.
Go ahead, Lily. I see it. All right. Well, I have the point totals updated. I'm sure if you were watching at home, you probably figured it out. Congratulations to Cater. Me and you tied. Awesome. Okay.
hey, I swear, if you look at our other trivia segments, I did much better in
I
those.
believe you.
That is
okay,
true.
Trust me, I believe you. And then Lily, second place with 4 points. Very respectable.
I'll take it.
Nothing wrong with that. But our grand champion is going to be Falco. He was able to get the job done. 5 points on the board. Falco, how do you feel about that?
I feel pretty good. I was a band and choir kid in high school, so you know I've got music in my brain a little bit. So it was nice to show it off a little bit.
I was the same way.
I
I was
was
an
too.
orchestra and choir kid.
Okay, apparently we all were, but I'm glad we got some good songs in.
Well, needless to say, we had a great time here. Again, congratulations to Falco for taking it home. And let us know how you guys did at home as well. And we'll catch you on the next one.
Welcome back to the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. And hey, before we say anything else, Falco, congratulations on the win. I mean, listen,
you.
last season's trivia did not treat you so well, but you tapped into your hidden choir kid, band kid. Clearly this was the game for you. And just take a moment, describe your victory.
Well, last season, I guess Cats and Dogs is the very first Splatfest so well that I was invited back to guest for more trivia, and it paid off, though, so it was a lot of fun, no, but for real, working with EE, Lily, and Cater, always a blast. I had a lot of fun.
I could clearly tell that you had a lot of fun there. EE really was not nice to Cater there, but that's all right. I'm sure Cater will have revenge later on in the season. Let's take a look at the bracket here as we get away with all this silly stuff and start looking, because they're serious business. It is winners finals, and Nox, Deja vu, I've been in this place before. Milky Way versus Moonlight will be our match in winners finals. And interesting to note, surprise, surprise, these two teams were our gold medal match last time. It was the championship.
Yeah, I mean, they're two teams that have played so much over the years. Both of them have very set rosters, and I imagine they'll feel pretty comfortable going into each other, and hopefully we see some good back and forth.
Yeah, very, very practiced, of course, in the matchups. And it's worth noting, last season, Moonlight was one of the only teams who was able to take a full set off of Milky Way. Now, of course, part of that is ladder, and then also part of it is playing really well against them over and over. But Falco, the theme of today has been, we have no idea what we're going to see from these teams. And partway through the season, Moonlight really found something that worked well against Milky Way. We've clearly seen already, Milky Way didn't change anything in their composition that they've been playing thus far. It's been Moonlight that's changed, and I'm curious what your thought is here. If they have a comp specifically prepped for Milky Way, if they're going to go back to what worked against them last time, or if it's going to be something else entirely.
You know, if you're Moonlight, you figure you're going to be facing Milky Way one way or another. Of course, you hope it's in grand finals, but winter finals, you're going to have to get through them at that stage as well. So Moonlight knew exactly what type of challenge they were up against. They know the teams from Milky Way. We mentioned they faced each other multiple times. Moonlight able to get a set win off of them too, but Milky Way coming out with the head-to-head set wins from the previous season 3-1. So Moonlight still the underdog, but very capable of getting the win.
And it's so nice that we get to see a rematch of the finals in the playoffs here in week one. Any other sport would absolutely love to have this. They don't get to see a rematch of their championship in week one of the regular season, but we do here in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. So this should be a blast. We are starting on Splat Zones, and Nox, what is apparently everyone's favorite stage of the day? We're going back to Mahi Mahi.
I mean, it's a very comfortable stage for teams to play on. They play on it plenty. It's fun that the water level changes and it really feels like a different stage after that around 60-point mark. And Basil obviously does very well with E-Leader here, which maybe can help keep .Q slightly at bay.
It's certainly the relationship that we talk about a lot is when you have the longer range charger here, it does change part of the way that Q has to move around the stage. Of course, something that's very difficult to keep track of. And again, we asked earlier, what Splat Zone stage are teams going to gravitate towards? It appears for the time being that it's Mahi Mahi Splat Zones, very popular, but I'll be very interested in seeing particularly what Omega plays here, because Omega, of course, has a large stable of those weapons that can move, attack where drops downs are, but can also really be, to borrow the Shiny Hunter Zackism, the tip of the spear on the attack when you're trying to dive in. But both of those require very different things from the rest of the team. So I'll be keeping an eye on Omega as this match wears on. And Falco, I'm curious, are there any players that you think could really be kind of the turning point or the key piece of this puzzle?
Well, I think it's going to have to be Q who's identifying where players like Omega are. Remember, this is a pretty flat stage, not a lot of opportunities to flank. Of course, there's the very predictable left side. That's really the only chance you can. But Omega is really going to have to make sure they can catch a player from Milky Way off guard. That's going to be much harder said than done. There's going to be players like Jared, players like Ice, who are always going to be at the forefront trying to identify Omega, and Nolan and Shadowwind too, for that instance, where Basil is probably going to be the most predictable player where they're located, but one of the most difficult to splat.
It's such a good point too, and we saw in the earlier Splat Zones Mahi Mahi game where that player on the E-Leader wants to be. It's on one of the sides to make sure that people either can't drop down from the left side or drop down on the right side. And then, of course, they have the stall from Nolan as well on that ink vac. So plenty of things that they'll have to figure out. This is an opportunity also, I think, to really see what, if any, compositional changes will come out from Milky Way, because there is one mode these days that sort of necessitates maybe a different sort of special outside of Turf War, of course. I think it is Splat Zones now. I think that the ink vac is just so powerful, especially on a stage like this where you only have a couple of ways to break in, that now might be the time to change it up. But Milky Way doesn't like changing up what it is they do. So Nox, to that point, I'm curious if you have any thoughts of any players that you're particularly eyeing up.
I'm very interested in seeing what Jared does here, especially because those crab tanks last set looked like they were out of 2022, not the post many changes crab tanks we have today. And it's definitely a solid stage for crab tank. There's a lot of great positions Jared could take, And so I do somewhat expect to see those Splat dualies coming back out here.
Well, here we go. We won't have to wait too long. Another thanks to our Gullible World Champ Power there on the Spec Cam, bringing things to you. Got a lot of great action. I'm sure we'll see even more highlights here. And all right, we can take a look. It's again going to be Shadow Wind over on the Tri-Slosher Nouveau. That's how they're going to try to get to their Tacticooler. This is a really interesting choice. This base already takes one for a ride. Great opening to this game. Now Shadow's closing it out, and an explosive opening here, Falco, from Moonlight. Jumps Q out, gets another down. Great showing thus far.
Moonlight has to ride this momentum. It came early, probably came earlier than they thought, and it's great that Shadow can position themselves up on this ledge, also getting a splat with the help of the Fizzy Bomb. That is going to be huge as two players from Milky Way drop down. One of the players is going to be Q. Nolan's going to be identifying some of these jumps, and the bubble and the VAT coming out. The floor is going to be dropping, and this is exactly where they want to position Omega. It is so nice for Moonlight that it is happening this early into the game 9.
I mean, huge scoring here to close things out. Another shot this time as Milky Way just continues to drop in. Thank goodness for Triple Ink Strike, because that game was getting away from them in a hurry. Now a couple will go down and try to drop off of Jared. You can call that basically a triple for Jared there to start breaking things open, and this will certainly be a zone cap. But you talk about getting points on the board early for Moonlight. A great opening here, Nox.
Yeah, Moonlight doing an excellent job of taking full advantage of their opportunity and having two players jump out when the time was right. So they have some specials to work with here. They're able to find a quick pick onto Milky Way, but the crab tank from Jared coming out really going to make it hard for them to push in, as Jared is just finding such consistent picks, but Basil knows how to find those shots.
Bran again somehow escaping there, and Ice punishes for also getting the pick on Nolan was huge. That stalled out the Ink Vac in a big way. They'll be able to get the lead now, otherwise they might not have been able to. Ice goes again and almost gets another one out. Now the Ink Vac comes. They rush the Ink Vac immediately. The Ink Vac should get off and land here on the zone. Well, they're actually just going to fire it ahead of the zone. They did everything else that they needed to at that point. So we'll call it 2 down. It is a lead swap. Falco, that was a nice job, I would say, by Moonlight to break in. I was very worried that if Nolan went down, that would have been the game.
Yeah, Moonlight waited for that perfect opportunity. They knew that they couldn't rush in if they had a few players go down one by one. They waited for that exact moment to break through, and they're still holding on to this momentum even with the lead flip, or with the potential lead flip here. Jared is going to be all alone here from Milky Way, but is going to be using the Crab Tank. The Booyah Bomb and Triple Ink Strikes are thrown onto the zone, but it is not going to be enough. Moonlight did such a good job countering that zone against Milky Way specials to maintain this lead and still hold on to it with a huge player advantage 9. This could be it where Moonlight gets the win. It's going to be countered here, but Moonlight getting game 1.
What a show from the... And there's so many moments I would love to highlight there. Basil not going down when Jared dove. How many backliners are going to get out of that fight, especially with an E leader? Then it's one fight going one way, one in the other way, and then Nolan holding on to that Ink Vac to completely neutralize that Crab Tank at the end. As you pointed out, Falco, they held through Triple Ink Strike and Booyah Bomb. Not throwing it exactly the same time, but close enough to where if they weren't paying attention to the zone, they would have lost it there. And here we are. It's a new Moonlight with this new season and a new composition. What a showing from them to go up game 1 over the champions from last season, Milky Way, their eternal rival, the one hump that they couldn't get over. Nox, I'm smiling ear to ear. Again, this is so fun.
It is, and we love to see an upset, especially this early on in the season. So many opportunities for narratives to shift and change and evolve, and Moonlight doing such an incredible job, especially because they're running a pretty low ink composition. They don't get a ton of turf out there, so they really have to capitalize on every pick they get and use those to get control of the stage and not really give up any space throughout the game.
And I think the biggest shift for them has been Shadow Wind over on the Tri-Slosher Nouveau, because the thing that we said last season all the time, and what made the E-Leader composition so tricky for them, as when Basil plays the E-Leader, that means Shadow probably played the NZAP 85, and that really didn't let Shadow contribute in a lot of the fights that we know Shadow is capable of winning. Now with the Tri-Slosher Nouveau, you can absolutely go up and fight it out, and that is a weapon that's done a lot for itself over the course of this patch. Well, Moonlight won. That means they choose the mode. So naturally, Falco, order of operations, it means we're headed to Turf War, and it's Mako Mart Turf War nonetheless.
Yeah, this is a fun pick. I really like it for Moonlight. They're still riding the high of the Splat Zone's win to try and keep the momentum going here on Turf War. And how close we've seen the other Turf War games go so far today has been really, really key to the teams getting their wins. So this is such a fun pick. Of course, we talk about switching the Turf War. A lot of weapons will be changing around too. And if you're Milky Way, you're not used to being down in an 0-1 position. Not time for them to sweat just quite yet, but a lot to be pondering.
A lot to be pondering, and especially Turf War. If you want to see if your regular composition can work, well, this is not the mode that you're going to get to figure it out on. They are going to make you switch onto your Turf War composition. We'll see. It's actually not going to be a big switch over. I was wondering if Jared would bring out the custom dually squelchers. That will not be the case. On the other side, I would say pretty standard Turf War composition from Moonlight, Nox.
Yeah, exactly what we expect to see out of teams in Turf War. The Inkback is a little bit different, but so strong these days that it makes a lot of sense to run it. And both teams are going to be very comfortable with the weapons they have chosen.
Well, here we go. Interesting again. Mako Mart, I would say there's a lot of stages where the idea of how to play it on Turf War hasn't truly been identified yet, but here certainly, I would say maybe even more than some of the other stages. Where do you hold? What positions do you try to make sure that you have with 30 seconds left where you can funnel the opponents in, or do you just hope that they have to dive all the way at the end? And what do you do when there's an Inkback in your face? For the time being, it appears swim away from it and make sure that it can't shoot you on the other side. Nolan been giving them fits, but once it's a main weapon battle, of course, not going to go in their favor. Brand does get taken out, but Falco, this is Mako Mart at its finest.
Yeah, it really is. And again, a lot of us playing. I'm sure we have played Turf War Mako Mart at some point in our time here. And Milky Way's really showing how it's done here. Getting Moonlight in danger already. A lot of battles that we have here in mid, but two members are going to go down on Milky Way, so Moonlight's going to have that opportunity to break in. Of course, we talk about the timing of our player advantages and our wipeouts here onto Turf War, and right now it is in Moonlight's favor. Of course, they have that Sprinkler held up very high. That Sprinkler's finally going to go away with Nolan being splatted now, and Milky Way finding their way to break back into mid.
It's such a good point, because not only where are the players and what are the advantages happening, but this is a stage where a lot of the turfable areas, Omega throws that and then gets hit by it. That was just a wild little sequence there. A lot of the turfable ink is actually kind of lateral to where a lot of the action is happening. The left and right side of this stage, pretty big, and now Brand going for the almighty position that you'd love to take turf from, which is your opponent's spawn area, of course, will get punished. But I think it can be easy to lose track of where a lot of your opponent's turf is at. And Nox, it's going to be so important that these teams keep track of that, in addition to somehow keeping pace with all these fights.
Yeah, I'm sure they're opening up their map plenty to figure out where it needs to be inked, where it needs to be turfed, and where it needs to be held. And Milky Way doing an excellent job of holding down a lot of space, kind of forcing all of Moonlight to funnel in through right here, which makes it very controllable for them until that Inkback gets popped.
Control is the name of the game. You want to at least have an idea of where the opponent could push from, because that means you can be that much more effective with your specials. Look at this position that Jared has taken with this crab take, throwing the tactical right at it. Okay, I guess why not? You know Jared's going to be jumping out, so it may end up being a wash. But both teams at full strength here with 20 seconds left. Shadow needs to not go down. It's Nolan who will go down. Lovely placement on those triple ink strikes. That's going to take a lot of turf here from Brand. That's Omega now going down. The others forced away. The members of Moonlight starting to fall with 10 seconds left. And Falco, I think Milky Way may be pulling away.
Yeah, certainly. It's hard when the enemy team's in danger and you're still getting the splats for them to try and come back here. Ending it in danger is going to give Milky Way the win. Very likely here. Nothing's for certain until Judd says it is. We see those Booyah Bombs in the middle there, but yes, Milky Way is able to get the win. Remember, this was a counter pick here that Moonlight chose the mode. Milky Way chose the stage, and they chose correctly with Mako Mart.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to keep going back to Jared with those triple ink strikes there, because you saw in that upper view as Judd was giving us the laydown, that's a lot of turf that you've taken from your opponent there. They won that by almost 400 points. It didn't feel like that necessarily, but that's why we talk about you've got to keep track of specific portions of these stages in Turf War, because you can take a lot very, very quickly if you have the right player in the right spot. So now back to a 1-1. That's Turf War out of the way here. We still have tower control. We've got Clam Blitz, and it is going to be tower control. Not surprised there. And it will be now in favor of Milky Way. Of course, this is where they were going to go. And Nox, this was kind of an interesting back and forth between these two teams last year, because I would argue that the stages that Moonlight was strongest on against all the other teams in tower control were also typically good stages for Milky Way. Of course, Crab Lake Capital tended to be where that was, but tower control between these two teams I felt was particularly interesting in their little rivalry.
Yeah, they're both teams that are really good at tower control. They both play a lot of really long-range options, which means that they're going to be really strong on similar stages, like Crab Lake Capital, definitely one of the stages that most favors that long range. And I'd say Q and Basil can be very comparable in that way, and they play similar range weapons, kind of just across the board.
Yeah, I'm trying to think now of how the matches tended to go. Of course, we saw in grand finals last, I believe it was in the playoffs there, it was Milky Way who got the better, but we saw in our What Happens Next game that clearly Moonlight is able to get wins as well against Milky Way on this stage. So the pick has not yet come in. Crab Lake Capital's where I thought this would head as soon as it got announced that it was tower control, but Falco, maybe this is a new look Moonlight here. They've got some new tricks and some new weapons.
Yeah, they certainly do, and of course, getting that win on Game 1, they know now what to expect from Milky Way. Of course, they didn't really change a whole lot, but still some things can change over the course of 4 months from when you last played a team like this on the big stage. So they got a decent glimpse at it, and now they're just trying to figure out how they want to approach this next game.
Well, again, plenty of games to figure it out here, plenty of stages to choose from. There are more stages in the pool as well. We removed a couple, but we added more. So, again, more for these teams to ponder. I wonder if Moonlight also saw that Mahi Mahi game early and they were like, if we go to Rainmaker, we're going to Mahi Mahi. So, still plenty for them to decide. Of course, when you have a bag as deep as they do from the weapons side, that gives you a lot of options as well. But I'm just glad to see these two teams having a good back and forth. It's always fun when you get a little bit of, I won't say a revenge story, Nox. You just want to know that last season's number 1 and number 2 are still fighting at this level.
Yeah, I mean, close games are always more exciting to watch, more exciting to play, more exciting to think about, and it gives teams a lot more and players a lot more to think about how they want to learn and approach the game and figure out what new strategies might enable them to find that advantage later on in the season.
Well, that's a great point, too. Later on in the season, because this is such a long season. Again, it is 8 weeks, just like last season. It is your 4 best scores as opposed to 5, so the teams will get a little reprieve. But the broader point here is this is going to take place over the course of a couple months. And to the points that you both made earlier, 4 months is a lot of time to figure something out. Tack 2 more onto that, because if you think you're going to make it to the playoffs and you want to place better than last playoffs, that's giving you essentially 6 months to identify what works and change it out. And believe me, these teams take advantage of that time. They are constantly trying to find new ways and bring it to the table. And I think what makes it so interesting that Moonlight is winning is that they will force the members of Milky Way to change if they do. We now know where we're headed. It is not Crab Lake Capital. Much to my chagrin, Falco, it's Inkblot Art Academy TC. Run from it arrives all the same.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most common stage mode combinations that we do see in the game here in the league and here in the scene too. So again, no surprise that this could be the stage that is going to be chosen. Of course, how these teams approach it and where they want to position themselves at checkpoints is going to be key. And of course, we'll see if there's any weapon swaps here for tower control.
I will be very interested to see if there are. What kept them away from going Crab Lake Capital? The counter pick of all time. There's intrigue all over the place. And here we go. No real counter picks for either one of these teams. Notably, Bran is going to be on the Slosher as opposed to any of the blasters that are in his kit as well. Shadow, of course, on the Trinevo. Once again, a player already going down, and I have to assume that Basil had something to do with that. Will be moving in the general direction of the tower as well. Bran gets 2. Did Bran get 3? Almost got 3. Basil managed to escape, of course, who else? But I thought that was going to be a lot more dangerous, Nox. Instead, we're just laughing and surprised.
Well, and that's what these players are so good at. They know when they need to shark, they know when they need to pop their heads out and find the moment to strike. And Bran showed that so well right there. Moonlight 2 down, but looking to find Jared still, and pretty staggered. And we're actually going to see Moonlight getting on the tower, looking to move forward, but Bran just being a thorn in their side.
Yeah, when they bailed on Jared over there on that side, I wondered if they were just going to go down to that, but Jared, I guess, had already committed to Crab at that point. Maybe that's why they moved away. It stalled long enough that Omega was able to come through, and that's going to be a rough landing for Ice. So, again, you get the sense that Moonlight has been controlling these early engagements. They just haven't been able to quite clean it. Now, finally, they do get an opportunity. No, somebody was on the tower from Milky Way instead. Now are we going to get some points on the board? Shadow just waiting, saying, hey, come on, put something up to protect this tower so that I can start getting it moving. Falco, we will finally gingerly approach this first checkpoint.
Yeah, I was really curious about that because before this sequence, when Shadow got on the tower, it was always the team who had less players who was getting on the tower. So I don't really know the logic behind that other than I'm going to push this because the rest of my teammates are either down or off somewhere else serving as a distraction. But I mean, it's paid off so far for Moonlight. But Milky Way now here at the second checkpoint. Bran able to be pushed up here, trying to get in a Slosher versus Slosher battle here against one of the members of Moonlight against Shadow. But Q with a lot of paint in front of the tower and a lot of help from Jared as well. He's probably going to have a crab tank in just a matter of seconds. Milky Way is looking very good getting past the second checkpoint with a breeze.
Past the second checkpoint and looking for a whole lot more as well. You look at the top of the screen and you saw they had two specials at exactly the right time to force a couple members back or just take them outright. Instead, now they're going to move, and Q jumping off the tower there, maybe waiting for a jump in. Jared had Crab Tank there, would have loved to have fired it off at that side, but instead, because they've been so diligent about cycling there, that was actually 3 down. Q hasn't moved from this position, Nox. They're still going for more.
Yeah, Q doing such an excellent job of staying up, not getting picked off, and giving those consistent jump ins that allow Milky Way to keep holding these incredibly strong positions. Bran playing incredibly well, finding these consistent doubles, now using trip strikes to break Ice and Jared in, really looking to clear this final checkpoint and hopefully knock out the game.
Yeah, Ice is going to sit right there. Well, I thought was going to throw it straight ahead. Instead, just let everybody else take it out. And Q, who did not leave the plat area for the better part of 2 minutes there, finally pushes the tower across the end. And that's Inkblot Art Academy for you. When on tower control, if you cannot clear your plat, you're going to face a lot of that if you just keep trading turf with the opponent. Trading turf always favors the team that's attacking and pushing forward. So, Falco, I was curious why Inkblot Art Academy tower control, because I was a little worried that was what we were going to see, and Milky Way made good on it.
They really did. As soon as they got comfortable with the player advantage and got the first checkpoint, they immediately pushed players up and were pretty unstoppable. You notice at the very end, Bran had the triple ink strikes ready, threw one, then realized they didn't have a target for the next two because there weren't really players they could throw them at. There was nobody who was an immediate threat against the tower who was against Q, and we mentioned the Booyah Bomb too, just kind of, well, I have to get rid of this because I want to engage in fights some more. So that was the best case scenario for Milky Way, and sometimes it just takes a little bit of time. You know, it took about 2 minutes to get the ball rolling. We saw moments where Moonlight had opportunities to try and push, and again, sometimes it wasn't really when they had a player advantage, but all said and done, Milky Way made the best of the situation that they were given.
And they did it over and over and over too, and that again has been the hallmark of how they've attacked on tower control and really any other mode. And Nox, now that we're talking about modes, as we've just been informed it will be Clamblitz, this is where things have gotten difficult for Moonlight in the past. Clamblitz and Rainmaker, particularly against these top teams, not their strongest modes. Now, we've seen them be resilient, we've seen them figure things out in the heat of the moment, and they certainly have different compositions, but with Clamblitz now, they will have the opportunity to choose the stage. What's your read on how they'll handle it?
Yeah, I imagine they're going to want to go somewhere where they can really make sure that InkVac's going to be able to do a lot of work for them, whether it be Basil playing vanilla Splat Charger, or they're sticking with that 96 Gal kit. I could see it going either way. Some of the common things that we see with Rainmaker or Scorch Gorge would not be a shock to see them go there, but that would be true for either side.
Yeah, Scorch Gorge is on the table if we get to a Rainmaker game, Mahi Mahi, that I'm just really going to keep beating the drum for. But for Clamblitz now, of course, the most popular stage for this in Season 1 was Museum d'Alfonsino, and it was not even close. And we saw last season, and already here in the preseason, some just wacky and wild games on Museum d'Alfonsino clams. We will see if that is indeed where we end up going. But, you know, this is where I think the members of Milky Way can really kind of put a stamp on this and say, hey, we are the team to beat. You, again, will be trying to find comps to beat what it is we do, because Clamblitz may be the strongest mode for Milky Way. And Falco, that's got to feel good, especially when you know you have two cracks at this.
Yeah, exactly. Knowing that it just takes one to try and get the win to move on to grand finals, and then you have a pretty good break where you can rest, study some of your opponents a little bit more too. And like you mentioned, Museum d'Alfonsina being the most popular pick, there are a lot of ways players like to attack that enemy spinner. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because we don't know what we're playing quite yet. But if that is the case, that's going to be one of the stages and one of the positions we want to watch out for. I'm thinking players, especially like Jared, if he's going to be using Splat Dualies, going to be very unpredictable with his movement, and that's just why I love Clan Blitz so much. It is, in my opinion, one of the most chaotic modes and one of the most entertaining to see. You never know when moments are going to pop off with players jumping in with power clams, with these power clams being formed. But 9, tell us where we're going.
We are headed to Crab Leg Capital, and listen, if you told me that we were going to be playing on Inkblot Art Academy and then Crab Leg Capital and that Moonlight was going to have a say in all of this, I would have told you, oh, they're going to play Tower Control on Crab Leg Capital and Clams on Inkblot Art Academy. They've got the Ink Vac, they're Moonlight, this makes sense. No, we flipped it here, and this is a really interesting place to play it on too, because to Nox's point earlier, you can get a lot out of a single Ink Vac here, and Omega's so good at flanking up on the top grading area. But Nox, the way I feel, and I'm curious if you do too, I think the real reason that you go here, especially in Clan Blitz, is once Basil is up in the center, you can hit almost all the way down underneath the basket when you have that E-leader in the right spot.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's a significant part of it. Having range advantage over a team is so massive, and it allows you to do so many more things. And they're so flexible in their other weapons that they can accommodate whatever they need to. And especially with something like a Splatana Wiper or a Mint Decavitator, they're able to hold so much space under the basket and play around ledges a lot in the process.
Yeah, it's a couple of stalling specials, and especially in Clan Blitz, I really feel like you have to present practical problems for your opponent at all times. Whether it's one person diving off of those grates, whether it's, you know, the fact that the Ink Vac is coming, so you have to kind of push the issue to take out that Ink Vac ahead of time. I think certainly this makes sense for them from a compositional standpoint. The question is always, and Falco, I'll pass it to you here because no team has been able to find the answer. We talk about all the strategies and things that you can change up against Milky Way, and it just doesn't seem to matter at the end of the day, especially when they're on good form as they appear to be.
Yeah, and I mean, Moonlight is one of the teams that can do it. They did it during Game 1, so again, we know that it's possible in Splat Zones and in Mahi Mahi. Whether that's the most conventional stage mode combination in the game, that's up for debate. But here for Game 4, Clan Blitz Crab Lake Capital here. We mentioned a push on the grates. I'm very curious to see how Moonlight is going to be countering that. You mentioned Basil potentially being perched up here in the middle. I'm really identifying Nolan, who could be using the Vac against the grates to get a push.
Yeah, it's apparently this is just what Nolan is going to be playing all day. So I guess this Vac is how they're going to try to do it. And Omega immediately getting called out here on this side. A couple of people firing over, but with the protection here from, okay, I guess Nolan's going to fire that earlier there, and that's an interesting little engagement right there. I thought that was going to allow Omega to move forward and try to fight out, but I guess to Nolan's point here on this weapon, if I'm going to be building up one of these things every 20 seconds, I may as well use it. The scrum again starting to go the other way. Shadow in a pretty good position, isn't able to close him out, and these windows close awfully quick. Nox, once again, Milky Way getting the better of an opening scrum.
Yeah, Milky Way doing an excellent job there, finding the moments and opportunities they need. Basil using those ink vines very carefully to survive Jared rushing in. And now we're seeing Moonlight just having to try and find a way to break back in, probably looking for Basil to find a long-range pick to really open up the stage to them.
Well, yeah, they sent Shadow forward there, and Shadow will take out 2. We'll call that 3 at this point. They were tactical it up, so it's going to be a small cap as Ice maybe a little overzealous with that jump in. They know that there's still one more on this side, and it's going to be a very difficult player to move. So now suddenly the clam economy starts to become a bigger portion of this. Falco, there was a moment there where Moonlight, I think, could have maybe wanted to push. They had the Ink Vac up as well, but because of the fights and the way that these scrums had gone, really didn't have the resources to make anything big happen.
No, you know, you can get one power claim in, and you always hope that you have more to follow up. And I think Moonlight knew that if they were to score, they really wouldn't have many clams to get past that 80 mark. So they just hope, you know what, we're going to back up a little bit. We're going to give ourselves a little bit more time, because if we score, we want to score big, especially against a team like Milky Way, who may be better in the 1 versus 1 situations. And right now, Moonlight's still, once again, back in that same situation. They have that power claim form. Basil had the Waybreaker ready. And of course, Basil doing Basil things, just turns her head, gets the shot, holding onto that power clam, waiting for their teammates to get a little closer. But of course, it's going to be hard against this Milky Way team.
Oh, this is what we talked about, exactly what that weapon can do, but you've got to have a timer in your head. You look over to the left side, that means that someone is probably also attacking you from the right. That's a jump out there. There's an ink vac here. If we can put a power clam together at this point, there is an opportunity for Moonlight to move in. Instead, again, just tripping over themselves ever so slightly. So difficult to put these together in the heat of the moment. Nolan's actually going to toss it down and go and try to assist with some fights. Again, starting to get the better of the fights, but Nox, Crab Lake Capital, not the easiest stage to move around, and you're seeing why it's so difficult to put together these power clams.
It really is. Both of the teams struggling to find their opportunities, both having specials ready at the right moments to deal with each other, and .Q and Basil both hitting their shots in the moments that count and making it nearly impossible for either side to get what they want done. We are looking at a long Glamblitz game here.
Well, the ink vac's out, so we've exited that portion of the game. So that means it's flanking time. It's that portion of the game. This time, Jared does get one here. Will jump back out. So that's that phase of the game that's gone. Now Shadow's diving, and we're in that phase of the game. I hope you all are seeing the way that this is starting to move through here. Again, these teams have identified the ways that they want to attack. The only problem, Falco, is the clams aren't following up with the attack, and you can call that another successful defense for Moonlight.
No, there's an algorithm of plays that these players are doing, and they're following through, but of course it's the clam management that becomes very tricky. But this might be the best Moonlight has looked so far as their positioning. We see a pretty aggressive bubble there used by Omega, but not a lot of follow-up and support to try and use it as leverage, so Moonlight's going to have to be forced to back up. You know, don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We did talk about the 5 minutes overtime Clam Blitz score game from the last season that went into overtime and a hefty amount of time into it, but these players are being very generous with their spacing here in mid.
Generous is the perfect way, as we saw another jump out immediately. Let's call it another one jumping out immediately here. These teams not wanting to give up any sort of space here. Great shooting by Ice, identifying Omega's movement. That's a very difficult player to pin down. But Nox, we're going to keep beating the same drum. Under a minute left, and well, finally we have another power clan that's been tossed to Q, but still no points.
Yeah, and I think it really goes to show how evenly matched these two teams are. There's finally a potential opportunity here. Moonlight have 2 players down. .Q looking to move forward, but no, not able to do it fast enough. The power clam does go in. A push to 80 might be enough. Not something I usually say at all.
No, I really wasn't certain there. That looked at the very maximum range of where that power clam could be thrown in from, and I was not certain that it was going to land. Well, here you go as we enter the last 20 seconds here. You have handed Moonlight a very valuable resource in that pity clam. They have an opportunity. Just 1 clam and 1 power clam will get the job done here, which means that a jump in is on the table. 2 now go down. Omega push forward to try to force it here. Nolan's there. They have a power clam. There's an opportunity here. Basil swims forward. That's 1 power clam and a regular clam that they snuck in. They've taken the lead. 1 more clam will end it here. Can Nolan find it and put it in? It's going to be a wipeout. We're jumping it in, and that's it. Woo! Why do these teams do this to us? Wait until the last minute of the game for all the scoring. But we will be headed, Falco, to a 5th game.
Oh, I am so excited seeing a Game 5, especially between Milky Way and Moonlight. To talk a little bit, though, about this game, there's so much that goes through the players' minds on how you approach it, depending on how much time is left on the clock and what the score is. As soon as Milky Way scored, they got a one-and-done power claim. They immediately knew our focus is defense. We just need to play defense. We don't want to worry about flooring a power clan. If we get the splats, that's great, but whatever happens, we cannot let Moonlight get to our basket. And Moonlight, after getting 2 players down onto Milky Way, able to score that power claim, able to get some follow-up, I could tell, I forget which player who was waiting patiently by the basket, waiting for that first glimmer of overtime to start to try and throw a clam in to get the win so it would end, but they didn't have to do it. Moonlight getting the very, very strong win here in Game 4.
A great showing from them, and as we're talking about all the things that these players have to consider, if you want to look at one factor there that in the heat of the moment we breezed right past, the fact that it was .Q that had to score that power clam meant that she was not going to be up in an optimal position for the defense, and that's just, hey, we've got to score, we don't know when we're going to get another opportunity, and the clock is running down, so that suddenly changes how they have to defend. Does that mean that then your members up at the front start to move forward a little bit because they're worried about getting outranged? It's just all the factors that these players have to put together in the heat of the moment, and I for the life of me don't know how they do it, but they continue to. Knocked ready to Rainmaker. That's the only mode that we haven't seen left. Of course, it's not up to the players at this point. We know it's going to be there. This should be a lot of fun, and it is going to be Museum d'Alfonsino, so another hugely popular stage, not only for Clan Blitz, but for Rainmaker.
Yeah, it's always a good one. It definitely really rewards long-range weapons. Not a shock that both of these teams are eager to go there. And I'm intrigued to see if Milky Way chooses to bring out any ink vacs. We haven't seen them do that yet, but if there's a mode to do it in, it is Rainmaker. Museum has really hard stretches to pass through, and having that ink vac for that checkpoint and to get all the way through to the final podium makes such a big difference here.
And Falco, you are hugely familiar with this particular stage and mode. You have called some really wild endings, some diving through the ink vac. Just kind of give me your expertise on what you've seen here. Yes, we know the ink vac is in the right spot, but it's also not just a battle of ink vac here. There's so much that goes into setting up those pushes.
No, and of course, it's after that first checkpoint. And remember, this stage only has one checkpoint you can choose. Some stages have more than one checkpoint, but this one just has one. But it is past that enemy spinner right by the pillow where the crucial point is. And that's really the case for a lot of these stages and how you're going to set yourselves up. We mentioned the ink vac you want to push. That's great. But what is going to be beyond that? It's going to be about trying to get one of your players on the enemy spinner to get some leverage, getting paint in front of the Rainmaker as well so that player has a clear shot to move forward, and really not letting it snowball beyond that point if you're the defending team, because it can be pretty difficult to reset. A lot of players, if they want to immediately try and reset it, they'll just drop the Rainmaker down below and then hope that one of their teammates can pop the Rainmaker shield later on. So there's a lot of things to think about. It only adds on to the pressure that this is game 5.
It's so good that you point out also the option of simply dropping the Rainmaker off of your own ledge, because that buys you 5, 10, 20 seconds sometimes, and that's a wealth in a game like this. But here we go, folks. What more could you ask for here? 1 and 2 from last season here in Winners Finals, going the distance, and here we are. It is going to be a double ink vac composition coming out here. I don't know that I've ever seen this, Nox. I can't believe that it's here.
I can't either, but I can see the reasoning. It's definitely something that could work out on this stage, and Omega finds a really great opening pick. They shut down the attempt at a flank from Milky Way, and it's a really strong opening for Moonlight, despite the fact that the Rainmaker shield was hanging around for a while.
Not so easy to get through that, but they've got the players in the right spot, and yeah, this is going to allow Omega to just go and pursue whoever this is. Standing at distance, though, and I think that the geometry of that particular corner made it difficult for Nolan's ink vac to be of any sort, and that was a pretty heavy committal play there. They're going to have another ink vac out here, and once again, just always trying to protect Omega with it. But that is the risk, Falco. If you put all your eggs in that basket and it doesn't go well, one player will go down and the other is going to be stuck in ink vac.
Yeah, they're just going to be left to ink vac. Not a whole lot either, so it's just going to be very tricky to figure out how you're going to move forward from that. And speaking of moving forward, this Rainmaker is left in a very interesting position here where Milky Way tried to take it. Jared's going to be going down from a very nice snipe there from Moonlight. And I think, too, with using these vacs, we're just going to see a lot of vacs used. And, of course, not all of them are going to be on the offensive side that we typically see the Rainmaker being pushed, but some of them are going to have to be more defensively or making sure that players can't get to these Rainmaker or push forward and get to the Rainmaker. And this Rainmaker's still been staying here for quite some time. Moonlight's now in control of trying to popping it, but we'll see if they can even get some players there. With look where Ice is positioned right now, already prepping past that first checkpoint, but a few players down. This is looking pretty good for Milky Way.
I mean, it is, but they also have cycled the members of Moonlight, I think, once already, and are now trying to go for a second time. They still haven't even popped the Rainmaker's shield. That crab is going to get completely neutralized here, and Jared can't super jump out of that thing, so instead, all the other members of Milky Way rotate over. They'll take another one out. It's another ink vac at this point that will allow Omega now to move forward here. And Nox, we say everything in the kitchen sink, and we usually use it kind of pejoratively here because we've seen almost everything in our years of commentating this game. I truly have never seen what the back and forth flow looks like in a double ink vac composition, and I don't think Milky Way has either.
No, it doesn't seem like it, and it's so interesting to watch. It really allows Moonlight to control so much. Even when their player's down, they can force an advantageous situation because Milky Way just can't find a way to land anything on them. And now Moonlight has an ink vac ready yet again to make this push happen. Going to manage to get lead, looking to find the checkpoint. but the Inkvac not going to quite be able to, and they're just going to wait for the next one.
Why not? You know that Basil's pretty close to it here. You actually took Bran out there at that point. Just keep firing, just keep waiting and stalling. Finally, Ice moves forward, because what else are you going to do? Jared with the right crab tank at the right time, but we are very close to our next Inkvac. Omega patiently waiting for it here. You see Basil tap-shotting over in the corner as well. And God, this has to be so frustrating for Milky Way.
Yeah.
After all that, Nox, they stalled it out for a minute just for the next Inkvac, and it worked.
And it worked. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's working so well. I don't know that other teams could pull this off the way Moonlight is. Moonlight is so practiced. They do so much theory crafting. They think through their comps so much. But Milky Way does take space whenever the opportunity is granted to them and will get that checkpoint.
Oh, lovely movement there by Q. Omega was waiting. The entire plan there was to take that out and force the other members back. Instead, Omega isn't able to get it. Q makes the right move instead. And now this is suddenly a very, very different game, Falco. Yes, this double Inkvac is nice, but you can see Jared has now moved in. A nice job of using their own special. Shadow has to do it just to stall out, but I can't help but think this is going to be a big lead for Milky Way.
Yeah, I love that play from Milky Way. They already have so much paint in front of this Rainmaker, and props to Jared, too, for using that triple Ink Strike as a smoke screen to kind of go in, flank, get a few splats, and of course, paint in front of that checkpoint. That was absolutely huge. So now Moonlight, with about a minute left here, is going to have to try and figure out how they want to approach this, and there's going to be different phases. Number one, this Rainmaker is staying still. They're probably going to opt for it to reset, but guess who has control of the middle of the stage? It's Milky Way. So Milky Way's game here for the next 35 seconds. Just control mid, making sure we identify our flanks just as Ice and Q do. Take control of the Rainmaker, and if you're Bran, not being afraid to be aggressive.
Yep. Go in, jump out, re-rack, make it difficult for the opponent to identify where you're coming from. He was probably happy to see Omega back here, because that means that Omega isn't going after the Rainmaker. And now, Nox, you're going to see that first Inkvac came out just to try to dig themselves out of this position. But that's one already goes the other way, and I don't know that the stall for it is going to work a second time. But just taking 3 members of the opposing team out might be a nice spot. They're going to have to dig this out here. Shadow narrowly getting away, and there's still plenty to play for.
Jared almost found that pick at the last possible moment, not quite able to. There is an Inkvac at the ready. It comes out. Shadow rushing forward. The triple Ink Strikes to sadly slow the Rainmaker down there. They're down to 38 points, but Shadow needed to go forward and couldn't quite manage it. But what an interesting strategy there from Moonlight.
Truly, and man, oh man, if this is the kind of counterplay that we're going to see that Moonlight brings out here against Milky Way, we are in for not even just an incredible rest of this tournament, but a rest of this season as well, to bring out double Inkvac in a situation like that. So tricky, almost worked, but you also saw the weakness, Falco, of that composition, which is if you don't have both of those Inkvacs really kind of in sequence, you don't have a lot of ways that you can try to stall out a push or even kind of a side sort of fight. And of course, if someone's able to get behind you, as Jared did with that smoke screen, as you called it, Inkvac ain't gonna help you much there either.
Yeah, it's so hard to figure out how you want to play with that. Again, of course, against 2 Inkvacs, and when they play them well, they play them very well, as we saw that Milky Way did too. At the very end of that game, it was Shadowwind who was carrying the Rainmaker, and I was very nervous because they were being very aggressive with how they were pushing with the Rainmaker. They had overtime, and once I saw the Inkvac come out from their team, I was thinking, okay, this is, they have some time too, but in Shadow, I don't blame him for really wanting to try and get the lead, and you have time on your favor, but it was that one splat bomb that was just at the edge, at the corner behind them, that got the splat, and that allowed Milky Way to get the win. So again, a set that went the whole 9 yards, kept us on our toes, but with Milky Way getting the win.
It was a great show, and again, these teams will continue to identify new ways to attack, and those little moments there, it's even hard to call them misplays, because of course we have the power of hindsight and also the overhead view. Thank you, Power, for that in moments just like that. You just can't take in all the information that you need to make the exact right play. And, you know, kudos to Milky Way. I made this whole long grandstand earlier, Nox, about how teams have tried to counterpick them with everything under the sun, and it just doesn't work. That time, for the first half of the game, it was working, and they still found a way to get it done against one of their most heated rivals.
Which is so impressive. Milky Way is such a steadfast team. They're not going to panic over just about anything these days. Even if they haven't seen it before. They've seen enough things they haven't seen before to not panic about it.
That's so well put. It's like, in your stat tree are you building? You're building your skills against things you've never seen before. It's a whole other stat sheet that we have never seen. So a great showing there as well in our winners finals. And when we have a moment, we'll also pull up the bracket here just to kind of get a look at how things have gone elsewhere in the tournament. Of course, there was everything going on the losers side. And oh man, talk about Hypernova moving forward here. This hit like a big gas pedal. Hypernova 3-1 over Usagi Fan Club. NME with the 3-1 over SZA. So we're already ready for loser semifinals. Hypernova, who have not yet spectated today, will be up against NME, who we did get to see in a very entertaining match against Milky Way. The winner will play Moonlight, and then of course whoever wins losers finals gets the opportunity to try to take 2 whole matches away from Milky Way. Not an easy thing to do, as we have seen over time, but we get to talk about a new team now. And Falco, I'll pass it to you because you had plenty of experience commentating them in last season. It's the newly reformed Hypernova.
Yeah, Hypernova, such a fun team. You know, it's unfortunate we didn't see them in the top 8. We know they played in a few of the top 8 qualifiers, but not quite enough to make it to the playoffs. And of course, we talked about NME being this play on fo with a lot of the returning players. And again, these are kind of the top 4 teams that I would expect that we were going to be seeing today. It was just a matter of when will they see each other and how will the bracket play out, because a lot of the seeding sometimes can be pretty tricky during the latter stages to kind of get those matchups. And I think these two teams are very appropriate to see here in the loser semifinals, so we are very excited for it.
We are indeed, but we can't look too far forward because we have a replay for you here of that last game. And, you know, as we watch through, Falco, I'm going to pass it to you because you called this beautifully as it was going on in real time.
Yeah, this was at the 1:30 mark here that Milky Way got the push here. This is the moment we're going to see Jared get a flank here, building up some of the triple ink strikes from his teammate too, and using it, going around the side, getting all that real estate, all the space in front. The rest of the teammates going to get the splat, but look how much paint that Jared was able to get to. That allowed Brand to pick up this Rainmaker, push us all the way down to the teens there, get the win. It made it very difficult for Moonlight to try and recapture the Rainmaker and get the win, but Milky Way, the game-winning play was right there.
And at this point, teams have to have some sort of like horror flashback. Every time that Jared is sneaking behind on that particular portion of Museum d'Alfonsino, it seems like every time there's a huge play or something wild is going down, it's Jared who's flanking behind at that point with the support of some of the other teams. So again, a great highlight. Thanks to the production team for showing us that, because it was the turning point in the game, as you noted, Falco, in another wonderful, wonderful match between those two teams. And now we can zoom back in, Nox, on NME versus Hypernova, because it's going to be tower control, but we are headed to Museum d'Alfonsino for it. And as popular as Museum was for Rainmaker and Clamblitz, I'll tell you someplace it wasn't so popular. It was tower control. This is a new look.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stages people favor on Rainmaker and Clamblitz, and a lot are more considered zones or tower control maps. Museum d'Alfonsino definitely falls into more of the Rainmaker Clamblitz strategy usually, but it'll be interesting to see tower control here. Definitely a stage where ledge control weapons really excel and thrive, as well as those longer range options.
And I love the way that teams, when they get to attack here on tower control, maybe more than any of their modes, actually get to utilize that spinner, because it can get you up onto the top right area where your opponent is really just trying to take position on you, and then you have somebody up there and they're now making your life very difficult. But keep an eye for how these teams end up moving, because there are some fast players here that will move forward and attack in some very unique weapon compositions. I know that seems to be the phrase of the day, but one of these players, Falco, is named Fling King, so we can certainly expect some interesting stuff out there, but I'm curious if you have any insights on this new look Hypernova and the way they're going to go about attacking.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of some players that have been around for a while. We have Henlo and Synapse here, who have played with Hypernova. Henlo, one of the best Viper players that we have seen, has also had some experience with some other weapons as well. And Synapse has been around, has played for multiple teams. We've seen them in a few of the qualifiers last season as well too. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I just know Judd and Little Judd are very quick on trying to clean up all the ink and the paint that is on Museum d'Alfonsino because we were just there. That's probably why it's taken us a little little bit of time, but that's the narrative I'm running with. But to your point with this being tower control, I think controlling the spinners, a lot of these players are going to have more time to do so. You think of modes like Rainmaker or Clam Blitz, where maybe you take control of the spinner, but we're past the point where I want to be on the spinner. I don't really need to be here anymore. But tower control moves at a defined speed. That's going to allow players to set up in a more permanent position. And I think players who are on enemy are going to be pretty comfortable with that. With as much as they love to spread around the entire stage, they also know how well to protect certain areas of the stages too.
Well, it's so well put, because in those other modes, you control the spinner, and sorry, you actually have to push well beyond the spinner. Here, you control the spinner, the tower's going to do the work for you, and a lot of the points really getting down into the danger zone are still within arm's reach of that spinner. So I'll be interested in seeing if Nox, your we'll call it your favorite Torrents Hydra Splatling, comes out here. Still plenty that we're learning about these teams. Another shout out to Power, our gullible world champ, bringing out our spectator cam for today. On the other side, it's going to be an E-Leader that's coming out. So once again, Nox, you get your wish, and it's an E-Leader coming from Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, E-Leader makes a lot of sense here. It has great sight lines throughout a lot of the stage. It controls so much space, and it's going to make it so the enemy is really hesitant to move, especially with all of the crossfire that Hypernova is giving for the rest of it, and that Dynamo just turfing everything.
Yeah, Flinking has traded in the Flingza Roller instead for the Dynamo, and for the time being, not such a great look here. Dart has not going to be bringing out that Torrens Hydra, instead going over to the more conventional Snipe Rider. That's going to be a rough landing for Flinking, and Falco, this is where it gets really, really rough. We have seen what the combination of Dat Kid and 3Z can do to anybody on this stage, and Zero here should only make it more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, thinking about the positioning relative to where the tower is, of course, on that spinner, while they were well before they were at the second checkpoint too, meaning the tower was uncontested. Finally, it's going to be contested now for the team of Hypernova, able to get some picks, but in a 2v2 situation, Hypernova finally able to get some picks. And of course, as long as these 2v2, 1v1s happen, that's really going to favor enemy. I know it's still very early in the game, that's more relevant later on in the game too, but that's going to allow enemy to regroup, maybe not continue their tower push, but it's going to allow them to get more comfortable mid because they already have more turf there.
Absolutely, and you also get to play the game a little differently when you have the lead. You don't have to force the issue as much. The opponent is forced to come to you. You can trade turf, trade specials, and work from there. And then when you win fights, when you have control, as you noted, Falco, look how far and quickly 3Z was able to move up. Immediately identifies targets as well, and I don't know how all three of those members went down so quickly, but Dark is A-okay with it, still scoring, working around, ring around the tower as it were, but Nox, at the end of all the silliness and fun, it's all the way to 16.
Yeah, ring around the tower, very effective there. Getting them partially through that checkpoint, because every extra point you buy is such a security net, especially on a stage like this. Blinking going to be looking to apply some pressure underneath this ledge, trying to give Hypernova the space to work with and move forward. Able to find one, but a trade's not really advantageous for Hypernova right now. They don't have enough to work with.
They don't, but they do have a Synapse up already at the spinner, so that's going to force a couple of the members back here in a great position. This is kind of what I was talking about. Where's Synapse going to go? Dives down onto Dark. What a great shot there, and now is still in a good position. The Killer Whale 5.1 should provide some excellent crossfire as well. It's forced the members of NME back down. If Henlo is able to get one or two of these, it could open things up. Instead, it's a solid defense. It's going to be at checkpoint, but for the time being, it appears this has been a stabilized defense for NME, Falco.
Yeah, they did a very good job pushing that tower and really keeping up some of the defense. You talked about the crossfire from the Killer Whale 5.1, and that's just one of those weapons that it's really, you don't expect it to be used right there. You don't expect that special to be used to get the crossfire on this stage. So a very key play there for enemy, and Hypernova still trying to ride this momentum. You know, they let the tower go a little bit, but of course look to right where Synapse is too. Picking up right where they left off. Can they get more than one? No, they can't. And they are going to have a two-player advantage, though, for Hypernova. This is really important. Again, a lot of paint in front of this tower. It's going to be a matter of if they can get to this third checkpoint now, and if they can comfortably get past it, too. Tower's going to be given up, but still a lot of paint here on the spinner.
Yeah, a ton, and a lot of players around it as well, and this is where enemies comp can be very difficult to play. You know that you have to run straight forward, and with 3 down, I have to think this is the opportunity. A nice placement of that tack cooler is going to provide a little extra cover. That's going to be lead. lead. That's going to be the checkpoint, and it's actually going to be a jump out, interestingly enough. I thought maybe they could have gotten a few more points, but hey, Nox, they got what they came for. Maybe now they just want to play defense.
Well, and clearing that checkpoint makes such a big difference. Having a checkpoint lead is very different than just being right, than just having lead. It gives them a lot more security and a lot more time to work with. And now enemy is going to have to fight so much harder to get what they need. And that Stickers Stamper having Booyah Bomb could make all the difference here.
Absolutely. It completely changes the way that they have to attack. And again, okay, you know, it's fair that Synapse gets a taste of their own medicine at that point, jumping down there and being taken out. But that also means a wipeout is on deck. And hold on, that tower can't move any faster here. Enemy begging it to go faster. But instead, there will be time. Now the specials are going to start to come in, but Zero actually misfires there on that side. And that may be the difference, too. Now firing, it's just flinking up there. Did they land? No, they actually are still in position to take this out. Flinking dives down. It's another checkpoint. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and a knockout from NME as these teams traded haymakers. A push down to 16, then further beyond that, and then MME gets the counter on the other side. And hey, we set it up for you right at the start. Watch how these players move around that spinner, dive down and attack. Falco, it was 3Z with that play, getting behind them and taking one out with the Ultra Stamp, wiped the whole game open.
It's so crazy because you're thinking for NME, they know they have 30 seconds to get the wipeout. That's great. Your focus is then what's going to happen at this checkpoint. We know we can get to the checkpoint, but what is going to be our move after that? And it starts with one Ultra Stamp swipe to try and get somebody and finishing off players from Hypernova one after one after one. And it was all what came down to where is Flinking, where they're going to get themselves, because Flinking can easily get 3, potentially 4 players if they're all crowded on the tower. That roller, the spread of the splat, the AoE area of effect, it is so large too to deal some damage too. So I think NMV too, they just knew exactly how they wanted to approach it, and again had bodies in front of the tower to try and paint, and it paid off for them. It took them the whole game, but hey, they got the win.
Hey, you only have to win the final step of the race, as my old track coach used to say. You could be losing the entire rest of it as long as you cross first. It doesn't matter. So, hey, if the theme of the day has been fun, what an incredible game one to start this out, too. And, you know, Nox, you start to see, as well as we've, you know, identified that there are clearly E-Leader playing teams here and there are clearly Snipe Rider playing teams. What becomes so difficult if you are one of those E-Leader teams? With the Snipe Rider, you can stay back and play at the range that you want and still build Tacticooler. Here, with a Dynamo that still has great range, don't get me wrong, you can see it's a little harder, I think, to find a position where you can safely build that Tacticooler, and eventually, if you're not careful in your fights, you're going to get outscaled by the attacking team, who's gaining passive meter just by standing on the tower.
Yeah, Dynamo definitely definitely shows some of its limitations there. It does give you those coolers. You also only get about 7 swings before you're out of ink, if I'm remembering correctly. It's a little bit brutal in that regard. Sure, you're turfing a lot when you have the ink, but you have to spend a lot more time managing it. You have to spend a lot more time thinking about your positioning than something like a Snipe Rider or even really something like a Tri-Slosh or Nouveau. It's a lot more punishing for a lot of potential reward.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, it feels like any Dynamo that I'm fighting gets as many swings as it wants to take me out. So that's neither here nor there. We're still waiting for the stage and the mode that we'll be playing on next. Of course, still plenty of time for these teams to kind of feel each other out, clearly evenly matched as the attacks end up going. And I'm very interested to see, again, from the members of Hypernova here, clearly very, very strong on the attacking side. There's small moments. The limitations on the defensive side that we've just discussed probably won't go away just because the mode changes. But now we start to get into this little back and forth where, again, teams have to come up with something in the heat of the moment. And now we're seeing another stage and mode combination, Falco, that I'm not particularly familiar with, which is Rainmaker, but this time it's on Crab Lake Capital. I know I've played it plenty of times in solo queue, but I know at this level it tends to play a little differently.
Yeah, it certainly does. And again, we talked about the Greats earlier. Guess what? The Greats are going to come back into play here, unless you want to take the less popular left side of trying to get the Rainmaker checkpoint and then hopping on the podium to the goal. But we'll see what these players have up their sleeves. I mean, one of the things you mentioned with NME and Hypernova really going head to head, it wasn't until NME had those pop-off moments that they were able to thrive. They were very close in their 1v1 fights, but it took those moments where I'm going to catch you off guard, I'm going to catch you by surprise to try and leverage, and that's finally how Enemy got the win. There's plenty of opportunities for it to happen on this stage too.
Well, here we go. Okay, there's a ballpoint. I will be revisiting that in a few moments here. But on the other side, Mirage is going to be switching over now to the splatter scope. I wondered if we might see it. But on the other side, Nox, getting to the ink vac in a slightly different way, it's the ballpoint Nouveau, which did see some play in last season, but started to fall out of favor. Clearly, Dark loves the Splatling class.
Yeah, it seems like Dark is very comfortable on Splatlings. Can't fault them. Splatlings are always very fun, very mobile in comparison to other backline weapons, but not quite working out for them here as Hypernova finds an early chance to take a checkpoint and is so well set up here with a Booyah Bomb to keep it going and almost to that ink vac.
Almost to the ink vac, and they already have this. Well, now this is an interesting standoff at this point. Yeah, there's nothing Henlo can do except for wait and hope. Now Mirage is going. Now we're getting every special being thrown at right in the same spot. 3Z comes down at some point. I think somewhere out there is a Zipcaster that has nothing to be fired at now, but by the end of it all, 3Z saying, I'm just going to do what I normally do here, which is find opponents and take them out with some horizontal slashes. Now, they did get through the checkpoint in that scrum, so that, of course, changes the way that the back half of this game may look for them here. But now with proper protection, Nox, we have both checkpoints already gone, and it's a minute into the game.
Yeah, a little bit of a different pace than we were seeing last set. Both of these teams play very fast, very aggressively, and don't hesitate to take riskier plays than I would say Moonlight or Milky Way do.
Well, I mean, that's the respect that familiar opponents give to each other here. These two teams and these permutations, I'm sure, haven't played that many matches against each other thus far. They're feeling each other out in the most violent ways possible. All the members of Enemy already went down, I want to point out there. They cycled themselves through, so you can clearly see what they want to do. They continue to fight it out, Falco, and now they're kind of stuck in the corner, and we talked about the limitations of Hypernova's composition. Here, when they start to get separated, you can see the weaknesses, I would argue, of Enemy's composition.
Yeah, you certainly can. Again, individually, they are very strong players with very strong weapons, but when they get spread out and can't work cohesively, that becomes so much more tricky. And take a look, too, at where these players have pushed the objective just past or at the checkpoint. I figured that was going to be the case for this stage because it is so hard to propel forward on these greats, and you really need to have a team agenda to do it, and Zero's going to be going down to Henlo's Booyah Bomb, too. So again, with about 2.5 minutes down and Hypernova back in control of mid, they're probably not going to want to opt to take it because look how many enemy players are approaching, especially the Zipcaster, but they're all going to go down. Wow. Okay, Hypernova, I see you. Wait for all of Enemy to come to you, then you're going to obliterate them one by one. Excellent play, especially with the help of Mirage here and the Booyah Bomb. Flinking, trying to ride their way, getting all the way to 9. That was a perfect opportunity for Hypernova all the way around.
A giant goofy grin plastered upon my face as what feels like the 10th wipeout of this game goes forward. Getting splatted, taxes, and enemy approaching you is apparently how Hypernova has approached this. Because, yeah, they just kind of waited, knowing that Enemy was going to approach them the moment that ink vac came out, taking full advantage to push all the way to 9. Nox, dare I say 9 almost doesn't feel safe, though, with the way that these teams have been fighting each other?
No, with how many wipeouts we're seeing, no lead's going to feel safe, and Rainmaker with the checkpoints cleared, it means you have no room for error. Right now, if you're Hypernova, you really just want to focus on keeping your players up and around, because getting wiped out really can cost you everything. But Hypernova going for the wipeout on Enemy instead.
You know, listen, however many kudos we're given power after this, we're going to have to come up with a whole new batch here. This is unbelievable. Trying to keep pace, and then, of course, that kid just comes from behind. That's Henlo. We'll call it 3 down there. Mercifully, the Booyah Bomb is going to end that. They know that Synapse is over there, as once again, all of the teams seem to go down. Now, Synapse not even going to try to jump out, because why would you at this point? Just over a minute left, Falco. Again, the dumb goofy grin has not left my face, because we have an ink vac pushing. We have an Ultra Stamp pushing, and the Rainmaker close behind.
You know, there's no short of team effort here. As whimsical as some of these pushes may be and just where they end up, these teams are very well coordinated. We want to make that perfectly clear.
Yes.
And how well that they are pushing. And I mean, Enemy, they lost it, but they're not done yet. Oh, that kid's going to go down. Was that the Rainmaker barrier that got them? I I have no idea how they got splatted, but they were going to be in a very good position to get the rest of Hypernova's teammates out. And now it's going to be Henlo who's picking up here, or Zero picking up the Rainmaker, having to retreat, allowing Dark some space to try and push forward. And again, now enemies at the position where if they want to score, they're probably going to try and get the win, and that's not going to be the case with the wipeout. 20 seconds left, Hypernova back in control. Another wipeout just to seal the deal, and I think this will be Hypernova's game as they are finally opting to take the Rainmaker, take the higher road for Henlo. Not even going to bother to try and swim forward, going to stand back here a little bit. Hypernova is going to be on the board.
Yeah, the worst spot to be as a commentator, when you have 10 seconds you have to fill, you know that the game is over here and you're just trying to take it through. So thank you for the baton carry there, Falco, getting us through. And thank you to these teams for giving us just such a hilariously whimsical, as you put it, fun game there. Again, I need a wipeout counter for that particular game because it felt like every time all 8 players ended up here, I'm surprised we didn't see a double wipeout at some point, Nox.
Yeah, I'm surprised there was no point when all 8 players weren't down at once. That is actually shocking. Both of these are really aggressive, really fast-paced teams. It's so exciting to watch them go back and forth like this, and it really shows why they play so differently into teams like Moonlight or Milky Way that are more methodical, more slow, more paced. But it's always exciting to see 2 teams just truly going at it back and forth.
Well, and again, I'm trying to think now where the scores have ended up between these 2 games. So we had one team that got a knockout, the other team that was down into the teens in the first game. And then there we have a push to 9 and a push to 14 or so.
Yeah.
I mean, again, low teens. So these are high scores as well. And to Falco's earlier points, we're yucking it up here and having a good time. But make no mistake, that defense is still so stressful there at the end. You know you have numbers. You know that really all they have is an Ink Vac that's already kind of far behind the Rainmaker. All you have to do is not dive down too preemptively, use your sub weapons, but there's still lots of ways you can mess that up.
Yeah.
So credit to them for not losing it. And okay, that's Rainmaker out of the way, that's tower control out of the way. I don't even want to know, Falco, what turf war is going to look like between these 2 teams, because they may just say, hey, we're not worried about turfing anything, let's just go fight in the center, and whoever has the highest numbers at the end of the game, that's who's going to win it.
Yeah, it might be one of the overall lowest turf war victories we would see between these 2 teams. I'm concerned too about Clam Blitz with just how chaotic it can be, and some of these pushes obviously the most exciting as well too. But to your point, for that game too, there are a lot of opportunities, especially after the first checkpoint by the Greats, where the players knew the inputs they wanted to do. They had them memorized. It was a matter of the execution without getting splatted. And as soon as one of the players on their team, the offensive team, went down, everyone went down. It just tumbled and spiraled that way too. So again, we talk about the modes we have left: Splat Zones, Turf War, and Clam Blitz. I mean, I am interested. I do want to run with the Turf War narrative you mentioned. Say, you know what? we're gonna change it up. But 9, we will be going to Clam Blitz for this one on Scorch Gorge.
That's right, a nice big opening area. And hey, this is another stage where when you get underneath the basket, you can have a real fun fight on your hands. And we actually saw in last week's action a very close game on Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz. And Falco, I mean, you certainly were aware of what was going on in that push. Just one Ink Vac pushing over Grades was enough to take a win. So one special at the right spot here. This is one of those Clam Blitz stages where that can be enough to get you some points. But conversely, you often need a lot of points to win here, I feel.
Yeah, and it's one of the stages, too, where it takes quite a bit of time from your spawn to get to the basket. You know, some stages, the basket is right there. So if you get wiped out, it is so detrimental to your team. You just got to make sure that you have some sort of player advantage. You're not getting wiped out while the enemy team is holding clams and able to score. And, of course, there's a lot of opportunities in front of the basket that somebody can push. I'm watching out for players like for Henlo, and I mean, who can really be able to push up, and especially members from enemies too, who are able to just really put on a show with how well they can splat. So I think when a basket is going to be open for, you know, at any point in the game, it's going to be open for quite some time.
Well, that's the best part about this particular match is if you'd named any of the 8 players in this lobby right now, I would have been like, yeah, they could totally be the one that break the game open here and put on a highlight show.
Right.
Just the way it goes. And just to further a point you were already making there, Scorch Gorge, one of those stages where there are a lot of clam pod spawns that you can very quickly go back to and keep that basket open for an extended period of time. Taking a look at the compositions, it's actually going to be back to the heavy splatling here from Dark. So a bigger stage, they want more turf. Does it make any sense to you, Nox?
It makes some sense, but I think playing it into an E-leader is a bold choice. It's a very hard weapon to play into the longest range charger in the game, as Mirage has already found one, and now going to be able to move up to mid and be able to look at the entire stage.
Yeah, hey, this is a matchup that is as old as time. The old Charger versus the Splatling, and I'll tell you, usually it is the Charger that gets the better of it here, but the rest of the... Oh, never mind, I'm going to take it all back. Great partial charge there from Mirage, picking that one off there and eliminating any real threat that there was. Falco, that's the level that these teams are playing at right now. Those are the shots that if you don't hit can completely change the game, but when you do hit them, suddenly you're in the driver's seat.
It certainly can, and that's certainly the case too, and especially on a stage that is played throughout the entire stage. And of course, it being a mode like Clan Blitz, where you know you have to get your shots because you never know where a player's going to be. And of course, we're seeing splat after splat after splat. Again, shout out to Power here for being able to capture all these great moments and being able to switch to our active players. But I think too, it's so hard for these players to break into mid too, and looking at Mirage being able to get some picks, and you know, you mentioned that there's going to be some players who are trying to go for them, but Mirage is always one step ahead of the game.
Yep, just keep that laser in relevant areas of the stage. It will dissuade even the most aggressive of players. They don't want to go down for nothing, and Flinking doing a great job keeping the backside closed too. To the other end of that though, NME waited until one member moved forward, took them out, and now they should have the initiative. That's going to be the first score. Now Synapse got that wall up in a great spot, but there's still so many members of NME pushing forward, getting a couple more in. I would think that at this point, maybe there's nothing left for them to get. Of course, the wall is going to do what it does so often and take a couple members out here. That kid gonna trade it out, keep fighting it out, and Nox, a great job there by NME, getting what points they could, but more importantly, keeping control of the stage. They now are in great position to make more happen if they want.
Yeah, keeping control of mid is absolutely vital, especially in a Clan Blitz game like this where everything is so spread out. Hypernova now has to work to reclaim mid, find the space they need, and they have a couple specials to do it, and Synapse has been finding incredible picks this game, but not quite going to be enough right now as 3Z tries to find Mirage and might be able to.
Well, now is going after Henlo as well, and all the while as the fight's going on, Zero had built up enough, and now Dark in the position that you'd rather be the heavy splatling, pushing forward and moving forward with the team. Great work. Zero still up there and moving and fighting as the rest of the team goes and gets more clams. 3Z gonna protect this laning. Everybody is still up and pushing forward at this point. And Falco, again, still opportunities for them to push forward if they want, but I think they're gonna move back and be content with more scores and more control.
Yeah, that 27 mark was very good, and enemy knew that they couldn't really push beyond that given their situation. And I think too, players like Zero, we mentioned that there were going to be players who push in front of the basket to make sure they try and get players from Hypernova who are going to be dropping. And that's exactly what happened. And speaking of exactly what's happening, how about Synapse there getting 2 splats here with 2 power clams on their team. They're trying to find a way that they can break forward. And I believe more specials are trying to be built here. Tacticooler is going to be out. If Hypernova scores, this could be a very deadly push 9.
Well, this is where it gets scary for NME. This is the moment where they love to push forward there and try to force the issue. If they're not careful, they will play right into Hypernova's hands, who is waiting. Mirage there, we just heard, got a shot and actually tosses the power claim forward, wants to keep this position. Was that the right call? They still have players there. They're still going to end up scoring, but it's just going to be Flinking in this position, is not able to jump out, and they were taken out, and that means that they are going to lose a lot of stage control. So a nice score, Nox, but they gave up an awful lot to get it.
They did. They might have sacrificed a little too much. Losing mid, especially in situations like these, sets up teams like NME for a quick push just like this, where they are taking the points away. They are about to knock out. They need two clams to do it. They are so close. There's one more that they need to find. There they go. Just an incredible counter push there from NME. Just beautiful job of showing why you can't lose mid.
That's exactly the point. The theme of the game there is what you give up in the process of getting something that you got. We talked about this earlier in the Mahi Rainmaker game, where you get the quick wipeout, maybe you get the defense, but remember that your opponent is going to be building up their specials as they move forward. There is enough turf in the center of Mahi Mahi. There's certainly enough turf in the center of Scorch Gorge to give you exactly what you need to make the big pushes. And, you know, to be clear, they had the lead at that point anyway. They did have to get a little desperate on Hypernova's side to try to make things happen, but that's the risk, especially on a very practiced Clan Blitz stage. A great showing there from NME, and Falco, again, lots of fights there to make it happen, but that seemed like a slightly more measured enemy. I'm all here for it, to be honest.
It was more measured and more controlled, too, from what we saw in game 2. So that's going to be a good win for them as they move forward. And, of course, getting one step closer to move on to Losers Finals, where, guess what? Moonlight is awaiting the victory of that. And 9, moving on to the most bread and butter mode here that we have in Splatoon 3, Turf War.
It's Turf War, and listen, this has just become the Game 4 mode, I think, that we have started to see. The teams have figured out their own little metagame of how they want to make these picks. If you've got the lead, put Turf War out there, get a stage out of the way that maybe you don't want to play so that you'll have that counter pick of stage going into Game 5. If you feel like Turf War is a coin flip anyway, why waste a good stage on it? So we see it here. Turf War between these two teams. We joked, might be the least turfed Turf War game of all time, but Nox, I do want to give these teams a little bit of credit here. Of course, we know that NME can switch over to a more turf-heavy comp when they want. They do have Zero that can be on the NZAP. They have Dark that can play something that turfs a little better than a Torrens Hydra at times. But on the other side, I'm interested to see, is this a time that you would bring E-Leader and Dynamo? That seems awfully rich for this particular mode.
It does. Bringing E-Leader into Turf War at all feels like an interesting choice, especially these days. It just does not ink enough. I would not be surprised to see a switch to something like a Heavy Splatling or a Snipe Rider 5H. Quite frankly, any anchor except E-Leader.
Well, Nox has spoken here, and so shall it be. Ship Cargo Co. is where we're headed. One of our new stages here in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. Did not think Turf War was where I was going to see it first here on the stream, but hey, listen, you talk about fight-heavy stages. This is certainly one of them, and you also talk about stages, Falco, where you've got to keep an eye on the left and right sides of the stage. There's a lot of lateral turf, so if you're just focused on the center of the stage, you can be missing out on a lot of advantage that your opponent's built.
Yeah, you can miss out on a lot of those. And there are positions, too, that can favor more of our backlines, our anchor weapons on this stage. Again, to Nox's point, probably not an E-Leader. You're going to want something that's going to have a little bit more ability to get some turf on the stage. But again, like you mentioned, not typically where we see Turf War. If we were to see this stage, it might be tower control, it might be splat zones, but Turf War, you know, we always say it's a very open splat zones. Who needs to be confined when you have the entire stage to be played at this point? So, again, I do think these players are going to meet just kind of in mid and just go at it for 3 minutes. It's unfortunate for us that it's not more than 3 minutes. It's, we're, you know, with no 5 minutes, no overtime like that, because I could watch that all day.
Well, the numbers would be astronomical. Also, can I just say how funny it's going to be if an E-Leader does show up here? This is going to be great, and we won't have to wait any longer because here we go. These two fight-happy teams showing us again. So it's going to be Dark over on the Snipe Rider 5H, and it will be Mirage. Going with the nice chalk pick here makes absolute sense, but interestingly enough here, Synapse going to be going with the 52 Gal Deco. Knocks a little splatter color screen action, but I think that's kind of an interesting point. I didn't see anything that I didn't like about the original 52 Gal that Synapse was playing. If anything, I think it was working very well.
Yeah, I think it was too. Maybe Synapse just thought that giving a splatter color screen to their teammates would help them break in a little more easily. Seemed to work out pretty well for Henlo there, as Synapse also able to take full advantage of it to get control over on that left side of the stage. And that kid left in a somewhat awkward situation without a lot of room to move. But on the other hand, on Ink Rush, you're not too concerned about that.
Yeah, always able to find ways out to move here. That kid's still getting away. I swear, those health bars confirm exactly what I have always thought, which is that kid is living on 10 HP the entirety of the spawn there. A wonderful addition here on the 11.0 update. But it has been Hypernova who's really seized control even from the start, of course, forcing that kid into the awkward position. Now has opted to take this side. I don't know that they've been identified yet, and that's right. Jumping out and taking that out. Synapse notices just a little bit too late, and now is in not a great position either way. Still fights out of it, though, not caring again. Talking about living on 5 HP. A great showing there. Of course, going to be scrums in the center. And Falco, I cannot believe how these players survive here. This is unbelievable, health bars or no.
Right, and for that kid too, I mean, there were 3 players who at least knew where where they were. I'm not saying that they were going to try and splat them, but they were aware of their existence and the positioning too. So if you're able to survive that long, that is absolutely crucial. And to what Nox mentioned too about the displacement of the splatter color screen, that is going to be huge as well too. If you're able to pincer and corner players into certain areas on a mode where you have to play the entire stage, that is also going to be key too. So that's Hypernova's really going to try and take advantage of that, and they have. They've already put enemy in danger with about a minute to go.
Great showing them here, and a nice placement on that Booyah Bomb as well to force them back even further. And it's such a great point on the splatter color screen. What have we said so often here? You have to stay up. You cannot go for a hard commitment late in the game. There are a few specials in the game lower commitment than splatter color screen. You throw it out there and let it do its thing over time. Henlo, again, being so difficult to displace. You can see 3 have to jump on. There's not a lot of follow-up here from Hypernova, but sure enough, the splatter color screen comes in, Nox, and I have to think that they're going to have enough people up here that they can make a solid defense.
Yeah, and they've managed to notice that kid very early on here. That's going to work out in their favor. And I've really been enjoying watching the splatter color screen from Synapse really split the stage, allowing Hypernova to keep this push going. Sorry, I got distracted by Synapse yet again surviving on 5 HP somehow.
Zero.
Finally going down.
Finally going down. Zero pushed way deep, but Mirage maybe the MVP here at the end. Henlo going up here sort of to cement it, but Mirage with enough shots there was able to take those 2 members out. Fling King will move way forward, and Synapse will add one as well, but I mean, unless one of these teams really didn't ink their spawn at all, I think we can figure out how this one goes. A great showing there from Hypernova, holding firm even in the strongest of pushes coming out from NME there. Again, we've got another 5-game match here, Falco. These 2 teams are treating us to a show.
They certainly are. You know, I was a little nervous at the end with Zero from Enemy pushing forward. You could even see the this way, and we know they're voice chatting with each other. So it means even more if I have to press the button to say this way while we're communicating too. So I thought that could have been a breakaway moment, but props to Hypernova for identifying Zero and taking them out. And, you know, that was a pretty convincing win there for Hypernova. And they had pretty solid control for at least the second half of the duration of the game, too. But Nine, I don't remember the last time we have gone to a Game 5 splat zones.
Read my mind earlier. Nox said, not often that we see splat zones as a Game 4. Well, we'll do you one better here. Splat zones as a Game 5. Finally, these teams are forced to go to the most popular mode in the entirety of it.
Yeah.
But of course, they couldn't make this just an honest, measured game of Inkblot Art Academy splat zones or something like that. No, they are going to the stage where we saw such fun shenanigans earlier on. Nox, Undertow Spillway zones again. NME had a lot of fun here earlier fighting it out with Milky Way, and I'm sure they're happy to see this again against Hypernova.
Yeah, can't imagine they're going to complain much here. They're really good at controlling these zones. Heavy Splatling is so excellent here. Dark seems to love playing that Splatling class. Don't know what adaptations Hypernova will need to make here, but that Dynamo should do pretty well around those glass areas.
The Dynamo, I'm even more curious what Mirage is going to play too, because you really don't see a whole lot of E-Leader here. And, you know, these past few months have shown us a lot more E-Leader play, certainly in community events and just all across. The E-Leader, this is your time. If you've ever wanted to play E-Leader, there's no better meta than the one we're in right now. But I don't know. This is a really tricky stage, I think, to play it on, especially if you have something else in your roster. So that'll be a question for Mirage, but I totally agree. Dynamo can have a field day here. When we saw this earlier, Falco, what we saw was a willingness for NME to risk everything for the chance to get a wipeout, because they understand that their comp can't really trade turf and take zones back that way. That was against Milky Way, though. What do you think that would look like against a Hypernova squad that has clearly been able to go blow for blow?
Yeah, I think Hypernova has the same agenda as Enemy, and we've had 4 games to really prove that point, too. So it's going to be a matter of if we're going at it head-to-head, we want to make sure we're the ones who are walking away, not getting wiped out. And taking a look at the comps, we do see the E-Leader stick around here for Mirage. Dark is going to be going with the heavy Splatling, so E-Leader's making an appearance again.
Well, here we go. Take notes, folks. You're not going to see this in too many other places, I would wager. How does E-Leader look in Undertow Spillway away Splat Zones with a Dynamo as its running mate. Well, does a good job of taking care of that Wayward Wave Breaker at least, so that's a nice way to get things going here. But we're seeing what we saw from NME before, which is a whole lot of people attacking the center of the stage. Flinking has no choice but to get all the way out there. You have to imagine, well, no, Mirage isn't, okay, now going to jump out. Wanted to take that out there. Nox, these players are just willing to take one more shot. They're like, no, I can get one more, just give me one more shot here before I jump out. And hey, to their credit, they're hitting more of them than they're missing.
Yeah, and that one more shot can truly change the state of the game. Flinking doing an excellent job of staying on this glass. I think if Flinking had ink earlier, wouldn't have jumped out. And that Tacticooler coming out at a great time to really get Hypernova set up for this push, capping these zones, and looking to find a way to pressure NME out of control, quite frankly, because NME has been taking these points away.
Yeah, already down to 49, and that kid takes out Synapse there, so that's one of their foremost attackers that's already taken out here. This could be a really bad pincer. Dat Kid behind Henlo there, waits for Henlo to make the first slash to take out as well. Now the other members are stacked over on this left side. They have to move forward almost by default to make sure that they take advantage of this small window that has opened up, and it will be just enough. Dark was still up there on that side turfing. They managed to overcome the turf that the heavy Splatling can put out. A great showing there. But Falco, still a whole lot of work here for Hypernova to do. They do force a couple jump outs, and now maybe they can start to do that work.
Right, and I like the logic of when they were pushing in. Dat Kid is down, we get zone. That was their objective. And they followed suit, and unfortunately for them, they weren't able to hold on to the zone for very long. Henlo going to get a nice pop of 1-2. Can they get 3? Yes, they can. Going to go down as well, but guess what? You take that trade and down. Okay, there's a wipe.
Okay.
Okay, so how do you follow up with that? That was insane. Nine, you're speechless, but not speechless at the same time, I can tell. But an incredible sequence of splats. All to be said that NME is going to be walking away with that. Of course, taking out Flinking as well. NME in a very good position to continue this lockout.
So baffling. You get 3, and you made the foolish mistake of not taking out the 4th. And so what happens is that 4th quads you. Just unbelievable. And if you need any singular play to talk about this whole match, that is the one. But now we got to go ahead and focus back on here. That Ultra Stamp not nearly as effective as the one before it, as NME takes closer and closer. A penalty would be huge here for Hypernova to try to regain some semblance of control of this game. Instead, it's flipping left and right, lost control. Now we're in control. Flinking pushed all the way back here, is still able to find a member, but they need a lot more control. A nice jump up here on glass. Henlo finally makes good on this fight. Can they take zone and apply the penalty? They do. And Nox, please take it, because I'm out of breath.
Yeah, what a wild moment there. Hypernova now looking to stabilize. Henlo has that Ultra Stamp ready again, but NME not in a position to get tripled by it. And using this Ultra Stamp to really poke at this right side. Right now we're seeing NME really bunched up. Not typically something you want to do, but it's working out okay so far. But Mirage finds a shot, keeping Hypernova in this really established position where they're doing a great job of not overextending, and now we're going to see Henlo come in for an incredible pinch here.
Oh, it's a great opportunity, but did they wait a little too long? It appears so, and again, we talked about Flinking's great work on the glass. Dark was everything in that push, the straw that stirred the drink to keep the defense up here and make sure that no more points were coming off of the zone. It forces the pincer to happen maybe a little earlier than you want, and you're already trying to keep track of where the opponent's respawns are coming in. So NME finding ways to at least hold on to their lead, apply more penalty points, and Falco, I don't think they're particularly concerned with what Flinking is able to do up on that glass, because as long as they aren't going down here, they know there's no immediate follow-up.
Right, and Flinking has just been posted up on that glass, has had to leave the glass to refill their ink tank, but it's more of, if we're not going to bother you, you're really not bothering us as long as we're not getting under your ledge and we still have the zone, so they had no reason to fight against them too. Now NME with an almost delayed wipe, members are jumping in for Hypernova to try and get back in. 30 seconds left. Can you take out Dark here if you're Flinking? I don't know. You're going to have to drop down. You do, and there's a jump. Can they stay alive? No, they are going to go down. And right now, Hypernova is going to lose control as NME is going to try and find a way that they can bring it back here in the last 10 seconds. 2 players are down now on NME. 3 are going to go down. That's going to be the wipeout. Hypernova is going to push this into overtime.
We have a game, folks. Great showing there from Synapse. getting 3 there, forcing it, and now where are they positioning here? Okay, Mirage is on this side, gets the 1 shot. That's great. You're gonna have to do it a couple more times here to hold on. This is where the specials are really important. MME, we've said it before, not a lot of long-range turfing specials they can do, and they're being huddled together. Henlo up in position, so close. That Ultra Stamp is online at this point. Can they get a couple? They almost get one at that point. Now they're rotating around. Just a few more ticks away. Henlo gets one. Fling King gets another 3. He's going to have to dive at the zone, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Dat Kids runs in. Just a couple more ticks. 2 and 1. They've neutralized it with 1 point left. There's bombs. Dat Kid moves in again, and they will hold through overtime. A wipe, and what a capstone, folks. What one of the most incredible, fun, whimsical, out of adjectives, sets that I have ever seen in Splatoon 3 here in the Splatoon 3 North American League. Losers semifinals. I thought NME had it. Then I thought there's no way that they can get back in, and Hypernova has it. Then Dat Kid almost single-handedly takes it all the way back at the end, and just take a bow. Both teams, what an incredible show. And again, Nox, I need time to breathe here. What can you make of the end of that?
I mean, it really goes to show what having those higher turfing weapons can do for you. E-Leader doesn't really paint the ground. Their last player up for Hypernova was an E-Leader. If it had been a heavy Splatling, maybe they could have managed to find that last little bit of ink they needed. But Dark was playing that heavy Splatling and was able to allow their teammates to keep going for these fights while inking the zone, keeping it neutral just long enough and managing to cap the other after finding 3 down on Hypernova.
It's such a great point. Just half a charge from that is going to be enough to take it. So we're going to go ahead and show you now a replay of, honestly, you could put half the game up there, but we're going to go ahead and show you the worst triple that you'll ever see, because it was responded to on the other side by a quad. Just unbelievable here. So we'll take a look here. Henlo had just gotten Mark, dove forward here. Nice job there. Now I want you to look at the top of the screen there and look, wait a minute, where did all my teammates go? Where's my recall? And then it goes a wipeout there. Just incredible when you get to see frontline players trade like this. A great show there. Again, if you need one clip that shows you what that match was, that is the clip of all time to show it right there. And Falco, after a match like that, now you have to go up against Moonlight, who will assuredly not be playing at that pace. The hot and cold so difficult as we look at the bracket.
Yeah, no, first, if I'm enemy, I am breathing, number one. I'm just like taking a little bit of breather and taking some water. You just came off of a very high octane game against Hypernova. Knowing that you're going to face Moonlight, of course, none of that mattered while this set was going on. And I don't really know how enemy responds from that, just knowing, okay, maybe we can calm down a little bit. This Moonlight team, they might be polished in a way that they just have their craft. They have their craft and they do it really well. And Hypernova, not to say they don't, obviously, but it's definitely a more skirmishy match too. But to come away from that game too, if your enemy, they utilize the entire penalty points that they were allowed to try and break back into the zone. I was like, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I saw the Ultra Stamp come out. I was like, oh my goodness. They're going to finally get it. And they did. Well deserved to put them here in the losers finals against Moonlight too. And these two teams, they haven't faced each other yet. They came from opposite sides of the bracket. So this will be our first showing against these two teams. If we take a look at the head-to-head record against them, Moonlight has the set wins from last year, if we're counting Fo, 3-2. So it's going to be very close to tying.
It will. Well, hey, thankfully the players get to take a break and we get to take a break. We've got another brief content piece this time. If you're watching this right now and you say, hey, I want in on some of that action, which you should be because it's a lot of fun, but you aren't sure how to register, Milana is going to take you through how to do exactly that as we catch our breath.
Howdy Squid Kids, Milana here, and I'm here to take you through registering for the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 season. The process is very similar to last season's, but we have made a few changes, so I'm here to take you through the process from start to finish. First, let's head over to the Battlefy page to register and create an account. You can find the site at battlefy.com/NintendoVersus. Click on the register button and log into your Battlefy account. If you don't have one, be sure to create one. Once we're there, let's move on to the official rules. Be sure to review the rules thoroughly for the tournament format, prizing information, and along with anything else that would be important to know about this event. Some of the rules have changed since last season. For example, you'll have 4 event scores that count to your season standings instead of 5, so be sure to review the rules carefully. I've already read the rules, so I'll just check this box here and move on to the next step. For this next step, fill out your first name and last name. Additionally, be sure to indicate whether you are at least 18 years old in the given space. Once we're done with this, there's just one thing left to do. In this last section, fill out your in-game name, Switch friend code, your Nintendo account user ID, the email associated with your Nintendo account, and a contact email. The Nintendo account email may be used for prizing purposes, and if your contact email is not the same as your Nintendo account email, be sure to include it in the space below. If you need help finding your Nintendo Switch support ID number, go to your user settings, scroll down to user support, and select support number. The Nintendo Switch support ID should be on this page. Once we have all this information collected, congratulations! You are now registered for the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. Once you're registered, it's super simple to create a team. Enter your team name, upload a team logo, and include a team bio to tell us something fun about yourselves. Additionally, you will need to include a Discord ID in the space provided, as you may be contacted by tournament admins during the event. Much like last season, there is one important rule. Any replacements or additions to the roster after the start of event number 4 will result in the creation of a new team. Once your team is created, you'll have an invite link to send to your friends so that the team can be filled. Then, you'll be redirected to the team hub where you can see your team's stats, history, and anything else you might need to compete at your very best. You will register for individual events at this hub throughout the season as well. This will be your gateway into the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 season. And just like that, you're all ready to compete. We hope to see you there.
And we do hope to see you there, because clearly the water's fine and the action is hot here in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. For those of you who missed that last match, I pity you, and that's all I'm going to say, because what a show it was. We now have NME versus Moonlight in losers finals, and there's so many things that we can talk about here as we get the teams ready for it. Falco, I'll pass it to you because of your history with these two teams. You quoted the set count between the two of them in a head-to-head, at least from a faux standpoint. But if you're looking at the 3 remaining teams, it's first, it's second, and it's third. These are matchups that we have seen between players we're very familiar with.
Yeah, tale as old as time, and guess what, 9? It's only week 1 of the regular season of the league here. So, a long way to go until we get to the playoffs. But hey, we love to see the strong showing so far, and we expected some of these teams to come back. I know Moonlight was very eager to jump back onto the next season of the Splatoon 3 North American League, and they are back. Milky Way, of course, making an appearance again, and Enemy, a lot of the same players who played on Faux. So it's to nobody's surprise that these are our top 3 teams here in week 1 of the regular season.
And also, no surprise that we are starting on Tower Control Mako Mart. Again, the most popular stage to play Tower Control on. We've seen it quite a bit today. And Nox, the team that we saw go to this earlier was Moonlight, and dare I say they looked clinical in their push. Now, I know a different monster here in NME, very difficult to pin down, but I have to think that Moonlight very happy with this choice.
Yeah, I can't imagine Moonlight is at all upset about this. They are such a methodical team. They might not get the first push, but I imagine they'll get the strongest one. They're so consistent. They clear everything they need to, and they make sure that they keep Basil so well protected that it makes it near impossible for any other team to get a push in.
And Falco, I'm going to pass back to you here with just kind of a little musing on these two teams that we saw, especially in last year's kind of permutations of them. Whenever one team played against the other, it tended, and they were playing better, they tended to sweep and they tended to knock out these two teams, water and fire, when they attacked each other. So I'll be very interested to see here, and as the season went on, it felt like Moonlight started to get something figured out. But this is a slightly different look from NME, and I'm curious from what we've seen today. Of course, Moonlight looked very strong in that previous Milky Way set. Which team you would favor going into this? I'm going to put you on the spot as we get loaded in.
Well, we talked about coin flips in Turf War. I want to say coin flip for this one. The biggest variable is going to be with the addition of Zero on this enemy team and how well that they are going to be able to play as we take a look here at the compositions. Weapons, it's Basil once again on the E-leader. Dark going to be going with the Sniper Raider 5H in a lot of the same weapons that we had seen before from other members of enemy.
Yeah, not a whole lot of surprises here outside of, again, this new look here from Shadow that has completely changed the dynamic of how Moonlight is able to get to the specials and to the types of attacks and composition they want. A nice little flank here by Zero. I still don't think is seen. Who's the target going to be? That's the worst part there. Basil, that's a nice first target to go after. Now back behind Shadow. Go ahead and get that one as well. Go ahead and get 3, and the 4th one's still over there, actually taking out Zero. I guess you'll call it 3.5 there, but that's actually a huge swing from Omega Nox. That was going to be, what, 3 against maybe 1 coming off the respawn? Instead, now Moonlight should have no trouble defending.
Yeah, Moonlight in a much better position to defend now, but what a wild flank from Zero there. Not shocking to see, but still very impressive. Dat Kid looking to do something with this ledge, going to be able to help find Omega, but the Ink Vac coming out, gonna really get in the way of enemy here, and they still haven't even made it to that first checkpoint.
Okay, Zero has no idea how close he was to going down right there. That Ink Vac shot going all the way over here. Another player going down midway through. 3Z gonna fight everybody, of course. What else is 3Z going to do in that position? And once again, it's Moonlight coming out on top. And we saw again earlier how methodical they were when they were able to get the players in the position they want. A great shot from Basil should allow for the rotations in the position that they want. If Basil is able to get over to this right side, that's when the points start to fly off the board. Again, it'll be another flank. Now let's call it 2 flanks here. Shadow being attacked from all sides. Really doesn't even know yet. And sure enough, it's that kid again on the Shark who's going to take one out. But for the time being, Moonlight will score. Well, no. Did they clear that checkpoint? That is right at the end. That is not a cleared checkpoint. Falco, that's huge.
Yeah, that is going to be really, really big there for enemy, as not allowing Moonlight to get past that checkpoint. And you talk about what was happening on that right stack with Shadowwind, so we have the advantage of seeing the player names. The players on the field don't, unless they are tagged. So it's kind of interesting when we see that there are 2 players from opposing teams directly next to each other and they don't see each other at that point. But Moonlight's going to try and pick up right where they left off here. This time trying to get past that checkpoint. They will be in a better position too, with Nolan on the Ink Vac going to be going down, but the bubble deployed as well, and getting to 67 again. That's better than where it was before for Moonlight. But enemy, they're very quick to try and not let it spiral out of control. With how methodically Moonlight has been playing, enemy's been able to counter this very well.
I mean, they have, but you talk about counters here. I mean, that was, what, 2 in that position that Basil ended up getting, including one of the big threats. I mean, any sort of position that Basil can find to still affect the game. You always say that the hallmark of a great charger play and a great backline player is finding ways to influence the game from an off-balance position. Basil has done just that, even opting there to try to fire and defend the teammates rather than going at the position that they were previously looking at. So Moonlight figuring things out, moving the right players around. And Nox, I'm a little stunned at how well they've been able to corral MME thus far.
Yeah, it feels like they're actively going around the edges of the map, surrounding and containing them. Almost like trying to corner an animal a little bit. Just keeping them in, not allowing them the space that they want to move around, which really is limiting the number of flanks enemy can do, setting up Moonlight to, even if they're not getting crazy pushes in, maintain consistency. And now we have Omega under a ledge, which is a terrifying statement.
Well, now Omega's on top of the ledge, and sure enough, that's going to be the only thing worse than Omega being under the ledge is now Omega running at you on top of the ledge, and even goes back and gets another, reactivates the flow aura state, the ink overflow as well. Down to 45, so honestly not the worst defense that you could imagine from MME in that position. I thought maybe there were even more points to be had, but this is the state of the game, Falco, where you get the sense that Moonlight's saying, let's not push for anything that isn't presented to us here. We've controlled them well, let's not change anything up.
Yeah, and for as well as they controlled mid, they didn't get past or even to that second checkpoint. It's still not capped here from Moonlight, but their goal now is to just play this mid game and not allow enemy, number one, to really take control of the tower, but more importantly, not get past that first checkpoint. So as long as Moonlight can hold their ground to do that, and we know they're capable of doing it, Omega's been doing some really great things, again, activating their full aura state from splat after splat and using the splat bubble in key positions, has been doing that really well this entire game. And with 20 seconds left, Enemy's going to have to try and find something up their sleeve here. But again, when you're facing Omega, who's able to just counter and push on some of these jumps, and the support of Shadow Wind as well, going to be tricky in these last 10 seconds.
Well, there we go. It's going to be a jump out and a re-rack at this point. I see 4 members who are up and around the tower. Well, make it 3 now, but the point is I see more than enough defensive resources here for Moonlight. Omega's going to go ahead and collect 3 for the road, as it will be, again, a comfortable win for Moonlight on Mako Mart. Tower control, and Nox, I just can't shake the feeling they've got this figured out.
It really feels like they do, and it's also worth noting that a lot of teams will run what we call a GG special in tower control, like triple ink strikes or booyah bomb, and Moonlight's not running any of that. They're just going, no, we know we can keep enough control of this stage, we know we can keep enough turf down, and we know we can find the picks, which Omega showed consistently and impressively throughout that game.
Well, and the ability to have Omega, who has played a great Ink Decapitator over the course of this, switch over to Splat Roller specifically for that stage and mode combination, this is huge. And, you know, earlier I thought, why not Crab Leg Capital Tower Control? Falco, I think this may just be I don't want to say something aggrandized like a new look Moonlight here, but with as strong as they've looked there, I mean, if there's any stage that you need to get really good at if you want to win tower control, it's clearly Mako Mart, and they've clearly got something they feel that works against everybody.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of the Moonlight that we had seen before, where a lot of their plays were polished, and maybe a little bit more aggression coming out from players like Omega. They played like they were a player from Enemy who's just playing the entire map and getting pick after pick, entering Float Aura state now, but I mean, with Moonlight's pick here, after getting the win, they're going to be choosing Turf War 9, and we have seen Moonlight play Turf War already today, so it's going to be interesting to see how well they can play against Enemy, who likes to throw everything at the table.
Yeah, Moonlight is inflating the Turf War numbers to an incredible degree at this point, but again, they feel very, very strong. They enjoy playing Turf War, and it's sort of a side benefit that they think that their opponents maybe don't like it, that they can be strong, that they can win on it here. It's just nice the way that it fits. Now, I will say, I haven't had the most success necessarily on it comparatively, but this is a counter pick now, Nox, that we have heard the stage. I don't know how it took this long, but anytime we saw Fofofo last year, we knew as soon as they had the opportunity, we were headed to Urchin Underpass at some point. And these two teams on Urchin Underpass Turf War, this is a tale as old as time.
It is. It's something we've seen before. It's something we'll probably see again as the season goes on, which is exciting. It's a very, like we've talked about before, it's a very unique stage. It doesn't favor long-range weapons, and that makes a lot of sense for Enemy because they want to take advantage of going all over the place, wild flanks. They don't necessarily always have the most turf to lay down, but if they have Dark on that heavy splatling, that really counteracts that. And it puts Moonlight on less of a forward foot, because as good as Basil is at other things, Basil's best at E-Leader.
Agreed. Hey, the proof's in the pudding there. Some wacky shots there to close some of those would-be pushes out. But, you know, you talk about Dark, and, you know, another thing that they do have up their sleeve, Dark played a lot of Dapple Doolies last year. And if there was ever a stage to bring Dapple Doolies to, this would be the one. Of course, those beacons, excellent for getting everybody back in. We know how well it turfs, and we know how much we love Tacticooler on this stage in particular. So a lot of options, and it was clear to see why Fofofo felt so strong last season on it. Now, Zero's sort of been on Tacticooler duty, so do you move Zero over to one of the Reflux variants here and then Dart go there? Do you risk going truly no range, or do you change things up a little bit to give yourself some, because you can bet that Nolan is probably going to stay on some sort of long-range shooter. It's Zero, actually, who's going to be going over to the Dapple Doolies, interestingly enough, and it is going to be the heavy Splatling coming out once again. And Falco, an interesting way that Nolan is going to be giving them some Tacticooler support this time.
Yeah, the Claws 96 Gal, that one we don't typically see come out. So it's going to be interesting to see how well they play it too. And again, I think the key for Enemy is, again, we talk about the last 30 seconds in Turf War being very crucial. So if they can get that 3-player advantage, that wipeout, which we know they're capable of doing on this stage, I think that's where they're really going to shine to try and get this win. But of course, it's not going to be easy against a team like Moonlight.
No, not at all. And I will say one of the things about this stage too, it can be very, very difficult to get onto your opponent's side. So these battles for mid truly end up mattering. And this is also a stage where you'll see one player. I mean, 3Z and Omega, I would say, are you know, the usual suspects when it comes to diving as far as you can, just trying to get past your opponent's back line and then take as much of that turf as possible. And sure enough, 3Z's already there. Zero now moves in. I don't think anyone's grabbing a drink from this tacticooler anytime soon as Enemy seizes the initiative, Nox.
Enemy doing an excellent job of seizing it. And now we're seeing 3Z chasing down Omega. Just some Vipers playing cat and mouse with each other, and 3Z coming out on top there. A wild series of events as both of these teams are pretty content skirmishing for now. We're getting closer to the point where they're going to care a little bit more about finding space. And both teams are now going to be reaching the point where they really want to make sure players aren't going down unnecessarily.
What a lovely panorama that we got right there. Thank you, Power, once again, for giving us the cat and mouse, and then even returning in time is Omega. Okay, just going to keep doing this until the end of the game, I see. But no, it's a good point to where, yes, these fights do matter, but you're not seeing people push too far forward in a concerted effort. Yes, you're going to see Omega try to make things interesting and get back behind because of how much of your opponent's turf you could steal, but you're not going to see the big pushes working together to try to go up into the opposing hills until we reach times like now. And Falco, with a minute left, maybe not quite yet, but we're getting awfully close.
Yeah, and I mean, Enemies held the mid control the entire time, but of course we all know how turf war works, and we've mentioned it time after time, and especially against a player like Basil, who's going to enter Float or Estate's going to get some buffs on some of their stats too. Entering mid now, Moonlight back in control. We'll see if they can pick up the pace here and get definite control. Of course, it's going to be a little harder. There are some key identifiers once a team enters in danger, but Moonlight, this is honestly one of the best they have looked so far today. They haven't had to rely on a player like Omega just trying to sneak away and playing cat and mouse, Wiper v Wiper. Moonlight's been able to hold their ground here for a few moments.
And this is where the range advantage that they have comes into such big effect. Basil goes ahead and gets another one here. Shadow and Nolan team up for more. It's going to be a trade. Dark's going to get back behind and turf a lot, but guess what? Shadow right on the other side doing the exact same thing. And we said earlier, do you go even lower range if you're NME? Do you worry about what that will go against if Moonlight keeps their range? And Nox, at the end of the game, we saw exactly what the answer to that question was, and Moonlight had it once again.
Yeah, I mean, just really great job there from Moonlight of knowing when they needed to find the picks they needed. Enemy potentially overextending there a bit. They had had so much of the stage controlled for so long, and they just let players go down at the wrong time, which is the big hazard there at the end of Turf War. You want to make sure that you keep your players up, just like during a Clam Blitz push or at the end of a Rainmaker game when you have lead.
Well, yeah, I agree entirely. There was that moment where Zero dove after Basil to try to take that heavy splatling out, and then not only did Basil collect that, also pre-fired the left side there where Dark was moving. Dark had taken 3 shots before even knowing what had happened, and that really was the moment that it started to come down. So to your point, if those fights go through and Basil does go down there from Zero's dive, it's an entirely different game, but that is the risk that you take. And again, that's the advantage to having the range, a great showing there. And now, Falco, we head to Rainmaker. Again, we knew we were going to see it at some point here. Notably, it's Moonlight's pick and not Enemy's pick. So again, we knew Enemy would like to go here, but curious as to your thoughts and why Rainmaker. Are we going to see double vac again?
I don't think so, but again, I don't know. I would say if we're predicting against Enemies comp, then maybe it's possible. But no, it's interesting that Moonlight is choosing Rainmaker. This is something I thought M&E would be choosing, but to Enemies' advantage now, they get to choose a stage for Rainmaker too. So Moonlight in a position where they win this, they move on to Grand Finals, they just want to get this one over with, and they could be thinking a little bit ahead. Maybe we don't want to go to a different mode that we don't want to play with, but with Enemy choosing, they chose Mahi Mahi Resort 9. We saw what happened before. We have one of the same players who it might be, I don't want to say up to some shenanigans, because there really wasn't anything they did that caught us off guard. It was just more of, wow, this was a very fast game, but guess what? It's the same team that's playing.
Yeah, the loving embrace of Mahi Mahi has artificially inflated our excitement about Rainmaker here, because yes, if you missed the earlier game, it was between Milky Way and Enemy, and Milky Way got to the checkpoint, got taken down, got wiped out, and then we saw just one of the fastest knockouts I think I've ever seen in terms of time, picked up the Rainmaker to a full knockout. The only thing that slowed them down was that they couldn't actually turf the pedestal. That was the one weakness, and then they eventually did, and they ended up knocking it out. But yes, I'm starting to wonder if this is going to be the new Rainmaker Urchin Underpass, which is weird because Rainmaker Urchin Underpass is still technically possible, but there were some darling stage mode combinations in the last season of the league that teams really started to put their trademark on. I'm wondering if this is going to be it, but surely it can only be good on this particular stage, the way that these teams have fought it out, and I just can't wait to see, Nox, what they end up bringing here. We had a paintbrush on the field last time. We did.
We did. We had the Trizuka paintbrush, not something we see every day by any means. Always very exciting to see. I imagine Enemy will go back to a similar comp to that this time. I can't imagine they don't. On the other hand, I don't know what Moonlight does here. I don't know if you want E-Leader on such a small stage where you're going to be so focused in on specific areas.
Well, we'll find out. If there's any player that I'm okay, it is the Beast Basil, which is just an incredible tag on the splash tag there. I just noticed that for the first time. It will not be the double ink vac composition. Interesting. Nolan going over to the tried and true 96 Galdeco. So nice when you can switch between the same main weapon but get totally different things out of the special. Of course, this has been used for years by this player to take out Rainmakers, to close things out, to camp jumps on the other side, and when you have another way to get your ink back from Basil, who's already hitting shots, Falco, why not?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Basil, we knew they thrived with E-Leader. Guess what? Splat Charger, they're going to do just as much damage here. Shadow's going to be picking up the Rainmaker. The pedestal path is pretty clear, waiting for opportunities, getting some players, and the Kraken is deployed here. Nolan trying to find a safe place that they can go back into squid form, able to get it, and the Ultra Stamp coming out as well. So this push might not be done with Moonlight. Even with 2 players down, they were trying to pop the Rainmaker, but now it's going to be contested by Enemy. But to no surprise, Moonlight able to get to that checkpoint within the first 30 seconds of this game.
And what did we say earlier? The one thing you can't do here, apparently, is get wiped out, because that could be a game-losing mistake here. So Moonlight doing not that, taking a couple out, holding some sort of control. They did go a few down, though, and we're not going to see this a second time. Surely an eye on the top of the screen. Not the same sort of specials here, but we do have an ink vac aware, or up and available. And now let's see, what's the threat coming from? They've got a couple specials here, putting on top of it. I think that the Ultra Stamp got taken down before it could do a whole lot of damage, but that is still the lead. Nox, no, it's still up. They saved it the whole time. Oh my goodness. Could take this other one out. That
The podium's painted.
Oh! Down to 7. Not a knockout here. They cycled the Ultra Stamps instead, and we almost saw a blast from the past, Nox. I can't believe it almost happened a second time.
Yeah, they are running double Ultra Stamp, I guess is worth pointing out.
Yeah.
It's the Inkbrush Nouveau. Interesting special to run 2 of. Makes sense for Rainmaker. You want that insta-pop. And now we're seeing Enemy doing a great job of just trying to regain some control, not really overextending in the process, which is a nice thing to see.
It is, and again, now the game changes drastically when you're trying to defend with this comp as well, because you know that your opponent is, if nothing else, certainly not going to get more ink vacs than you. So, yes, they will get some with Basil, who does a great job of diligently turfing as well, but at the very least, things might not spiral out of control here. As long as you can control your opponent's specials and make sure that they don't simply outscale you here and you don't go too many down, you're usually okay. You feel like you have the better fighting weapons, and Falco, they're going for the knockout.
They are. They have a clear path. It was already painted, but no, they're going to be taken down by members of Moonlight too. But with this Ultra Stamp too, somebody just needs to pick it up and try and do it. And with the Ultra Stamp just smacking on the podium, blocking all shots that Moonlight was trying to throw their way, Enemy is now on the board. They do it again, 9.
They do it again. 2 times they've come here, 2 knockouts they've gotten against our number 1 and 2 teams as well. So don't take this team to Rainmaker Mahi Mahi is now what we can officially say. They have beaten all of the teams that were seated above them on it, so clearly that is where they want to go. And, you know, if you're Moonlight, maybe you're just glad to have Rainmaker out of the way. You knew that one might get ugly. You knew you were probably going to have to face that. Now it's done. Now the counterpick shifts back into your favor, but just so fun. We've seen double ink vac Nox, and now we've seen double Ultra Stamp. Clearly anything goes on Rainmaker.
It's a bit of a free-for-all. That's one of my favorite things about the mode. It's so fast and chaotic and can feel a little, not random at times, but something similar. It's an adventure all the time, and it's very cool to watch them play it. They do a very unique approach, and Mahi Mahi is sure a stage to do it on.
Well, again, I don't want to spoil the rest of the season for you all, but I would expect to see a lot more of that, so get used to it. We'll now take a step back, though, and head to Splat Zones. Falco, not at all surprised to see. Again, waiting until Game 4 to see it, but, you know, that's how mathematics works. So, Splat Zones once again, and now we're going to see, again, what stage are these teams going to favor it on. We saw earlier Moonlight very, very strong on Mahi Mahi. Splat Zones, well, we just saw Mahi Mahi out of the way, so they're going to have to go somewhere else this time.
Yeah, really the options too, and remember, this was Enemy's pick of the mode, and they opted to choose Splat Zones over Clan Blitz at this time, so again, can't go back to Mahi Mahi, but again, if you're Moonlight, you're in a good position now too. You just need one to get the win, and you're in control of the stage, so it's going to be interesting. I don't really know what's going to be best suited for their comp. Of course, I'm thinking what is going to be best for Basil to be comfortable to try and, you know, use E-Leader and maybe not be forced to play a weapon like the Splat Charger like they played in Mahi Mahi Rainmaker. So that's probably going to be my primary focus. But with the stages left available, nothing really jumps out to me. But I know they're probably not sweating it too much.
Probably not. And, you know, I think as we're talking about just bizarre things, is this the longest we've ever gone without seeing Hagglefish?
Almost surely.
I would imagine.
I am stunned that we have not seen Hagglefish market anywhere. It was very popular last season. It's popular on a few different modes that we got to see. We haven't seen it at all. And, you know, E-Leader gets to stay up on top of the tent area here, can clearly influence a lot of the game. I wonder if that's an option. Of course, maybe they don't want to play against Heavy Splatling there because Heavy Splatling's so good at keeping that zone neutralized. But I don't think I've seen a tournament proceed this far without one of its more popular stages be played. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, am I missing it?
No, it's very weird to not see it be played. It's definitely one of the most popular stages in community events. It's been so popular in the past season of this. It's shocking to not see it.
To think that we've seen Rainmaker Mahi Mahi twice before we saw Hagglefish Market appear even once, no matter the mode, to me, too, is crazy. So, but that's why we love the league. But unfortunately for U9, we're gonna have to wait even longer. We are going to Crab Leg Capital, and we've seen the stage quite a bit today.
We have. Listen, I tried my hardest to speak it into existence there. I actually think that Crab Leg Capital is a fascinating Splat Zone stage, so I'm not unhappy by any means. It's just kind of bizarre to think about. But Crab Leg Capital, this, again, was the stage for Moonlight last year. It was, we've got the Charger in the room, Basil, go after him, Omega, take some isolated 1v1 fights. Now, I'll be interested to see what comes out here from the members of NME. Of course, we've talked about, yes, you would love to have that Heavy Splatling with Dark go wild. Can keep the zone neutralized almost single-handedly, but this is not the stage to test Basil's E-Leader on, I would say. And you're shaking your head too, Nox.
Yeah, I mean, it's just got such open sightlines. Usually in the past, we would see maps with a lot of grates and go, oh, that's a Splatling map. Crab Leg Capital is the exception, because Chargers just have such free lines of sight on mid, which is exactly where you'd want your Heavy Splatling to be, and Basil is gonna hit that shot 10 out of 10 times.
Well, here we go. Also, will we see a swap back from Nolan as well to the 96 Scout? Could be a big deal. We've got a couple changes that have come out here. Let's kind of take them in one by one. This is the Mako Mart composition now that is coming out here from Moonlight. But on the other side, Falco, another thing I didn't think it would take this long to see. We have our first Splash-O-Matic of the day.
Yeah, Splash-O-Matic 0 is going to be applying that. It feels like the beginning of Splatoon 3 all over again. So excited to see that one back. And of course, what Splash-O-Matic known for? Getting the very early crab tanks, and that's exactly what Zero is going to be doing. Not netting any splats, but still making sure that Shadow can't push forward. That's going to allow the rest of enemy get control of the zone and try and extend their push a little bit too. And Dark now is going to have to try and drop down here from the grades. It's going to be counter here by Moonlight. They're going to be the ones taking the zone. 2 down on Enemy, but a good start here for Enemy, but Moonlight quick to take the lead.
Yeah, just lovely positioning from Nolan over there. Get that Inkvac in that position, make sure everyone goes the other way, and then as the fights start to move forward, that's when you play at the max range of that 96 gal and come collect some very easy splats. Now Basil repositioning here, took a little time to get this reposition, maybe left some of the members of the team exposed, and now is going to need to get out. Instead opts not to jump out here, maybe reasoning that they were kind of done and couldn't get the jump out in time. It appears that the rest of the members did respawn in time to maybe hold it. I'm stunned. Enemy didn't take it over the course of that here. Now Zero moves through here. Certainly the Splash-O-Matic will be enough. Again, they're going to opt to fight, and finally, by virtue of simply taking everybody in the opposing team out, they managed to take it. But Nox, I think they gave him maybe a few more points than were necessary.
Yeah, I'd say quite a few. There was a long time when that zone would have been easy to flip and they didn't take advantage of it. But now they have a crab tank to hold on these grates. They essentially have a second anchor. Never mind, Basil's got that. Basil hitting those incredible shots, stopping that crab tank from being set up in such a strong position. And now we're going to see Moonlight in a pretty good position to start looking at pushing back in, but no, not quite.
Just a bizarre exchange right there. If Basil hadn't hit that flick shot, actually, this might have gotten really out of hand for them. Yes, they've lost the lead, and Zero cycled another crab tank here. They still have enough members up to maybe do something, but they're going to need Nolan to get to that Inkvac very, very quick. They are boxed into the corner here at this point, and here it comes. Everyone knows where the threat is going to come from. Omega trying to move forward now. It's a big bubble, but they haven't taken the zone. They have to turn the other way and start to neutralize, and they finally do, all the way down to 4 points, and still kind of in an awkward position they're going to try to fight out of. These two teams treating us once again, Falco.
Yeah, you know, Moonlight had to take control of the zone, and they did, netting 71 penalty points. Where do you follow up from there? It's tricky, and for Moonlight, it doesn't matter. You did what you absolutely needed to do, kind of the act now, think later type of strategy, so we aren't forced to a game 5 this early on in the game. And Moonlight, now, again, they have some time with the amount of penalty points that Enemy has on their side. They have to regroup, but it's just a matter of how are we going to regroup against Enemy, because we seem to just not have a player advantage. We keep getting 1 player down, 2 player down, because Enemy's so quick on popping some of the specials. We see Zero there, too, trying to get some picks, but 2 are now down on Enemy. This might be where Moonlight is able to strike forward, especially Shadow camping one of the jumps, able to get it, but it's going to go down themselves, but they're back in control of the zone.
Well, okay, good golly, everyone's just going down right in that particular spot. The camera catching every piece of it. Now finally they're in a good position. I was about to remark at how long you could see the members of Moonlight were waiting to try to double up on some of those specials and get a really dominant take back in. I was worried that they were going to take a little bit too much time and let Enemy regroup, but they managed to make good on it. Now they're in a great position. They have the specials that they need, almost able to take out that kid. They've got the right sharks. Omega waiting over there on that side. Now going to have to start to rotate over. A very early Inkvac means that 3Z's actually going to get the opportunity to take it out, and it's the Trizuka that's going to take out that Inkvac. Yeah, that's going to be a flip of the zone, and you have to wonder if that Inkvac Nox maybe just a little bit early made itself too big of a target.
It definitely could have, but there was also a crab tank out, so Moonlight didn't have a lot of other options to deal with that in that moment. Bazooka coming out at the right moment to punish it. Just really great special timing and coordination from Enemy there, as we're seeing Moonlight just struggling to find the right moments, but Omega able to get in, cause some disruption, and now has this big bubbler ready to try and get some forward momentum going. But Basil's going to have to find their shots here.
Yeah, this was the moment earlier where we saw 3 specials were enough to take it out. Now they've taken out 3Z very early on into this push, which totally changes the immediate threat. That's one big threat now that you don't have to worry about for your own Inkvac. Zero gonna fire here. This is tempting fate. Look at this positioning from Basil. Didn't take any damage over the course of all of that. That changes the big. Now Omega gets to move through, take a couple out here. Go ahead and call it 3 as we move to the end. Dark is going to be taken down. It's a lead swap. It's gonna end up being a KO. And Moonlight, you talk about the mid-game adaptation, Falco. Earlier, they had that exact same general setup. The difference this time is the timing of the specials, how they figure it out. And again, if you need a clinic on how to position yourself and survive as a charger with very little resources to your name, look no further than the last sequence of that game.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down in that game, but overall, Moonlight is so composed. Even when they're down, when it's going to be very hard to recover, they know they have the patience. They are able to take that calm, deep breath to get back in, and especially with the help of a player like Omega, who has no problem getting triples one after another, and to help leverage their team and put enemy in a position where they just never had 4 players who were able to break back into the zone. But then you also have Basil, who is, I'm going to be alive. The pedestal here is not as tall as my Inkling, but I'm going to avoid all of your crab tank shots and stay alive, and you're not going to do anything about it. Incredible plays from Moonlight, just the patience, the finesse, knowing that we're not going to get too scattered. We're going to push back when we need to. We're going to break in when we need to. But most importantly, we're going to use time to our advantage to get the win, and they did in a Game 4 fashion.
Yeah, a great showing again. Crab Lake Capital remains the Moonlight counterpick, regardless of what it is. And let's go ahead and take a little look at the end of that game, too. A lot to break down, Falco. As you said, Nox, I'm going to pass it to you here because Falco and I tried. We couldn't get it all, but what did you see?
Yeah, I mean, once again, Basil's excellent movement does a lot here, but Omega's positioned underneath that ledge, and we have Nolan on that far right side. They do go down, but that's a long enough distraction for Omega to get to put up this big bubbler, allowing them to find 1, 2, take advantage of that ink vac, find the third, and then that's just the game. Just an incredible special coordination coming out from Moonlight to get that win.
Yeah, great. And, you know, you talk about I didn't even pick up on the big bubbler in real time, too, but that was also additional protection because not only was Basil contending with that crab tank, Dark was also popping some shots over there, too. So when you have that many resources focused on that one player, and again, then you've got Omega looking underneath, anything that you can do to slow that in, break the set play, break those special coordination, that's what you have to be able to do in high-level splat zones, and Moonlight proven they can do it. We'll take it to bracket next so that you can see it, but it should be no surprise here. It's a replay of winners finals, a replay of the playoffs. Milky Way and Moonlight gave us an incredible 3-2 match earlier. Moonlight gets the 3-1 over NME to earn the right to fight Milky Way a second time. And we saw some stuff I don't think I've ever seen before in that winners finals matchup, Falco. I have to imagine for Grands they're going to re-rack and show us even more.
Right, and the benefit for Milky Way is they've had some time to relax, some time to just wait, and Moonlight's coming off of this game. Now, they're feeling pretty good, because remember, that set in the winners finals went all the way to Game 5 with Moonlight getting some key wins, and so they know that they're capable of it, and of course, they're going to have to take this one game at a time and one set at a time as well, because they could come back and win, but it's going to take a bracket reset, but they're going to be starting this off on Game 1 splat zones to get the ball rolling.
And this will be interesting, too, because we saw, again, in their previous matchup, we also started on splat zones. Nox, do you recall how that game went? Because I believe we went to Mahi Mahi, and I believe I really liked what I saw from Moonlight there.
Yeah, Moonlight looked fantastic there. They had such great control. Basil's E-leader able to just really help lock down the map. Omega able to play so well around those ledges. Nolan's ink vac just to help keep that support going. Just really great, consistent play. Both of these teams know what they want to do and how they want to do it. So it's all about who can find their pace faster.
It's such a great point because for me, the story of today has been the switches that have been made by Moonlight, because Moonlight was always a team where we knew what they wanted to do. The question was, did it fit? And could they get the right main weapons in the hands of the right players to make the type of Splatoon that they wanted to play work? Because they want Basil on that E-leader. Make no mistake, unless the stage or mode really forces them off, that's what they want to do. The question was just, could they keep Shadow active? And then if Shadow moves to an active piece, what can we do to help stall out when things get forward? We've had Nolan on a couple different weapons. Is that going to be enough? Now with this composition that they've been running, I don't want to say it's solved everything, because I mean clearly they still have one difficult challenge to overcome, which is to beat Milky Way, which they'll get the opportunity to do. But I love how they've reinvented to get to the ideal Splatoon that they want to play, and how it's worked on so many stages and modes, I would say, that were not their strongest in the last season. So we'll see if it's enough here. Of course, the team's still getting ready here. Again, a Moonlight taking a slight breather here. For Milky Way, we really don't expect a whole lot of changes, but Falco, I'll pass to you if you can even remember. We've had crazy matches after that, but from that previous match, when things really started to go in favor of Milky Way, I truly felt like it was when they were able to sneak Jared and move him forward there, because we've talked about how the strength of Milky Way is all of them can attack. It is true. I would argue Jared is the one that you still want to be the attacker more often than not.
Yeah, especially when Jared is playing a dualies and is able to maybe put themselves where they want to use a crab tank to leverage the aggression that Jared has. And, Jared on any weapon is very hard to face. Jared on dualies it can be very unpredictable because I feel like he gets in positions that you might know where he's going to get, but he just gets there earlier than you expect. So I'm thinking of, when they play on Museum d'Alfonsino, just rolling up from the spinners, rolling into the enemy base. He's going to be very good at that too, and that's all to be supported by the rest of his team, Milky Way, who can hold down the fort, and they do that very well. And of course, we're talking about two teams who they don't do anything crazy. They're very good on their individual level and as a team, but there's nothing that's really coming out of left field for these players and these teams, and that's kind of what they expect, and that's what they know. And the fact that we saw it go to Game 5 in winners finals and really go the distance, but have some games dominate more than the other, I think that's what's going to make choosing these specific stages and modes more important. And I'm not surprised, again, that we have Splat Zones coming in first, but it's going to really set the tone for this set.
And to your point there, I'm almost a little surprised that we aren't already loading into Mahi Mahi Resort Splat Zones. I mean, you said earlier, sometimes on some of these, one team just really dominated the other. And, we do see that sometimes at this level of Splatoon where, hey, this is a razor's edge that these teams are playing on. You take one slip, you fall off no matter how good you are. So I'm a little surprised, again, that we aren't already in it. I don't think there was anything that should dissuade the members of Moonlight from wanting to pick here. Nothing in that last game felt like a fluke, and we have been informed that it is Mahi Mahi Resort. So I'm going to choose to believe that the members of Moonlight just wanted a drink of water or to use the restroom or something, because Nox, this is as close to a no-brainer as, frankly, as there could be with how it went the last time they played.
Yeah, completely. It's a really great showing for Moonlight the last time here. We hope to see it again. Always exciting to see teams do rematches on the same stages. It'll be interesting to see if Milky Way finds any interesting adaptations to make here. I know Jared's crab tanks looked quite good the last time we saw them, so there's always a chance of that. But we could also always see the custom Julie sculptures come out.
Oh man, CDS at this level would be something to see. I mean, the custom dually squelchers, and really the dually squelcher's main weapon, is just one of those that I really want to see it more, because when you see an artisan play that weapon, it is unlike any other, the way that it moves, the way that it can fire. But I suspect if Turf War rolls around, we will see it. So there's still hope for all you custom dually squelchers fans out there. It would be certainly something to see it right now. But I'm really curious to see, well, maybe not. I think Ice is probably still going to stay over on Forge, but Ice has been the player that's rotated to some different things, and the Forge has given them a lot over the course of these games, the Forge Splattershot Pro, for crossfire and things of that nature. But it's been kind of interesting to note here, Falco, the last time that these two teams faced off in the playoffs last year, Nolan was over on the S-Blast. The way that you play against an S-Blast as a Forge Pro, very different than how you'd play a 96 Gal against a Forge Pro, because those two weapons kind of want to do the same thing, at least in terms of fights.
Yeah, in terms of fights they do, but with the special usage, yeah, it's going to be a little bit different versus Booyah Bomb. But let's hop into here for Game 1 of Grand Finals of the first week of the regular season Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. Coming out with these weapons, Basil, of course, sticking with the E-Leader. That's going to be Q on the Snipe Rider. And Ice with the Frozen Pro. That's going to be the one that we want to keep our eye on.
Yep, there it is. That's why I called that. I'm like, at some point, the Frozen Pro is probably going to come out. Ice has always been a fan of the Tenta missiles, and so strong here as well once you can force an opponent away. Already, one player's taking a swim. I think that's one way to get rid of Jared. And, of course, the early ink back is going to ensure a nice take here and a nice pick here for Basil and the rest of Moonlight. And Nox, you can see what the game plan is here. It's if I build a 10-second ink back, we get the first zone, and if we hit one more shot off of that, the points will fly.
But they have gone 2 down now. Basil going to be forced to back off. Shadow is still behind them and able to find one, and the zone hasn't flipped. Jared finally popping this crab tank, but it's not a great situation to be in if you're Milky Way.
No, not a great, and Basil almost could have hit that shot, instead jumps out, opted not to take Shadow for the ride as well, so poor Shadow is going to have to go down here. But this is a position that we really did not get to see last time, which is Moonlight forced back Milky Way in a great position. And I'm not sure if that was a Basil shot or a bomb or what it was, but Falco, that's what you need in order to break back out of these situations. You need a long-range pick to open things up for your front line.
Yeah, and Moonlight even had 3 specials to help support that, and they're able to make it and break back in. Of course, a few penalty points for them, 39 for Milky Way. So they made the most of it and are keeping up the pressure. Still, they have a two-player advantage against Milky Way, and good for Omega for spotting one of the members who was trying to drop down. And again, they're keeping up this player advantage, one after one after one. It's finally now going to be a 4 versus 4, and Shadow's now going to be in a position where they can really use a slosher to try and get some picks. Going to be jumping out now, but not before that they're able to take the lead, which is going to be huge. But Moonlight back in control, trying to strike. A lot of specials now coming out once again.
Well, speaking of special, Nolan there with the ink vac. This may take the zone back single-handedly there. Not quite enough. Didn't get to the other side. So this will be kind of an interesting scrum here in the center. There's not a lot of control for either team, so you have to imagine going to return to something neutral. Brand moves forward, decides no, and then disengages there. I don't know if that was a trick or a trap or what they were trying to do, but for the time being, it does not appear that it accomplished the goal. And Nox, once again, Milky Way, even though they're a couple down right now, I've been very, very impressed with how they've held on with some of these tricks, even if Moonlight's positioning might be superior.
Yeah, Moonlight's definitely finding those really strong positions, but Milky Way's finding ways to disrupt them, things like crab tanks, things like bully rolls, and key, those Tenna missiles. A really great way of really focusing on disrupting that E-leader from Basil and forcing them to be in positions they quite frankly don't want to be in.
Well, here we go. Brand really just waiting, hoping for some reason to throw these triple ink strikes there. Finally does, identifies where it was. That had to have been waiting for the ink vac. Did it wait too long? Yes, they got the ink vac and maybe get a second, but no, Shadow will not go down on this Tri-Slosher. A great showing once again from Moonlight as they break back in. And Falco, it's been on the attacking side, it's been on the defensive side. Moonlight's just had answers. I know this is going back in the way of Milky Way, but until they prove that they can hold a second time, I think Moonlight's going to keep coming back in. They need a knockout blow now.
Right, it's until that clock hits 0 or one of the points hits 0, then we'll know it's over, because Moonlight can always have something up their sleeve. And, you know, just taking a look at Shadowwind, for example, who just put themselves in a position of 3v1 and stay alive for a little bit, and knowing that I'm going to try and get some picks, I have confidence in myself for doing so. The zone is going to now be contested and captured here by Moonlight, so they are back in control. They lose it again, and that's the issue that Moonlight has been having. They really haven't been able to have control of the zone for very long. If they don't have the player advantage, but okay, 3 are going to go down just like that. Hello. And it's just going to be Bran who's alive now on the Slosher. They're going to be going down too. So this is a huge door that's opening for Moonlight with 1 minute in, almost out of penalty points. We'll see how they can keep up this pressure.
And this was the worry. I wasn't sure where Milky Way's knockout blow was going to come from. I didn't know if it was going to be a special or a dive or what it was, but this is the trick. They've got a couple specials out here right now. Will they get the zone in time? They need to get it in. No, it's going to be Moonlight who takes the lead. Jared went down in the scrum. It looks like Ice went down as well. We know where Q is, so it's just going to be maybe Bran who's sitting on those triple ink strikes. Are they waiting for someone else? It looks like they jumped out, so they're just going to be playing for overtime at this point. They're all going to land 3 right around the same time. They will take the zone and apply the penalty, but Nox, they need to take down a lot more players if they want to take this, and there's already an ink vac out.
Yeah, the ink vac definitely causing a lot of disruption there, getting fired at the zone, looking to at least neutral it, able to. Bran able to find one, looking to find another, just Mint Decapitator left up on the side of Moonlight. Q looking to position really aggressively here, and Jared with this very forward crab tank, trying to keep Moonlight in their spawn as overtime ticks away. But they find a pick on Q, and that is absolutely massive. That gives Moonlight a chance to potentially break in.
It is. Here's the dive. Can they hold on? What a great shot from Basil. That might do it. That might take the win. Basil hits that shot at that point. No, Ice comes back in. There's an ink vac out, and it will flip at the end. And again, Moonlight on this stage. What an unbelievable show. The ink vac was almost just the cherry on top at that point. Basil's E-leader shot closing it out again. Another 1-point victory here in high-level splat zones. This is why it's so popular. No surprise to either of you, I'm sure.
Yeah, You know, is this scripted? Are they making sure that we're putting on a good fight? I think so. No, this is what we want to see. We want to see these close fights, and of course, coming from Moonlight on the loser side too, this is one of the final moments of this game where they were able to hold their ground for a longer period of time, and it was right when they got the 3 players down onto Milky Way too. They're able to hold on a little bit longer. That was a great ending, but it's one of those games where if we played for 10 more seconds, I would probably have faith that Milky Way would find a way to retake the lead. So it's just all a matter of how much time is on the clock.
How much time is on the clock, who is up at the right points. And I'll go back to like kind of a midway point in that game where I know that Milky Way was in the lead, but you just got the sense that Moonlight could take the zone back pretty much any time they wanted. And that's a tough feeling in splat zones because it means that, at least from a 1,000-yard perspective, it means that Milky Way didn't have a great way to get a knockout blow. I believe that was the term that I used. They didn't have an ink vac. They didn't have the specials to really punish Moonlight once they got all the way back. Meanwhile, Moonlight has the distant shots that could neutralize Crab from Basil. They, of course, had the ink vac. They had Big Bubbler that they could use to start the snowball. And it just almost felt, as the teams continued to exchange, that it would be somewhat inevitable. But Nox, once again, these two teams match up. They play on Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi. Moonlight wins again. It's a repeat of the same story that we saw in the first portion of this bracket.
It is, but it's an exciting story nonetheless.
It is.
And I'm so curious to see what mode Moonlight picks here and what stage we see come out from Milky Way. It could go a lot of different ways, and I'm very intrigued to see how these teams choose to play into their own strengths.
Well, we didn't see a frame 1 turf war, so that may be telling, honestly. Like, it's funny, but okay, never mind. We immediately get it as soon as I say it. It's Turf War Mako Mart. So once again, deja vu, Falco. Here we go.
Yeah, I like this, and I like this pick for Moonlight, obviously to keep us on our toes and to really keep the Hagglefish suspense away from you, Nine, that you were very curious about. Who knows, maybe we'll see it a little bit later on. But yeah, I mean, we already talked about so much how Moonlight has been thriving on Turf War, and you want to get it in now. You want to go up 2-0 to get yourself a little bit of wiggle room if you want to get that bracket reset. So choose it now. You know it's a mode you excel at, and Milky Way counting with Mako Mart too. That means Mako Mart's not going to come up with any other mode, which I think that's their logic going into this pick.
I agree entirely. My immediate thought as soon as we heard Mako Mart, outside of deja vu funny, is okay, we don't want to play against them being Moonlight on tower control Mako Mart, which would have been on the table even if they had ended up winning this. So a very solid choice. Now would be the time for the custom dually squelchers if we were going to see them. If ever there was a time for Jared to pick them, it would be now. And I'll just be interested again on some of these fights. There's something about this consistent ink vac pressure that Nolan has been putting on that makes it feel like every time you would see a typical dive, and this has happened against a few teams now, Nox, there's always just the tip of that ink vac that's helping Omega survive a little longer. And on the weapons Omega is piloting, as you noted, absolutely no trouble getting triples for the trouble.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it also comes down to we don't see a lot of wipers or splatanas or rollers, which are some of the things that can function more through ink vac. So the enemy teams don't have a lot of answers to the ink vac that is coming out. And would be interesting to see if adaptations get made for that. Not expecting to see them out of Milky Way right now, but there's definitely something to think about there.
Well, I mean, here's something to think about. The Forge Splattershot Pro coming out of Nolan here, so everything that I was just about to talk about, I'm going to have to figure something else out here. I mean, listen, this is a weapon that Nolan absolutely made hay with back in the day. The Pro, I mean, listen, the full tag used to include Pro for Nolan. I mean, this is clearly a weapon that he is very comfortable with, but with the way that the other weapons have been playing here, Falco, this can be a little tricky to make a switch to mid-tournament here. The main weapons do play ever so slightly different.
Yeah, and especially a weapon that doesn't really paint a whole lot. The Booyah Bomb's going to help cover areas that you might not be able to get to as in squid form. So I do think that can be some of the logic behind that too, where you're able to throw it forward, especially in the last 5 seconds of the game. But Moonlight is making very quick work of how they want to control this map, and having a 2-player advantage again against Milky Way. Again, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves here with Turf War with only 1 minute in, but Moonlight is showing the reason why they chose this particular mode.
Well, God, that's 2 now that Nolan has gotten. I mean, that is such a hard shot to hit, too. To get 3 of them to fall right, that just wonderfully timed on the jump, proving me totally incorrect. Can absolutely switch between both of the long-range shooters at will, apparently. Omega now going to be forced back behind as they continue to fight it out. And I was going to say, Ice, I'm not sure this is a fight you really want to take. Maybe get a little support and force the member out there. Very fortunate to be surviving. But let's give some credit to Milky Way here, Nox. Diligently pushing their way back out. Jared caught in an awkward spot, is going to jump back in, but this is now much closer to neutral than it was before.
Yeah, Milky Way's very good at finding ways back in, taking their time with it, not really overextending too much usually, although Ice got stuck in a bit of a situation there, but they've got missiles to help them break back in. They've really got Moonlight pretty far back in mid right now, and Milky Way's looking to have some great potential opportunities to get set up with these missiles coming out, with triple ink strikes at the ready, and a potential pick coming out on Shadow here from Brand if they manage to find the right positioning.
Well, here we go. 1 minute left. Falco, you called it. Let's not get too crazy. Let's not talk too early. But there's a lot of orange on this stage right now. Moonlight, you have to feel like, is in a good position. They just need the right players up at the right time. And, of course, as I say it, the pendulum swings.
Yeah, and I think this is where Milky Way's really getting some momentum. We could see it with the crab tank and the triple ink strings that were coming out, and of course, well, the danger sign that is on the side of Moonlight. So they're going to have to try and find a place to break back in. Of course, it's not over yet, but with all these specials now coming out from Milky Way, going down is not going to be good. And you know what's a great start? Taking out Jared if you are Omega, trying to get some picks here, taking more control of mid. Another one is going to go down. Can that be 2 or 3? But 2 are now down on Moonlight too. So Milky Way is going to try and finish what they started with control of mid. It is pretty indecisive here at mid, but it's looking like it could be more in Moonlight's favor. I don't know. With those last 3 shots, we're going to see what the judge say.
Well, here we go. What a piece it would be if Moonlight is able to go up 2-0. Taking a look, and it will not be. Milky Way once again gets the victory. Jared, again, we talked deja vu. Jared, Brand, triple ink striking at the very end, the opponent's side of the stage. 3 of those spread properly, takes so much turf. And Nox, again, we're replaying the exact same match that we had earlier.
You know, I wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that Clan Blitz Museum game from earlier. I would be very intrigued by that. I would love to see that double ink back comp potentially have a different result. But it's very cool to see these teams going so back and forth, so head to head, because these are ridiculously close scores we've been seeing from them.
Yeah, ridiculously close, and even in the individual moments. I mean, you saw 2 members dive on Omega, who just pulls an incredible reversal with that Ultra Stamp. If there's any special that I think the North American League has made me respect maybe more than ever, it's just what in the flow and the algorithm, as you called it earlier, Falco, what can you do to completely throw a wrench in it that can break everything that your opponent tried to build? They dive on top of you because they know where you are. They come to collect, and then you immediately take one out and put the pressure on the opponent. So a valiant effort by Omega was not enough to take it in that spot, but now, Falco, we wait for the counter pick as these teams continue to go. It is tower control. We know that much, at least.
Yeah, that's going to be Milky Way's pick here. And, of course, for Moonlight now, figuring out what stage you want to play is going to be the key factor. And they have a few at their disposal that they can choose from, but of course they can't choose Mako Mart, which is a stage that we talked about would be one that they could potentially want to go to against Milky Way. So with that game loss, though, for Moonlight, it is hard losing on a mode that you choose. It was the counter pick that they had, and they lost it. So, you know, being tied 1-1 here and knowing that you have quite more that you have to overcome, it's going to be tricky. But with tower control, again, we can slow down the pace a little bit. We can play around the checkpoints. We have a solidified objective that we can work with. We don't have to play the entire stage, unlike you would do with Turf War or the lockout heavy areas of Splat zones. So I think this can be a good opportunity for Moonlight to try and counter, but this is one of Milky Way's best picks that they could choose.
It is, and the astute among you may recall in our previous match between these two, Tower Control Inkblot was where we headed, and that did not end very well for Moonlight, as Q was, you know, watching the end as everything else was around. Ice had no targets to throw the Booyah Bomb at. Brand could not throw all the triple ink strikes out either, so that should tell you how that game went. Now, the two of you may recall in the playoffs, it was Milky Way that sent Moonlight into the loser's side. And then Moonlight proceeded to pick the exact same 4 stages against them in grand finals. At the time, I said, okay, this will be interesting to look at. Like, do you go back, even if you think it's your strongest, do you just run back the exact same lineup against your opponent? I didn't think we'd get the answer to that question in week 1, but here we are. And now, if we see Tower Control Inkblot again, I will be pretty surprised, honestly. Tower Control Crableg is right there, Nox. I think that there are other options for them instead of Inkblot.
Yeah, I don't feel like Inkblot is their best choice. I don't think it's where they necessarily shine the most, and it's a place where Milky Way is just so comfortable. They've practiced it so much. If you look at their positioning throughout their push, it was nearly perfect. They had players spread out exactly where you want them. So maybe we go to a museum. Maybe we throw a curveball out there. I doubt we go to Scorch Gorge. Hopefully we don't have to see Scorch Gorge Tower. Surely they wouldn't do that.
Sure.
They might. Long range. I mean, listen, Basil's going to get to hit that tower path from pretty much anywhere. I think it's a reasonable choice. And I mean, clearly Moonlight's taking their time at this point. So there's some discussion being had. They've got plans for almost every stage and mode combination. They can't plan for all of them, but I think that they really did not like what they saw the last time up, so I would expect something different to come out here, simply waiting on the teams at this point. And it is Crableg Capital Tower Control, we have been told at this point. And Falco, again, this is one of those where, hey, I give all credit to the players, to the coaches, and the strategists. This one really felt like a no-brainer, and I'm glad that they went there.
Yeah, it's a pretty good choice here if you're Moonlight to try and counter this counter pick, if you will. And again, it's going to be all about controlling the greats too with the tower path and figuring out how you want to navigate that. And again, positioning where you're going to have Basil and Q, and making sure that if you're not on their team, you're taking them out, and making sure that you don't get wiped as well, because these checkpoints too, if you get a team wipe near the checkpoint, that checkpoint's going to get broken pretty quickly. You want to avoid that at all costs. So I like the pick too. Again, no Hagglefish, sorry, as we mentioned before, but this is an opportunity now for Moonlight to rebound.
Well, I mean, it's also really, I think, the one time that Milky Way has to get this. Like, if they don't get the tower control game, I mean, this is dire straits for the rest here. This is the mode that they should win. Of course, a stage that Moonlight is comfortable on, but this was the mode that you controlled last time not only you played against this team, but the entirety of the previous season. We'll take a look here. No surprises from the Moonlight side, and on the Milky Way side, Nox, it's going to be Brand back out on that S-Blast 91.
I mean, it's a great stage for S-Blast to come out on. It does a lot of damage. It plays well under ledges. It gives you somewhat of an answer to that Mint Decavitator, potentially, if you can get enough ink down from the rest of your teammates. But we'll see if they can manage to find those opportunities, especially with such an early ink pack coming out yet again from Moonlight.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where, like, at a certain point, you wonder if they're wising up to what some of these tricks could be. And talk about Brand making the best of a bad situation there. Gets the immediate direct, then jumps, then lands and gets another one here. And Nox, I'll pass it over to you too here, because, you know, you've talked about, you know, this stage in particular, how important it is at this first checkpoint. The points just fly off if you get through this. The stage really protects this tower path.
It does, and this Booyah Bomb is so well timed, acting as a smoke screen, giving them turf to work with. Brand able to find another massive pick because of it. This double Booyah comp working out really well for Milky Way as these points bleed away, like you were saying. Jared looking to set up here on this area, able to potentially find a pick on Shadow, choosing to back off. But what an incredible push we've seen so far from Milky Way.
And not yet done. Q does get Omega there. Just a few more points here. I did not think both checkpoints would fall this quickly, Falco.
No, and Bran is still alive up here on Moonlight's plat. Has been there for a while. Used the 1-2 punch of that burst bomb. And Nox already pointed it out, but the double Booyah Bomb comp, that is going to be key for Milky Way to try and push, of course, on a defensive side towards the end of the game potentially, but to help push forward. Whereas Moonlight has 0, we called them GG specials, nothing that can directly strike the tower. And so that's going to be another obstacle, especially with Moonlight now here, trying to find a way back into mid. But you have Jared, who's up here on the enemy side already, going to get one and stay alive. Just touches the rail here, and 3 jumps onto the tower. It is a party here as we approach the knockout stage here. We'll see if Milky Way can turn it out, and yes, they can win in game 3.
I mean, a team controlling a mode like this is just unbelievable. I mean, 2 knockouts against Moonlight here, and you've taken it to them at their own stage. What a showing here from Milky Way. I said they had to get that game. They clearly agreed, and they didn't want to waste any time getting it. But we've now seen double Ultra Stamp, we've seen double Ink Vac, double Booyah Bomb. Are there any other double specials I should know about? Because that is just something that we're doing today that's a lot of fun. But there you go. Tower control, you knew it was going to be the first pick that we were going to see. Out it goes, gone it goes. And now the time has come for Moonlight to dig deep, Nox.
It definitely has. Moonlight has a little bit of a hill to overcome here. They would still have to win bracket reset, even if they manage to find a game 5 here. And Clamblitz is going to be the mode we're going to at the choice of Milky Way.
Well, I mean, with the way that Rainmaker went last time, they probably don't want to have to deal with double Ink Vac until absolutely necessary. You know, it's a solid pick again. They rotate and they attack so well. I just keep going back again. When you watch an S-Blast game like that, Falco, like, why would you play any other weapon? I don't know of any other weapon in the game that can absolutely take over and continue to snowball single-handedly quite like that weapon does when it's on.
No, and Brand did such a good job with it, too. I didn't even notice how long they stayed alive on Moonlight's plat until I was like, wait, they're still there, and the towers kind of pulled back a little bit. Did they get splatted at all? I don't really know. But the way that Milky Way just knew exactly where to position themselves again, we talk about how both teams excel at this, especially Milky Way, but even at the very last 5 seconds, like, hey, everybody jump to the tower and we'll spread out from there as long as somebody stays on, but we want to get this knockout as soon as possible. We don't want to play out the rest of these 3 minutes of this game. We want to move on to match point, and Milky Way, well deserved for them to get there, and of course here, they are 1 game away from winning week 1.
Now, last time Clamblitz did get away from them, it had to be that wild and wacky Rainmaker Museum D'Alfonsino game to close it out, so they would love to make the adjustment on Clamblitz. It will be Ship-Shape Cargo Co. Clamblitz. And we talked about these new stages, Nox, and we wondered which of them would become the darlings, what would the changes be, what would surprise us. I did not have Clamblitz Ship-Shape Cargo Co. on my bingo card tonight, and if you did, you are better than I.
I did not. It's a really hard stage to push on in Clamblitz. There's a lot of greats to deal with. It's really narrow choke points. Once again, like Falco said earlier, we see splat zones and tower control here. This is not a stage that we traditionally associate with Clamblitz or Rainmaker or Turf War. It's going to be an uphill battle to get any push. I imagine it'll be a long wait before we see the first power clam go in, and in those situations, you need to make sure that every push you get is so impactful, because you really don't want to have to rely on a push of just 80.
Well, now I'm curious, and I'll pass it back to you for it. Why here? Because this is Moonlight's choice. What do you think?
I mean, it's great sightlines for E-Leader or Splat Charger. It's such narrow passageways that you can really lock them down with Big Bubbler or Ink Vac. I can see the opportunities here, and it's not necessarily a stage where Snipe Rider will do as well. So I think that Moonlight has made a good choice. It's just still going to be hard to get a push in.
Well, here we go, folks. Lock it in. We've seen these teams can take a moment to score when they really, really lock down the defensive side. So here we are early on, just so much stage to get through before they could even start to build it. It's actually going to be Milky Way who makes the first build. Of course, that Ink Vac comes out almost immediately, and they're going to use that to try to push through. Again, the recipe seems to be working. Omega moves forward and gets a couple. Jared pushed over to the side. This is the Moonlight special thus far, Falco, and they've gotten themselves an early advantage. Nolan very close to a power clam.
Yeah, this is a very early advantage where they're able to score. Nolan just going to walk that one right in. That's the benefit of forming your power clam right in front of the basket. You can get that power clam in without being seen, but it appears it might be a one and done for Moonlight. But guess what? That is a pretty good opening score here for Moonlight based on the fact that we've seen these other Clamblitz games go almost the entire distance. But a lot of players are going to be jumping back to where they're comfortable, and Milky Way's trying to find a way back into mid. They have 2 power clams that they are utilizing right now, figuring out how they want to push forward. So Moonlight and Omega wisely just trying to get away from these displacements. But if Milky Way's going to strike, we know they're going to strike big.
Well, I think that also knowing when the strike was going to come in was Moonlight. Look at how long they saved those defensive resources for. Brand's going to make this interesting, continuing to move around and fighting, but that power clam's certainly going to get close to despawning at this point, and there it does go. So you saw right there, they moved and dove, but Nox, Moonlight figuring out the timings of where Milky Way is going to move forward. Now they've started to push forward in a slightly more honest fashion, and there's an opportunity for them here.
Yeah, really trying to find these opportunities. The crab tank coming out, really trying to force Nolan to move around, and it does. But there's just constantly somebody getting behind Milky Way, never allowing them to set up. Omega doing an excellent job at being a disruption, and Nolan just locking down these grates, but finally goes down. Downside, there's still Basil to contend with.
Well, you see why they put all the pressure over here. And you know, it's bizarre. This far into this match, we really haven't called Q's name at all. And I think that's an incredible testament to the way Moonlight is moving and attacking. But Q just kind of has to sit back there and hope. Can't really directly assist with any of this. Basil hits another shot and might have gotten close to hitting that one too had the jump out not occurred. And all of this time, these haven't been like crazy special defenses. It's instead just been fighting it out. But if you continue, wait, no, the score happened on the other side. Omega got behind them. Oh, what a way. Oh, the big bubbler too, Nox. What a way to make the defense happen here. Everyone else is gone except me, and now they'll jump and score a couple more.
Yeah, I mean, the best defense is a good offense. People often say. The downside is Milky Way set up in your base now. Q has line of sight on you, has a power clam ready. You didn't have that big of a push. They're already down to 60. But never mind. Omega's got this, going straight forward, finding a ton of control, and shutting down that push just before Milky Way can take lead.
Well, Falco, not typically how we get to a 58-60 score, gotta say, but hey, you will take whatever leads you can with Omega playing this hot as well. You feel like you can make a push almost out of nothing. So again, Moonlight got a pretty good situation. They've got the right specials to move forward and attack. It's another one that goes down, and once again, it's really just Omega up in a threatening position, but the flip side of that is it's also Omega up in a very strong position.
Yeah, as long as Omega can keep up this chaos and keep Milky Way disrupted, I think Moonlight is going to last longer than they typically might if they played a more traditional way too. But Milky Way's push was very methodical, and then of course at that strike, they're like, excuse me, we were about to score. We need to wait for this basket to close. So that's how Milky Way got both of those clams in. And again, even though Moonlight has the win, or has the lead right now, the control of the game is definitely in favor of Milky Way's way with those two power clams and the control of mid. So I think Moonlight's still want to rely on Omega trying to just push forward and have some shenanigans going on and maybe get a power clam to jump in under the basket to get the win, because this game now with this mid action going on, Milky Way's looking pretty good, but Moonlight's also showing what they can do too in the 4v4 situation.
Yeah, this has been just incredible positioning here in Shadow. Go ahead and activate that aura and move your way through. Move back around here. Could probably calling out for some more clams here, saying, hey, I can almost score. Let's go ahead and get some more points on the board. Again, now just down to 30 seconds. Nox, you were not lying when you said it was going to be very difficult to score. Now Milky Way pushed all the way back, has to be careful not to go down to a wayward shot. And we're starting to get to the point of the game where they've got to think about how are we going to build up a power clam.
Yeah, Milky Way does not have the clam ready to go. Overtime won't start without one. They're 2 players down. Omega's in their face. I don't know if they can make a clam here. I think Moonlight just needs to keep them locked down, and that'll be a game 5 as a power goes in at the last second.
Well, there you go. Great defensive side that I keep going back to. I didn't say Q's name a whole lot. I didn't say Jared's name a whole lot either. Those crab tanks, maybe it's because this is such an open and deceptively long stage. It just felt like they were never able to get to the positions that you would want the players to get to with the specials that they have. I mean, what have we said so much about Milky Way when it comes to tower control? They understand we want a player here, we want a player here, and we want a player here. And because of our composition's versatility, it doesn't really matter which player is in which position. Here, they were never able to gain that comfort. And hey, Falco, week 1 of the new season, you're going to see some really awkward stage and mode combinations that you've never seen before. And credit to Moonlight, they've had the answers thus far.
Well, more importantly, we're going back-to-back Game 5s with these two teams. We saw it in the Winners Finals, and we are moving on to here in Grand Finals. Of course, with Moonlight coming in from the loser's side. I want to talk about the MVP of that game, which was Omega, who was able to strike forward. If it wasn't for them pushing towards Milky Way's basket, Milky Way would have been able to score and probably get the win. So anytime that the momentum shifted and the focus went on to Omega, that's just more time that Moonlight was able to get the win. So absolutely crucial here. And again, to push it to Game 5 with Rainmaker, the only mode that is remaining, it is going to be Milky Way, who has to choose the stage for at 9. So a lot to think about here, going to potential victor or a bracket reset.
I mean, and what a show this would be if these two teams went to a bracket reset, potentially 15 games between these two. And they also played in the ladder, I will point out. There is
the first round.
incredible familiarity between these two teams at this point. So, yeah, the all-important stage choice, very, very important. This is one of those situations, Knox, where you're like, okay, we technically won when we went to Museum d'Alfonsino. Do we want to go back there and risk running into that behemoth of a comp again? I don't know if they do at this point. I feel like they maybe feel, well, okay, never mind, I'm wrong again. It will be Museum d'Alfonsino Rainmaker ending it up, Knox.
Yeah, I mean, it's always an exciting one. It'll end off this set, could be the start of a second. It's definitely an adventure. I have no clue if we'll see the double Inkback come back. I would be very intrigued to see it. It went very well until it went very wrong. And I would love to know what adaptations Milky Way will make to make this feel a little more consistent for them and a little less of a 50-50.
Yeah, a little less, we're throwing triple ink strike, Jared, please save us. I would argue not a sustainable game plan against an opponent, but you look at the openings of these games, Falco, and it's the same every time. It's a 10 or 11 second ink vac. It's, all right, Omega, go fight. And I just don't know what the immediate answer is from Milky Way, because they're assuredly not going to stack a bunch of their own ink vacs here and try to do it that, but they don't have a weapon that could really tangle with Omega on the melee weapons when it gets into that situation.
Yeah, Omega on a melee weapon like the Minticavitator is really hard to fight, and if you're Milky Way, you're probably not going to counter the same exact comp that Moonlight is running, and getting that early vac pop, it's not something we typically see all the time because it very well reveals the location of a player, and you can't use your normal weapon to try and, get some ink. It's not a special you can just chuck and then use again, like a triple ink strike or a Booyah Bomb, and get right back into it. So there's a lot of ways to figure out how you're going to want to counter it. And again, we'll see if Moonlight is going to get that early ink vac pop. Nothing's telling me that they won't. The only thing would be if they don't play a weapon that has ink vac, but they do, because they do have the 96 gal once again, so they're going to be playing that. And again, we have this pretty similar comp that we saw from Milky Way from the previous game.
Well, here we are. Double Inkvac fans, this match is yours. We do get to see it. This time, it's actually not going to be the two players going on the flank. Instead, it's only going to be the one. So a jump back out. It'll be Milky Way taking control of the center for the time being. Shadow in a great position by this Rainmaker. Do they know? Well, now they certainly know that it's there. Now the Inkvac comes out. Nox, they did the same strategy. They just waited a little bit, and it's given them great results once again. That was 2 down.
Yeah, and this big bubbler is ready to go to really make sure that this Rainmaker push hits off the way it needs to. The Inkvac comes out, the Rainmaker gets dunked, and now we're seeing double Inkvac kind of working as it wants to, because they're able to control so much space here. But they're going to have to wait a little bit before they go again, because they are so reliant on those specials.
Well, I mean, Falco, to get through that checkpoint this early with the threat not technically gone, they still have another Inkvac, and it resets right before they could grab it. Inches away was Shadow there, but all the while, look at this. They're still up on the plat. Nolan's going to have to move backwards to grab this Rainmaker and waits for a little support to get it on the other side. But this has been all Moonlight thus far. The strategy has worked.
Right, and I like Moonlight's strategy. It was Omega there, or it was Nolan there, who's like, I'm going to use the Inkvac. I need to get rid of this right away so I can quickly grab the Rainmaker, because my team is not in a position to do so, even though we have the player advantage. So it's worked for them so far, and they have decent control of mid. It's just going to be a matter of watching players like Jared who are flanking. Jared dropped down right now and is just waiting for one of the players from Moonlight to strike forward, and it's going to be Nolan and Shadow who might be in the paths, but more specials are coming out from Milky Way to give them a little bit more space. So 2 minutes in, this could be the first opportunity that Milky Way is on the offensive side, and Moonlight quickly realizes that. They did so well on backing up. Again, Basil getting that ink vac, just trying to make sure that they weren't going to be able to making sure they were able to use it in a good spot too. And if Milky Way can just slowly trickle some points and some picks off of here, I think they might be able to good position to get to this checkpoint.
I want to point out, we saw 4 times in a row, Ice and Jared and Bran move forward, immediately jump out, then move forward and immediately jump out again to try to bait out one of those early ink vacs. If that's the strategy they're going to have to go with to make any progress or gain any control of mid, it is going to be a very narrow margin of victory for them if they're able to do it. Nice shot there. Now Jared is pushing. They've got the members moved in. Surely this is the time that Nolan ends up swinging this out. Now they get their own smoke screen up again, and Milky Way once again has figured something out. Q is going to grab it, and it's going to be the lead, Nox.
It is the lead. What a well-timed Booyah Bomb. It actually took care of a suction bomb that was going to be in Jared's way there. Just incredible timing. Shadow now just looking to try and maintain their own plat. The Rainmaker has been popped, but nobody quite able to reach it right now. Shadow doing an excellent job on defense, as we're just seeing Moonlight looking to find an opportunity to get a little bit of control back, and they're just not finding it because Milky Way keeps coming at them.
Oh, and that's another 2 down. That's huge. They do have 1 ink vac at the ready that they can use, and thankfully the other members were tactical, so there's an opportunity for a defense here, and I almost thought that they both used it at the same time, and how tragic that would have been. Instead, they will drop it off at this point, so they're going to have an okay spot. But to Nox's point, Falco, they're just going to have to keep cycling this same sort of thing over and over. Now that they've lost stage positioning, this is where it's not so fun to have double ink vac.
Right, and I did like Milky Way's strategy of, okay, the Rainmaker is uncontested, I can push it 5 or 10 more units, and I'm the only player who's going to go down. We're not going to get wiped out. I'm not going to make that push if we're going to get wiped out. I just want to extend our push, even if it's a little bit, but more importantly, I want to run time off of the timer, and Milky Way's done a pretty good job at that so far. Of course, this is still very possible with Moonlight getting maybe a 3-player advantage and trying to push it up, but Milky Way, again, they know exactly what to do. This is their 2-minute drill, but in Splatoon, maybe their 30-second drill to try and get the victory.
Oh, that's a huge trade there. If either one of those had won the fight decisively, it could have really set the tone for the next few seconds. Instead, the trade will mean that Milky Way in a good position. Q just holding it off. Would love to build up one more tacticooler in time. 30 seconds left. Jared needs to find somebody with this crab tank to get value. They are all bunched up together. 2 will go down. 3 will go down. Omega jumps down. Still doesn't have a ton of health. Nox, that may have been the knockout blow.
It seems like it. I don't know how Moonlight gets back in time here, especially with Hugh looking them down. There is an ink vac out. They're going to try and rush forward with it, trying to find Bran. Able to. That's their one chance at getting this Rainmaker. They need to get this pop, and they don't have stage control to work with. And a Booyah Bomb comes out, getting Shadow just in time. And since they died with the Rainmaker, there's no overtime.
There you go. Game 5, once again, it's the double ink vac comp from Moonlight, and somehow, someway, Milky Way figures something out partway through the game, extend their lead ever so slightly, and then defend and take advantage of the weaknesses of their opponent's comp. All your stats into ink vac. Milky Way just too smart, too versatile. And despite the scares, they are the champions of your event number 3, regular season, week number 1 of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. And just what an event, Falco. Unbelievable stuff that happened 3 hours ago that's already filtered out of my mind, that when we look back on, we're just going to be amazed.
Yeah, we had a lot of Game 5s today. A lot. How many 3-0s did we have? Did we broadcast any of those? I don't think we did. At that point, it was a lot of great action in Splatoon. And with that last game in particular, there were only 2 pushes that really happened. It was just Moonlight with the initial push and Milky Way with the second push that got the lead. And if there's any way to sum up these 2 teams going at it, it is that. It is how well they go back and forth with each other and how well they respect each other too as players and competitors, and just again how close they can compete against one another. And for all of these top 8 teams, it's been such a fun showing.
It has, and even just that last game, I think you could go back and make an entire little mini series on it too. The way that Milky Way changed up what they were doing partway through that game. I keep going back to that sequence where they just ran forward and jumped out 4 times in a row to try to bait out those ink vacs. They start swarming members together in a way that only Milky Way can seem to do. But Knox, we have to give a tip of the cap to Moonlight. I would say this is their strongest showing against Milky Way they've ever had, and I know it feels weird to say that given that they've technically beaten Milky Way before, but these were 2 matches in a row that could have gone either way.
Yeah, I think Moonlight's looking stronger than they ever have, and I cannot wait to see what adaptations they make throughout the rest of the season, and same for the rest of these teams. I don't know that Milky Way will make that many. They're very set in their ways usually, but I'm so excited in seeing how these teams adapt and change over the course of this season.
We wanted to know what stages and mode combinations would be darling. We got that answer in real time. We also got the answer of, is last year's #1 team still #1? And for today, the answer to that is yes. Let's take a look at the schedule here, just as a nice little send-off to you all to remind you that there is still plenty more action. Again, this was regular season week #1, folks. There's only more fun to be had. But of course, there's an entire slate of content that you will get to enjoy starting every Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific time with the Splatoon 3 North American League show. And then again, of course, every Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific time, you can join in on the fun in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. With the top 8 live stream starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time. That is every Saturday. If you fancy yourself a little salmon run, there's of course every Sunday the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 Sunday Scrim. Some fun salmon run competitions if you prefer that flavor of game, and it all leads up to the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs, 6/20, 6/21, live stream at 12 p.m. Pacific time on both days, and I would expect to see both of these teams fighting out again in that position, and it's just time for closing thoughts at this point. I know we gave a few. Knox, I'll pass it to you here again. Just what an incredible start to this league.
Truly so exciting, so back and forth, and so electric. I cannot wait to see the rest of this season.
And Falco, over to you, my friend. You've already gotten quite a bit of time to watch the teams here in this 11.0 update. I know you do a lot of work here and also just in community events as well. And I think this 11.0 update, if today is anything to go off of, has been everything we'd hoped and more.
It really is. It's fun as a player, but it's also extremely fun as a spectator, too, to see how close some of these players are to maybe getting a splat, how close they are to getting the aura state, too. And again, with the teams that are coming up, we know there are probably going to be some who didn't play today. Again, you only have to play in 4 of the 8 qualifiers to get those points. So we're going to be waiting for more teams to join in on the action.
Well, we want to give one more shout out to the 4th member of our booth tonight, Power, who was on the spectator cam. Make no mistake, folks, we only got to see those moments because that is a guy who really knows what's happening before it happens. He's our gullible world champ for a reason. Not too many players can say that. But from all of us here, thank you so much for joining us for event number 3, regular season week number 1 of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. And hey, until next time, stay fresh.